There you go. There you go. That works, right? OBS sometimes, the problem is OBS sometimes resets to default settings. I think we're good to go now, right? Yeah, OBS for some reason will sometimes just like reset to default settings on shit like devices and stuff like that, and then it just doesn't work. Stream only just started. How am I already seeing downplay? Narmain's up top. Okay, so here's the thing. We'll see. Okay, we'll see. What's the plan today? Yeah. So again, this is a bit of a. Hope you're having a good day. I am Juju. Hello, by the way, everyone who came in. Sorry, yeah, my mic was fucked up for a second there. But yeah, so the plan for today, I think we're gonna do. This is gonna be the last stream probably where we do all 3 games in a single stream, right? We're gonna do a little bit of Granblue, a little bit of Guilty Gear, a little bit of Street Fighter 6. But we're gonna be doing like some different kind of content today. I think that's the plan for all of December. This is technically the last. This is technically still only November, but you know, it's close enough. So we're gonna do. Yeah, more, you know, tier list discussion videos, stuff like that. For Guilty Gear, I'm like so new to the game that I think we're like mostly just going to be chilling. This is a sub-only stream? No. The first one of those will probably be next Saturday. I still have to set some stuff up on the back end and everything for that. This is I guess, yeah, this is our last regular Saturday stream, I suppose. But yeah, so look. Did they break any Guilty Gear today? Yes. Maybe not playing ranked necessarily, but a little bit of Guilty Gear today, for sure. I'll post tomorrow. I'll make it more clear. I'm gonna post something probably today, both in the Discord and on the YouTube community thing there. Just kind of explaining how things might switch up a little bit in terms of the formatting of the stream is gonna be a little bit different moving on. Like I got Beelzebub to mid S+, hopefully get the Masters. That's awesome. Congratulations. Would you like some coaching from a Celestial Pot? Nah, I'm okay. I'll learn things at my own time. There's lots of people who know more about Guilty Gear than me who could teach me some stuff. I'm okay for now. Besides, probably not going to be playing any pot for a little bit, actually, believe it or not. We'll get to it when we get there. But yeah, that is for later. For the first little bit here, we're going to be doing this here. Hopefully this doesn't take too long. We'll see. But we're going to do this Granblue boy here and see what we can get up to. All right. Is there anything I need to do to set up? I think we're good. Oh, you know, actually, let me take this and put it over on the YouTube side of things too. But yeah, we're gonna have probably like separate days for the separate games. Is the big thing, right? So today we're not doing that, but tomorrow is probably gonna be all Granblue. Monday is probably gonna be all Guilty Gear, and Tuesday is gonna be all Street Fighter. Just kind of to, you know, give myself a little bit more of just like consistent practice in certain things, but also too, I think it's better that way, since not everyone is interested in all 3 games. All right, yeah. So what I guess I'll start the video and then I'll explain it too, since this will be a YouTube video, of course. So let's do that. Actually, can I full screen this shit? Is it like F11 or something? There you go, even better. Poor Grandmaster Feel, some of you just got your GM Plex and now it starts all over again, maybe every 3 months instead of a change every month. Yeah, it's getting wild. Also, it is like every 2 months, isn't it? Means you can also do Last Straw every Sunday? Maybe, yeah. Well, like Sunday will be Granblue Day, so perhaps. It depends on what we're doing at the time. I might just be playing a shit ton of Eustace. For December, we're going to be doing a lot of this kind of style of content too, so it should be, you know, who knows when we're going to actually join a bracket next. Maybe in January or something. Also, yeah, the Grandmaster, the season like just ended, right? So, like people were grinding, man. The Diva Q&A thread in the Discord, I was on that shit. I saw some happy endings though, at least. As far as Odiva, I saw some happy endings. Some people got their due. All right, let's get the video started here, and then I'll explain what exactly I mean when I say this. Can I convince you to play Abel after Eustace? We'll see. We'll see who we pick after Eustace. Depends on a couple of factors. Just restarted. I got my Grandmaster screenshot. Yo, you don't gotta tell me inches away from that GM. Oof. Yeah, that's tough. If you like just barely didn't make it, Lucilia is super high, dude. It's like 6K or something, right? Something like that was the floor. It was fucking insane. Only have 100K points. Yeah, you know, who knows? You got probably a whole month to build them up, so we'll see. 6K? It was something like that. Lucilius' Grandmaster floor was fucking ridiculous, I thought. Do Masters lose all their crystals? Goes down to 0. That's right. All right. Can we have a flash sale? A flash sale on what? The picking the next character? We'll see. When we got Eustace to Master, we'll figure it out. Maybe I'll just let Suki pick if no one gets the points. Suki has more than earned the right. Ad break? Oh yeah, I guess we can wait it out for a second here until the ad's over. Probably, like, again, I said it before, probably if no one has 500K by the time we get Eustace to Master, probably what we're going to do is I'm going to ask Suki who he wants to see next, and that means I'm probably playing Narmaya next, to my great chagrin. But, you know, Suki has earned the right at this point, right? There's no, like, you know, I think it makes sense. Me and S Plus watching War break out in Masters and Grandmasters. Yeah, people were kind of, you know, they were struggling for sure. Both seasons so far, I've kind of just been like, I don't really, I just don't have the time to be grinding Grandmaster that much, so I've just kind of been watching on the, with my you know, just my little baby Master logo there, just kind of watching the mayhem, I suppose, unfold. What's going on, Pablo? Just gotta wait for this ad break to end, I guess, and then we'll start the video. Some of y'all were like 10k crystals in, sheesh. Some people were more than that, man. That's, yeah, but, you know, as long as you get your, like, super GM plaque, like, technically the last thing you need is just, like, that top 3 GM, and then from that point on, you're fine, right? Alright, ad break over. Hello? Everyone back from the ads? Oh boy, how does this work? It's gonna be real objective, certainly, right? There's not gonna be any subjectivity whatsoever. Alright, let's go. Top is most underplayed? Yeah, we'll get to, in fact, okay, yeah, let's start the video now and I can explain it. Alright, folks, we are back. More Granblue. Quick, I guess, little thing. I don't know how often I'm gonna mention this, but you know, December is the 1 year anniversary of me doing this whole YouTube thing. My first video went up on December 20th, so I figured for December, you know, we could do some fun stuff. We're gonna be doing a lot more of like this kind of, you know, like less ranked gameplay necessarily, maybe still some, but more just, you know, discussion videos, tier lists, like more goofy shit like this. It should be a good time. Will this tier list be rigged? You know, I don't know. Maybe not. But yeah, what we're doing today is, as you can probably tell by the title, and if you're here in the stream, same thing. We are going to be ranking characters based on, in my opinion, how much I believe that their mains downplay the character. Now, with that in mind, these tiers are not. You know how I like some more descriptive tiers, some more verbal tiers. Happy 1 year anniversary. Thank you very much. Where's the tier above S called boss mains? Yeah, this will be interesting, right? But yeah, so. Let's kind of rename these real quick before we get started. So, yeah, the highest is going to be the most upplayed, I think. So let's just, or sorry, the most downplayed, right? So let's just call this, I don't know, let's call this lying to your face, you know? Oh, my character is just a poor, honest mid-tier who does no damage and can't zone. Wait, sorry, I'm getting too specific already. Yeah, okay, yeah, some of you already know who I'm referring to already, right? Yeah, sorry, my bad. But yes, lying to your face, we'll call that. Let's call this like minor downplay, right? Cope, A can be the cope tier? I like that. I'm gonna call it minor downplay, just like, because I think some of them need to be a little bit more descriptive, just so it makes any kind of sense at all, right? Yeah, so we'll call this minor downplay. Let's call B honest Abe, you know? Honest Abe, just, yeah, like, it seems about right, you know? Like, either, this could be many things, right? Either the character is really strong, and they're like, yeah, he's busted, what can I say? Or it's, you know, they're like, the character's like, you know, relatively middle of the line or relatively weak, and they're like, yeah, it's like, it sounds about right. Of course, this is all subjective for me, right? Like, my own opinions on how strong the character actually is versus how strong their community thinks they are, right? Is gonna factor into this pretty heavily, right? But we'll see. All right, that the song's looping a little bit too much. For C, I guess it's, yeah, same. So the other side's gonna be upplay, actually, right? This is rarer. This is much rarer, right? Like, I think people, when overall, especially with like how usually the more you complain about a character, like devs actually do kind of listen, and sometimes it feels like it can affect the patches this teeny weeny bit. So I feel like upplay of characters is not very common, but we're gonna have it here anyway. I don't know if I'm gonna put anyone in here, but we'll have it here for now, and we'll see. And then I guess, yeah, let's call it Hopium for the major upplay. We'll call it Hopium. Yeah, I saw mentioned that in the YouTube chat. I like that. So again, yeah, lying to your face, minor downplay, honest Abe's about right, minor upplay, and then Hopium. We'll get started here in just a second. Before we get going, I guess, you know, we're gonna be trying lots of new different kinds of content over the course of December here. So, you know, if you like something, let me know. Like, this is more, the feedback here is more important than ever. We're gonna be trying lots of different kinds of videos. If something that we try you guys really like, we can maybe even past December we can continue doing that sort of stuff. So, you know, if you want to like the video, if you liked it, all that, it helps out a lot. If you want to come by and hang out on the streams too, should be a fun time. So, anyways, in my opinion, for Belial, everyone knows how good he is, but we say he needs buffs. Yeah, so we'll go kind of in order here. So with that in mind, Gran. All right, here's the problem. One, I feel like there's not a lot of people who play this guy. Like, Gran is surprisingly, he's surprisingly rare. I feel like, at least in like people who are very vocal about the video game. However, I will say, I have to get like little scraps and pieces of just like different discussions I hear sometimes, and I do hear people call the Gran players do say like, oh, you know, like he's just an honest footsies character, right? And like, yes, Gran is by no means like some sort of terror that is like, you know, he's got all this cheap shit, right? But this Gran guy, man, like, he's got that 2U, he's got that JU, he's got a plus on block 2M, right? Like, he's got some neutral skips, like I don't think it's horrible, right? But just I think Gran I don't think he's slept on necessarily power level wise. I think he gets away with a little too much of just like his mains going, ooh, I'm just a small bean. I'm just an honest footsies neutral character. And I'm like, no. Like, this is a war criminal game, but like, you've got some stupid shit, and you're pretending that, minor downplay, yes, minor downplay. Also, what's going on, Kel? All right, Gita mains are interesting, right? Because it's, I get kind of like the tale of two Grand mains are honest about it, though. That's not minor downplay. I've seen a lot of, but Gran is just an honest character, which I don't really think that's true, right? Gita's interesting. Gita's kind of like, so Gita did like genuinely receive some significant nerfs. A lot of this is going to be like post Versucha patch, of course. Like the way people talked about their characters varied a lot. But like she got that 5U shit was nice. Like Gita's still pretty good, right? I get the sense from Gita players that they are like, is it wrong with me honestly to feel like I say Gita is major downplay? I don't not from what I've seen. I mean, I get the sense from Gita mains that like, they're like, you know, the character got some nerfs, the character got some buffs. They downplay hard. Who's they in this case? Like, she's kind of honest. Well, okay, it's not the character though, right? It's not the character. This is how much if say Gita was top 1, but all of her community said, oh yeah, she's top 1, then yeah, it will be on a state, right? I'm talking about the difference in how they all call her the worst Shoto. Interesting. I've not seen enough of this. Maybe I heard a lot of downplay before. I'll gotta put her like around minor downplay, right? Again, yeah, what the rest of the community also thinks doesn't matter, right? It's more so what like the Gita players themselves, when I hear them talk, what they say, right? And it feels like she gets a similar treatment to Gran, right? Like I feel like it's again, they just go like all the Shotos who aren't like Belial and shit, right? Or they just go like, oh, but but I'm not that guy. And it's like, well, okay, but you still got some like you got some silly shit on you for sure. Okay, Catalina, can I be honest with you? I feel like I never hear Catalina players go, yeah, man, or the buffs didn't even matter, right? Like Catalina's insane, and I feel like everyone I talk to goes, yeah, like no one who plays Catalina goes, yeah, she's not even that good, guys, right? Like, is that just me? Like, I feel like she's, I haven't seen much Gita downplay in my opinion yet. I feel like Catalina is very strong, but yes, the Catalina players will all be like, yep, character's fucking broken now. Right? So like, this is a good example of like, this character is very strong, but all the mains go, yep, fucking hold that shit. I'm gonna light wall, I'm gonna far M you into a single, like, far M poke into you fireball, into the corner carry from screen to screen, you're gonna hold that shit. I'm like, you know what? You gotta respect it. You almost gotta respect it. Cat players, yeah, like, they understand that they're almost celebrating how much she got buffed, right? Charlotta mains don't exist. Shit's too good, you can't lie about it. Yeah. We'll talk about her strong stuff, yeah. Charlotta mains, like, don't exist. I don't know. Like, I don't know what Charlotta players say. Like, as far as, like, the community at large, I think people think Charlotta's a little better than she is. But, like, I don't think I've talked to a Charlotta main. We don't, yeah, like, I don't know, man. I'm gonna put her in honest just because I haven't really heard that much discourse on Charlotta's power level. Like, the main person I hear talking about how good or bad Charlotta is me. So, like, I don't even know. Right? So I'm just gonna say honest and assume that that's probably fine, right? Someone go hit up Zerom and ask. Yeah, like, I haven't heard Zerom, like, talking too much about, like, oh, Charlotta's broken or Charlotta's so weak or something, right? So, like, we'll put them in honest and move on, right? These guys also don't exist, but I do hear more talk from people who play Lancelot, and yeah, Lance is an upplay. Lance got nerfed in the patch, right? And I think a lot of people are just like, and he has since fallen off a lot of people's radars and stuff like that, right? And I feel like I've seen some Lance mains talking about like trying to make you think Lance is cool. That's interesting. That's an interesting axis. I haven't thought about like trying to make him seem cooler or funner than he is. That's a good point. But as far as a power level standpoint, I have kind of, again, it's one of those things where like he got nerfed and they're like, oh, he's not even that good anymore. Lance is still quite strong, right? Yeah, like he's definitely fallen off, and he's not like one of the best characters in the game anymore, or like in that discussion, probably, I don't think. But he's still really good. He still mixes the shit out of you. He's still like a very solid character. He's still like, on the higher end, like somewhere in the vague range, right, of like the upper half of the cast. So I haven't gotten to anything egregious yet. But again, I got to, like, when I hear Lance players talk about the character, they're kind of just like, oh, you know, like they talk about all the things that got nerfed in the character, and the character did pretty much only get nerfed, right? Like he can corner steal. He can corner steal like now on 5U where he couldn't before, but he mostly only got nerfs. He's still real good though. Like, he's still real good, though, really. Like he, and they kind of talk about it like, oh, you know, look how they massacred my boys sometimes. Again, Lance mains don't really exist, but when I hear them talking, I do hear a little bit more, some Lance mains actually got gutted. Yeah, exactly. Some people act like he just, like, got shot in the head, you know, and all that. Personally, this guy, there's a lot of characters who don't exist in this game, huh? the only real communication I've seen from Percival mains, to be fair, is actually like a lot of them just like posting, hey, look at this like 9,000 damage off like command grab in like Twitter clips and shit. You know what I mean? Like Percival is quite good, and he got buffed pretty hard in the patch, right? But like, honestly, I kind of feel like I don't really hear too much from Percivals. But what I do see is them being like, look at this cool combo I can do now with this like 8,000 damage or whatever. I never heard of a single Percival main. Yeah, honestly, I'm not sure if they're mains or not. I've just seen Twitter clips, people being like, look at what Percival can do now. So I'm just gonna, kind of like similar to Charlotta, but in the sense that more so, I see them talking about like some of the strong stuff he got. I'm just gonna put him in Honest Abe and then move on, right? I don't think I have too much to really talk about with the Percivals, right? I only see them talking, yeah, just like, look at how he can explode you off X combo that exists now. I will say, okay, no. I will say, on patch day, I feel like a lot of them, or I guess it was more so in the previews. It was before we got the full patch. I was gonna say on patch day, some of these motherfuckers were being like, these changes don't mean anything. Why'd they even do this? These are fake. But I think that was no. It was more so under that one singular Twitter clip, like where that Granblue themselves posted, showing like the changes, right? It was like the U stock change, right? And they're like, this doesn't do anything. We saw the rest of the patch notes. We're like, oh yeah. Also, Mortian, thank you for the prime. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Grand on minor downplay. I think you guys get away with to say the character's like, no, he's just an honest little boy. A little bit too much for my taste. All right, can I be real with you? Can I be real with you for a second? Can I be real with you for Ladiva? This is weird, right? This is like, kind of like the Ladiva players. I think are downplaying the character. This is the one that I'm the most familiar with because I see this every single day, right? I see like and Ladiva is not in a good spot right now in Granblue Fantasy vs. Rising. Ladiva is not a very strong character. However, the way that some of the Ladiva players be taught, listen, I love all y'all, and I'm not quite as active in that Q&A discussion thread as I used to be, but I read it every single day, man. And the way some of y'all are talking about the character, you make her sound unplayable, right? I understand she can be very frustrating, right? She can be very frustrating to play. Closer to the center of the tier list, the less delusional people who play that character are. Yeah. Like, she can be very frustrating to play. The ways you can lose, right, can be very frustrating. I understand. But, like, the Ladivas do be talking about this bitch. Like, she literally is unplayable, right? It's like, there's a cloud of doom over the community right now. We'll see if that gets fixed, if they do anything nice for her in Season 2. And again, she's not very good right now, but she's not as bad as people, as the Ladivas are saying she is, right? It's kind of crazy. Like, they act like it's like, 100%, like, they can only win if they just gap you super hard. I'm like, no, the character's still... Like, it's still, like, yes, the slot machine is not as good as it should be, but the character can still definitely just, like, command grab you 3 times in the corner and you're dead, right? Like, it happens. And she gets Oki off that shit. Like, she's not very good at dealing with Brave counter or backdash or whatever, but it's not that bad, guys. Man, these zoners do not talk very much, huh? They're just talking about the Able matchup being unplayable for hitting one button and killing me. Yeah, it's a downplay. Metera? Metera. What the fuck? Anyone ever spoken to a Metera main recently? As a Metera, we're an incredibly dishonest bottom 0. The zoners don't exist. Yeah, maybe I'm on the upplay side. Most Meteras kind of do. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to like look back into my into just seeing like random stuff on Twitter or in the Discord or just in my YouTube comments or something. I'm trying to be like, or like in just like general videos and discussion. I'm like, who? What do they talk about? Okay. I don't know how this is in NA, but I would say Metera will be placed at the top. Oh, like you're saying Metera is like giga downplay? It's gonna vary community to community for sure, right? But yeah, I feel like I just haven't, some of the most devious downplayers, really. Yeah, I just haven't seen like, this is kind of like another Charlotta one, right? This is when I talk about, the game is not, like Granblue does not have a fully fleshed out competitive scene, right? And this is kind of what I mean, like I think Metera's downplay hard for the nonsense Metera can do even if zoners are weak. I will say, I think in general, yes. I think Zoner players, it's kind of like Ladiva, right? Like, how the characters are not very good. I don't think, some people don't agree with this, I don't think Metera is very good. However, I do think that, it kind of rides the wave a little bit too hard into just like, oh, it's so impossible to do anything with my poor character. And that's the only real talk I hear from Metera. It's just like, oh, everything's so hard. And the character's not great, I don't think. But it's kind of similar in like the Ladiva spot, I think, right? Like, just like, the character is not very good, but they're talking about him like they're unplayable, right? I'm a zoner in a game that hates zoners. Yeah, kind of runs around. Yeah. All right. Dude. Lowain? I feel like, is it weird to say that Lowain players, it seems like they think he's fucking great? Is this wrong? I feel like Lowain players all think the character is better than he is, no? I'm trying to like think back to all the. I feel like this is the general sentiment I'm hearing. Yeah, like Lowain players are like the most That sounds about right. Okay, Lowain players like the most optimistic people I've ever met, right? Yeah, like Junior Jam talks. Yeah, Junior Jam's always talking about that. Yeah, any Lowains I ever hear talk about how like bro, like you know, the buffs and like the thing, and he's got and the bro fans always got me and shit. Honestly, I wish that the Granblue community at large was as optimistic as the Lowain players are. Lowain's busted. Salt Prophet is Lowain's strongest down player. That's a good point. That's a good. I forgot about. Yeah, Salt does not like Lowain. You know, maybe I'll move him into minor up play just because I have seen this Salt Prophet guy. That's fair. That's fair. He's a big voice in the community for sure. That's a good point. Maybe minor up play. Maybe because he like by himself he kind of does it, right? Okay. Can I be Lowain is good with K? Yeah, I mean it's not that Lowain is bad, right? It's that is the gap between how good Lowain is, in my opinion, and how like the gap between that and what his players say about him. If he's like pretty good and they all say he's like top 1, then that's still hopium, right? Here's one of the big so here's an interesting thing, right? Here's an interesting thing. I think let's not hop on the fairies too hard because I think we as an entire community like really fed this line to them, right? And again, like I think Fairy is not very good. I think Fairy, if you want to say Fairy is the worst character in the game, then maybe, right? Sure. I don't think anyone is like standout horrible in this patch, right? However, I think there was a huge overreaction to the Versuja patch and the one-sided dominance meme and thing, right? That's a cute little Gigantify there. Thanks to the bits, MD. But yeah, so I think there was a huge overreaction to what happened in the Versuja patch to the point. Yeah, exactly. Everyone's saying one-sided dominance and shit to the point that like Fairy's not this bad, guys. Right? Like no character like there's a lot of like Fairy is literally unplayable talk that hovers around even now, like to this day, even months after the Versuja patch, right? Fairy is minor downplay. It's a very similar thing to the Matera and Ladiva. However, again, I don't think this is the Fairy player's fault, right? I don't think this is gonna look so bad. Ladiva main puts Fairy here, but you know what? You can screenshot this and not hear any of my reasoning as much as you want. It's inevitable. I think we as a community we have a hand in this. I think it's not the Fairy player's fault necessarily. I think we all help them out with this, and we all do this too. I think Fairy is actually quite bad, and yet Fairy's really bad, or relative to the rest of the cast, and yet we downplay her so much worse than she actually is, right? Like, we somehow have gone even further past where we actually should be, right? The character is fine. Like, the character, he's, like, everyone, even all the characters who are on the weaker end, right? So, like, you know, like Fairy, Matera probably, Ladiva probably, oh, sorry, I don't mean to move them up here, but yeah. Like, there's a lot of characters, like, they're not, you know, maybe even Kakala probably. Like, everyone can win, right? Everyone can win. Everyone's got, like, some cheap shit, you know, like, everyone's got good stuff. Fairy gets talked about so often in a way that, like, this character literally can't do anything. I will say, I've heard community sentiment kind of, like, rolling back on this, right? And then all of the other fairies just kind of, most of the fairies just drop the fucking character anyway, right? But I do unironically think this is one of, somehow, despite possibly being bottom 1, she is still heavily downplayed, right? Are tiers ranked? Not really. We can try to vaguely rank them after Ethan, but I don't, like, yeah, ordered? Not necessarily. We can try to rank them after maybe if we feel like it. Alright, this is interesting. Can I be honest? Okay. I'd say Zeta players feel honest to me. I feel like every Zeta player I talks about how stupid it is that she can do what she can do now, right? If anything, I feel like Zeta is more so, like, everyone downplays Zeta except the people who play her, right? The people who play the character go, this character's fucking stupid. And then everyone else goes, I don't know, man, where are her tournament results, right? Like, the people who play this character go, wait, what the fuck did they do? And then everyone else tells me, oh, well, they haven't even won any, where's her results, man? Potential woman, right? So I actually feel like, and this is my opinion, I think Zeta is as strong as the Zeta players say she is, right? I think everyone else is downplaying her. If you think that Zeta is not that good and, like, where her tournament results, then she goes, like, here, right? Then she goes here. But, like, I personally think the character is very, very good, and all of their players are agreeing with me, so subjectively for me, I think she's on a state, right? Salt Prophet does not believe in Lowain? Yeah. That's why, like, again, a lot of Lowains I hear are very positive. Salt Prophet is very unhappy with the character. That's why I had him here, and then I moved them up to here, right? Alright, oh, I'm gonna get in trouble for this one. Oh, I'm gonna get in trouble for this one. I am gonna get in trouble for this one. I guess I technically am a Vaseraga player in some ways. I am gonna get in trouble for this one. You guys are, oh man. I will never, ever escape the fucking yoke of all these motherfuckers who think that Vaseraga is like top 5 somehow. I don't understand it. I really don't. Vaseraga are lying motherfuckers. Jesse downplays the character really hard. Yeah, this This character's fine, man. He's strong. Right? He's strong. Boss main's throwing up the shotguns? No, no, no. All of you are gonna shoot me. The boss main's gonna be fine with me. Yeah, Jesse's the one who downplays the most for sure, but like, yeah, that's one example. But I think a lot of the other Vaseragas go, yeah, you know, like he's got some dumb shit for sure. He's got some dumb shit, but like, you know, he's got X weaknesses. Like, I'm gonna put him, like Jesse by himself, I'm gonna put him in minor downplay, right? But like, most of the Vaseragas are pretty honest. Like, yeah, character fucking kills you when he puts you in the corner, but he's got X and Y and Z weakness, right? I feel, like the only person I can think of who like really genuinely downplays this character is Jesse, right? A lot of the other strong Vaseragas here talking about him go, yeah, he's pretty stupid, but he also has X and Y weakness. I think some people go, yeah, he's got X, this is pretty stupid, don't brave counter him, he can do so much damage, but he has X and Y and Z weakness. People go, what the fuck do you mean he has weaknesses? What do you mean ult tackle's not a reversal? What do you mean you command grab's not a good reversal? Brick, you also downplay him? That's what I'm saying. Like, some of y'all are not going to forgive me for this, because apparently I'm a Vaseraga downplayer thinking he's like mid, you know, A+. Right? Thinking he's like, you know, top like 15 or something. Apparently that makes me a down player because the character's not like top 1. But I think he's fine. I think he's strong and he's got well-defined weaknesses, right? He feels like a more extreme version of Versuge to me in terms of his strengths and weaknesses, for example. Okay. Alright, hold on a second here. Let's talk about Narmaya. Let's talk about Narm. So, not on patch day, okay? On patch day, Narm players were right here, for sure, right? Narm players were definitely right up here. I think as time has passed, and people like have really just pointed out that like the EX sets in a nerf didn't really mean that much, and like flip is actually like a crazy move right now and all that, right? I think the Narms are actually like pretty close. Like I hear a lot of them just talking about here's the problem, right? Here's the problem with some of you motherfuckers, right? The problem with some of you motherfuckers is that Narms will be like, hey, you flip, here's the counterplay to you flip and regular flip, and you go, whoa, fucking down player. How dare you talk to me about the answers to your strong moves? What do you mean it has counterplay? I just want to complain about flip. Flip is one of the moves I've seen the most fucking complaints about for what I feel is like a very disproportionate amount of like no reason. Like, it's a strong move. Like, people go like, oh, I can't believe that Narmaya has flip. How the side games, how'd you give Narmaya flip? What's wrong with you, side games? Why does flip work the way I'm like, bro, like, it's a good move. Yeah, like, it's strong. It's quite strong. It's like the defining move of the character now for sure. But I'm like why? Like, chill, bro. Like, characters have like looping meterless fucking 50/50s that work in the mid screen in this game. Like, why is like it's not like it's okay, right? It's okay. Like, she's right, like, people are like, I almost want to, like, I feel like Narms are almost, it feels like Narms have to, like, defend their character a little bit, right? So, like, I almost want to put them in honest. I'm going to put them in minor downplays. I think some of them are still just like, oh, I can't believe they shot the character like this in the patch, right? But, like, I feel like a lot of the times, all Narms are doing are going, yeah, like, here's what you can do about flip, and everyone just goes, what the fuck do you mean you want me to counterplay your move? What do you mean what I can do about flip? Flip killed my family. Like, bro, like, it's fine. Like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Like, I was trying to tell you counterplay to my character. Like, the counterplay exists. Maybe it's not the easiest all the time, but it exists. I promise. Right? So, like, that's what it feels like sometimes watching Narmaya's talk to people. Right? Yeah, people complain about flip more than they complain about like fucking Lucilius. But yeah, I'm gonna put her in minor because again, like, combined with the patch day stuff and some of that's still like carrying over, right? Narmaya players share their secrets all the time. Yeah, like really, Narm's like super willing to like share tech and stuff. But some of them will still tell you that like, oh, like. The thing is, though, I will say, sometimes Narmaya players just go, like, the reason they're in minor downplay and not honest is, like, those same Narm players, they won't be like, oh, like, here's a counterplay to flip, but, you know, but X and Y and Z problem could happen, right? They'll be like, oh, just like, jab it. Like, they'll say, like, oh, like, it's actually easy, right? Like, beating flip's actually easy. It's not actually, like, I've seen, like, oh, just, yeah, like, bro, like, just hit it. Flip's not even that good. And therefore, they're in minor downplay, right? But, like, a lot of them are just like, yeah, like, you know, they're sharing counterplay and they got shot in the head for it, man. It's crazy. Now the counterplay, will I react? No. Will I complain? Probably not. See, the probably not at the end there is what some people are lacking, for sure. Sora's mains don't exist. Sora's main, like, I feel like Sora's mains are, I don't know, like, I feel like they don't complain about their character, like, they don't talk about their character's strengths almost ever, right? Sora's mains is kind of like, they just kind of go like, oh, like, he's cool, I like him. I like Sora's because he's cool and he has muscles, and I like muscles. And yeah, and they also talk about how, yeah, they talk about how, like, 623H is, like, a crazy move and shit like that, right? I feel like they don't, like, there's almost, like, there used to be a tier for, like, doesn't talk about their character's strength, you know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna say, like, you know, straight up, like, there's, like, you know, doesn't, only memes, doesn't talk, I can't spell, hold on, doesn't talk strength, right? I feel like Sora's mains will like I've never heard a Sora's discuss how good the character is. They always just go Soya and they post like the gif of him flexing or like the gif of him and like Huygen and that one like the gif of them just like standing there in their underwear or shit like that. Like I feel like I've never heard a Sora's main talk to me about how strong Sora's is. Like I don't know. Like I actually have no. Honestly, we can put Charlotta mains in here too. Like these players don't talk about how good their character is, right? The Charlotta mains just talk about how they love Potato and how they don't think and how they love so much, right? And like all the Source mains is kind of like they just go, I like big muscle man punch flex, and that's it, right? It's like yeah, they're chill, honestly. You guys like, don't really talk about the strength of their character at all. I do think Source is pretty good, but like yeah. Okay, can I be real with you? These Zooey mains, man, they gotta the character's not this bad. These Zooey mains gotta shut up. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, okay, they don't gotta shut up, but like, Zoe's do them a little bit too hard, I think. So like Zoe's be talking like there's no reason to play the character anymore, and you know she's. A lot of them do just say that she's mid, I guess. Okay, can I be real with you? A lot of the Zoe's that I've talked to go like, my character is mid tier, but they don't go, my character is mid tier. They go like, my character is mid tier, and like it's like with tears in their eyes, right? Like they say that the character is like mid with like tears, and they don't say that she's bad. They all say she's mid, but like yeah, Zoe mains are scary. Yeah, I haven't heard any Zoe mains. You don't hear them every now. I almost put her in lying to your face. It's weird, right? Because like again, they don't say that she's bad, but the despair in their heart with which I hear Zoe mains talk about how okay the character is like confusing. You know what I mean? Like they don't talk like they say like oh yeah she's like probably somewhere in like the middle of the pack, but like they talk about it with like such a heavy heart that I'm like. It almost confuses me. I can't tell if they're downplaying or if they just like want her to be top tier and she's not, or what exactly. Zoe players flip-flop from what I've seen. It's so over, it's so back. Yeah. I already see Fairy, and that's crazy. If you missed the context, it's fine. Don't worry about it. May I think I hear them complain about all the Thunder changes? Yeah. They act like she's gonna be removed next patch? Yeah. So like they talk about her with they don't say she's bad, just haven't talked to enough Zoe mains. Well here's the thing, right? Again, I've talked to lots of Zoe mains. They say that she's like okay, but they say it in such a way like okay means the character's bottom one. Right? Like, there's not a lot of characters who are okay in the game, right? Like there's like they say it like she's okay in a game where like everyone else is broken or something. It's certainly strange. There's some downplay going on for sure. So I went from mid and fun to mid and boring. Yeah, that might be why, right? That might be why, perhaps. Yeah, because it's despair, exactly. I don't think it's like a ton of downplaying on the actual power level. They just talk with it with so much despair. Is it gonna be like last time with the subs? I don't think so. I don't think so. Yes, thank you, Zach. They say she's okay in a way that makes it sound like Doobie. That's a great way to put it. Thank you. All right, I mean, listen. All right, I mean, what the fuck do you want me to say? I have not ever. I feel like the only Cagliostro player I mean, listen. Maybe this is Nezu. Like, it's not just. I don't know what to tell you, man. If you're a Cagliostro player and you're really sad hearing me say this, I don't know, man. Downplay Cag? All right, hold on. Yeah, I got you. The thing about Cagliostro, the thing that you don't know about Cagliostro is that, have you considered the fact, right? Cagliostro, the thing about her, guys, is she doesn't do any damage, right? But you see, you get some high damage combos, maybe, sometimes, to get the proper trap set up. That's, like, so situational. It, like, never happens, man. And, like, she's supposed to be, like, a zoner, apparently, but she can't even zone. Like, she only has, like, she has, like, Spike, and, like, yeah, I guess it's okay sometimes. Like, come on. They took away the invuln on her DPs in the patch, guys? And but M Spike, everyone keeps talking, M Spike got so buffed, It's still minus on block, it's -1 on block, what's the big deal? Far H isn't even that good of a normal, guys, like, it's not even, like, okay, like, it's fine, but, like, bro, Cagliostro Far H is so good. You seen Belial lately? You've seen Siegfried? You've seen Lucilius lately? You're talking about Cagliostro Far H? Come on, man, you're talking about Cag Far H in this game? I don't know what to tell you. She's, like, fine. Like, she's got some tricksy stuff. Your big problem is you just need to learn the matchup. Your problem is you don't know how Cagliostro works. If you understood how Cagliostro works, you would realize, well, her shit is fake. She's got no mix, man. J22H is not even that good of a throw bait. It's not. Just literally stand block and close L and she dies. She needs a full combo for throw baiting. What are you talking about, man? The character's not even that good. She's not even that good. You just don't know the matchup. You just need to lab. You just don't know how to lab. You never learned how to lab, man. You're stupid. That's why you think she's bad. You're stupid. You're stupid. Do CAG players even say she's fine? That seems terrible. Maybe. Honestly, yeah. Maybe I was being too nice. But yeah. So I mean, are we gonna be? Right? Are we gonna? Right? Are we gonna be? Are we gonna like talk about it much? I think that was enough, right? Okay. Can I be honest with you? Can I be real with you? So I'm thinking about UL right now. And I'm thinking about like So Kix is like consistently, like Kix will not shut up about how bad UL is, right? The one time I thought, like the one time that Gucci talked to me about stuff, he's just kind of talking about like, you know, I feel like Gucci almost made me think that UL was better than she was. The one time he was like he beat me in a tournament set and he was like explaining some Oki or something like that. I don't know. UL players are definitely dooming. UL kind of awkward in terms of downplay. It's weird. Like I feel like a lot of the ULs that like, there's not that many of them to begin with, right? But like part of it. Yeah, like it definitely part of it is just memeing, and then when I talk to when I talked to Gucci, he did not talk about how ass or bad the game was or anything, or the character was. He was kind of talking about like, yeah, like you know, here's setups and stuff, right? So I almost feel like he's either here or like weirdly enough, I think UL is better than she is after playing her for a bit. So here's the thing, I don't think UL is that good, right? So like this is where I personally don't think UL is that good, right? And as a result, if they think he's like kind of bad, I'm kind of here, right? Yeah. Oh, Kix is over here, right? But like I feel like some of the ULs I hear, they're being relatively honest about the character. Just the character is lacking a bit, right? UL mains do not care about zoning. They'll complain about fireballs a lot, right? Like I think a lot of the UL posting I see is just kind of like I got that UL in me and shit like that, right? Like the only person I hear who like really talks about character strength a lot is just Kix, right? And Kix is very negative about it. Other times I hear it, they just talk about it more so in terms of like tech and stuff. The yip, yeah. I feel like the main thing I have in my head with UL is just like memeing, right? It's just like steals your La Yule, returns your La Yule. I got that Yule in me. Yip, all that. So, all right. Here's the thing, right? Here's a weird one. Yeah, exactly. Steals your La Yule. Yeah. Here's a weird one, right? Uno. So Uno mains do exist. Funny enough, I have found like the Uno mains exist and they're like all in my fucking Discord server. Like I know they're gonna say like, oh, where's Unos don't exist, right? But like ironically, is it weird? Like I feel like Unos are honest. It almost feels like Unos to me are like, even though I think Uno is very good, I feel like Unos are like actually upplaying the character to try and get people to play him. You know what I mean? Like there's like the character is good and they admit it. I almost feel like they make him sound better than he is because they just desperately want someone to play their character. Is what it feels like to me sometimes, right? Like they do admit the character's good and he is good. But yeah, I feel like it's like a minor amount of upplay. It's just like, bro, like he's cool. Like come over to Uno Nation. We have a good throw bait and good zoning guys and our parry. And the Uno's good, but there are better options. I mean, that exists for almost unless you're like top one, that exists, right? But I guess in his archetype of like weird sort of all-rounder zoner of rushdown guy, like I don't even know if that's true necessarily. Unless you want to put like Belial in that camp or something. There's more friends, yeah. Please play my character. He's cool, yeah. Like exactly. I feel like yeah, Uno. Uno is good, and the players will tell you that he's good. But like I feel like there is sometimes they put a little bit of an exaggeration on it, just to be like, see guys, Uno, he's got sauce, guys. Uno has sauce, I promise. And not wrong, but when I lose on Uno, I always feel like it's me, even though he does have weaknesses. Yeah, Uno feels very good. All right, so here's so funny enough, all the Eustace mains I have sort of converged upon me because I've been trying to learn the guy, right? It's weird. I feel like I don't hear Insurgents talk too often, for example, about like whether Uno is like, not Uno, whether Eustace is like good or bad or something. I think Eustace feels mid adjacent to me, and I feel like that's the general vibe I get from some of the Eustaces. I feel like Forgiven upplays the fella a little bit, right? But yeah, I don't know. I feel like Eustace mains are more so on that like they're just like sending DP loop Twitter clips to each other back and forth. Like it feels like they don't interact with the community at large as much. Eustace mains are hard down players. Just win, yeah. I feel like I don't know. Personally, I don't think Eustace is great, and I think that's like roughly like he's fine, and that's roughly where I hear people talking about him who play him too, right? So. Like, if you think that Eustace is like top 5, then yeah, they're like right here because they talk about him like he's like pretty mid. But I feel like he is pretty mid, so I don't know. I'm gonna put him. I don't even know, man. I feel like
very good odds of this person.
Yo, Snoop, thanks for the prime, man.
Smart and attractive.
It's like I almost want to put him here because I feel like most of the time I hear Eustace is discussing the character, they usually are not really discussing. They're not really discussing the strength of the character too much as they are just like, look at this like cool weird fucking mid-screen DP loop setup I found. We lie to your face 100%. I don't. You do maybe Forgiven, but I think you lie in the other direction. I think you think this character is way better than he is. Forgiven. I'm gonna put him here. I'm gonna put him here just because I don't know. I'm gonna put him here just because I don't know. Minor downplay? Listen, if you come here in the middle when you miss my explanations, nothing's gonna make sense, okay? All I hear is, look at this bomb combo I hit. Yeah, I feel like they just all let's talk about, like, bro, look at this. Like, isn't this cool? Look at these, like, incredibly impractical DP loops that I will hit, like, 1 in every 75 matches. But it looks so saucy, dude. It's so saucy, dude. All right, Seahawks? Okay, here's a weird thing, right? Here's a weird thing. I have not talked to enough Seahawks mains. I'll tell you, I think I can't tell, the community at large feels like they think this character is worse than he is, right? I have not talked to enough Seahawks mains to actually know what they think. I haven't talked to, like, Seahawks fell off the face of the earth despite not being bad. Yeah, like, I almost feel like, I guess, here's the thing. If we're gonna say, it feels like a lot of the Seahawkses almost, like, just don't play the motherfucker anymore. They, like, pick someone else up or, like, drop the game or something. Right? And, like, in that case, I guess he probably is being downplayed because he is still good. He's worse than he was. He got nerfed pretty significantly, but he was very good, and now he's still good, right? So, like, in that case, I feel like that's... Because I feel like he disappeared because a lot of his players just, like, stopped playing him, I think. So, like, that is downplay in a way, I suppose. So I'm gonna put him... I don't think it's, like, I don't hear... If more Seahawks players were, like, still playing him and talking about how crazy he is, or how, like, bad he is or something, but I feel like a lot of them just, like... I don't know. I just don't see this guy anymore. Like, I just don't see him anymore. Seahawks may just play top 1 and switch to Belial. I don't think Seahawks was top 1 before the patch, but sure, I get the insult you're trying to hurl there. But yeah. Seahawks mains, they don't really exist anymore, and I think that in itself kind of counts as downplay. They're like, oh, we got gutted in the patch, but he's still quite good, right? Bo, can I be real with you? So Vera's not amazing in this patch, I don't think, but I was talking to Char was saying that the Veras were saying she was, like, bottom 5. Like, I don't think Vera's that bad, man. Like, this is downplay for sure. I'm just trying to figure out how much, right? Like I think Vera, like, I think Vera is, like, not great. Vera's not great, but I think she's fine. I think she's, like, she's, like, not that bad, and, like, Vera's talk about her, like, it's so over, right? Like, it's another one of those cases where I feel like, even though the character, in reality, this is, like, a smaller scale version of the fairy stuff, where, like, in reality, the character is not great, but I feel like the players talk about her like she's so much worse than she is. And, like, maybe they're right, because they play the character and I don't, but, like, it feels significant, man. It feels significant. Like, Char told me this, and my jaw hit. People talk about Vera being bottom 5. I just don't see it at all. Right? Like, I think the character is, like, fine. Like he feels like a similar strength level to Zooey to me, but then the Vera mains tell her that the Vera mains tell you she's bottom 5, right? Vera mains might be second to Kag. Who's putting her bottom 5? Char told me that all the Veras were dooming and they thought she was bottom 5. He said he didn't think she was quite that bad, but, like, he was telling me Veras were talking about her being bottom 5, and I'm like, that's too much. That's too much, man. Reason Vera mains downplay so much because the bad matchups were made much worse in the recent matchup? That's fair. Yeah, I don't think she's great. Keep in mind, this is not a character strength tier list, right? Like, Catalina is really strong, but her players will be like, yep, hold that light wall, dumbass, and that means she's honest, right? The character is very strong, but the mains will tell you, fucking skill issue, right? Like, just get far M'd into half your health, idiot, and, like, that's honest. This is not, just because Vera is here does not mean she's, like, secretly broken. It means that, like, I feel like she's pretty fine, and the Veras are talking about her like she's unplayable, and that seems weird to me. All right, bro, can I be real with you? The Bubs players, I feel like... I was gonna say, it feels like the Bubs players are upplaying, right, minorly, right? But can we ignore Otto when we get to Abel? I've only heard Otto's opinions on Abel before the patch, which aligns with mine. I'm actually not sure. But yeah, I feel like Bubs players are, like, kind of, like, the character is strong, by the way. Like, the character is good. Bubs is not weak. Bubs is a strong character, but I almost feel like the Bubs, whenever I talk to Bubs players or hear Bubs players talk about their character, they're just like, they talk about him almost a little too positive, right? Like, they're just happy to be here. Like, they're almost here, but they talk about character strength things with, like, a lot of love, right? So I almost feel like Bubs is, like they know he's strong, but they think he's maybe even a little bit better than he is, right? Like, I don't think any character, there was no community that was as happy when they saw, like, the little preview video in the Versuja trailer at EVO, more than the Bubs players. Like, the Bubs players saw, like, they immediately locked onto Unisonic and, like, Chaos Caliber being a separate cooldown, and it was all they would fucking talk about for, like, a month. Like, they're like, bro, it's a separate cooldown now. They're so happy. Like, again, honestly, that's, like, incredibly, like, I can't put him in Hopium because he is really good. Like, Bubs is very strong, but, like, they're just, like, they're so happy. I respect it a lot. I'm not trying to make fun of them at all, right? Like, I feel like he's good, but like they're so happy all the time. Get light walled, idiot. Yeah. Don't be lying to these people. Char. Listen, you walked in, you told me the Vera Nation thought she was bottom 5, and I can't. It's okay. I can be wrong. This is about what this tier list is how big the gap of my opinion of your character versus the player base of your character, and I don't think Vera's that bad. So I'm just gonna say that like I think she's fine, and people are telling me she's bottom 5. I think that's too much. That's insane. That is a very strong level of downplay. No disrespect, man. Yeah, maybe you're right. You play the character, you know her better than I do, but I just don't believe it. For me, it's a big gap there. All right, let's talk about Belial. It's weird, right? So on patch day, right? On patch day, Belials were like here. Right? On patch day, Belials were right up here. Like, Belials were being like, man, the buffs didn't even matter, and like he got nerfed, guys. Like, what are you talking about? Like they were really telling you that like what happened to the Versuja patch was totally fine, right? However, I think they have kind of over time, and once we realized how big the U Fireball change was, and like just the fact, I think they have yes, like everyone said, I'm agreeing with chat here for sure. I think as time has gone on, they've almost regressed to like a meme statement of it, where they're like, yep, he's real fucking good. Hold this 2M, asshole, right? Like here you go. Like, yep, get 2M, get Far 8, like, get U Fireball. I love me some U Fireball. Like they've almost reverted down to like, yeah, they're memeing. Yeah, they say Belial is honest, but they're memeing about it. Like, I think it feels very clear to me. Like, Belial players, like every Belial player is. Let me see if I can find this GIF. Hold on. Let me show you this real quick. Yeah. Well, let me pull up the Discord right here. Every Belial player is like this GIF. Wait. I lost it again. Belial. Like, they all feel like this. Like, they all just, like, understand they got away with fucking murder in the patch, and they're gonna continue to forever, and they're just happy about it. They're smug about it, but they know the character. They know he should have gotten nerfed harder and didn't. But, like, they're like, fuck you, man. Deal with it. Character's broken. And you know what? Just like the Catalinas, I gotta respect that. If you're telling me, yeah, 2M's broken, Far H is broken, U Fireball's broken, right? React to the command grab, dumbass, and you 2-0 my ass. I gotta hold that. At least you're being honest. I gotta hold that. Able. Isn't my dearest brother? I've been caught in the Belial mix meme. Yeah. Oh, inserts. Yeah. Exactly. Like I think Belial mains meme about him. With like they say he's honest, but they know for a fact that that's like they're obviously joking. So I think they're honest. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think what I heard from the Able mains when the patch dropped, and so far, like, it's just that, yeah, Able got way better. Why is Vera at the top? I missed the explanation. I think Vera's not great necessarily, Crimson, but I think Vera is like pretty. She's fine, and the Vera players talk about her like her ass is bottom 5, right? So NA is so different. I mean, it's gonna be there. I only see the NA discourse and like maybe some of the Europe and South America discourse. So that's about it, right? But yeah, Able players, they seem to be like, yeah, like Able got big buffs. We're happy about it, right? I almost want to say that I feel like Abel's people hate this character. People hate this character, so if they're gonna like they're gonna be really mad at me when so many of these placements out of context, right? Motherfuckers just like didn't watch this, and it's inevitable, right? They're gonna see these and be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" and all that. The comments in this video are gonna be amazing, I'm sure. However, Able actually is quite good this patch, but I almost feel like Able players talk about him like he's better than he is. Like, he's not. Like, he's real good, but like I don't know. Like he got good buffs and he's quite strong now. But I almost feel like Abel's. Abel's almost like they're a little bit too like they're like, even though he is good, it feels like they're upplaying a little bit. I hate Able players because they play their character like their character doesn't kill itself. Yeah, I've been upplaying him. Yeah, like, again, this does not mean that Abel's not good. I think Abel's quite strong in this patch, and I think he's actually probably a little bit stronger than someone of his archetype should be. However, I think the Abels talk about him like he's even more like he's even better than he actually is, right? This is a hard one, right? Where do we go? Anila is not very good right now. However, this feels like fairy lights to me. Anila is memes, maybe. I do hear a lot of Anila's talking about her strength. I see a lot of memeing for sure. I posted this in the Discord. The Vera players are angry at me. I go for it. Yeah, they'll be angry at me too, I'm sure. Anila players, first off, don't exist. Second, when they do talk about her, it is oftentimes, you know, memes and boobs and thirst traps and shit, or like Buster Wool. However, they do talk strength, and when they do talk strength, they talk about this character like she just can't do anything at all. I feel like this is like Anil players are super negative about this bitch, and she's not good. She's not good, right? She's not good, but like it's a little much. I don't know if it's like a little much, like if she's like, I mean, but at the same time we have Milk Me Anila, who I like. Okay, to be fair though, right? The loudest voice in the community is probably a guy that his like the loudest representative of Anila is probably just the guy who shows up in Diaphone's videos all the time, Milk Me, just talking about how much he wants Anila to give him a breastfeeding hand job, right? So like, I almost want to think that it's just memes. Like, even though like when they talk about her, they talk like when they talk about strengths, they you know they. I love like the delay in chat. Like I love when I say something, I just know that in like 15 seconds it's gonna be crazy. But yeah, so like I've seen Anila Cord celebrating being bottom 0 on tier list till I'm dry. Yeah. Is Anila the weakest Shoto character? Generally curious. I mean, she's kind of, you know, like she's almost, yeah, she's maybe it's hard. Maybe. I just lost to him too. Okay, that guy's not one of us. But the thing is, right? If like, listen, if your largest representative is such, then I almost feel like, you know, that I almost feel like he kind of speaks for the community just by virtue of Diaphone giving him a platform, you know. I don't like it. So okay, Anila is going either in only memes because, you know, breastfeeding handjob, or is it minor or major downplay? The character is not good. I feel like I don't see. Okay, here's how I'm gonna put her in minor downplay, right? Because I think the character is not as bad as they talk about her being. However, most of the discourse surrounding Anila is not how bad she is. Most of the discourse surrounding Anila by her players is like either I want to have sex with her, or she is so cute, or I love hugging sheep, or something. Like it's something like they're almost here. But when I hear enough strength talk about her and her being like a little worse than I think she actually is, they'll put her here, right? Whereas like the reason that Fairy's up here, for example, is that even though Fairy is really bad, the discourse surrounding her from the players is so negative that like it's almost too much, right? And it's all they talk about. No one talks about anything with Fairy except with just, you know, how horrible she is now or something. I'll be real, as an Anila man, I think it's major. It's the same thing he said about Ladiva. These motherfuckers make it sound like she's unplayable sometimes. Well, yeah, but again, I feel like the characters are actually in like pretty bad spots, right? And it's not the entirety of the discourse surrounding the character. Like, so the reason that Fairy is a very similar case to like Anila and Ladiva and Matera, but I think that the difference is the only discourse, honestly, the only discourse I hear about Fairy is that she's unplayable. Can I be real with you? Now that I think about that, dude, the Ladivas are not gonna, streets are not gonna fuck with us. Can I be real with you? Oh man. Shit. Streets are not gonna fuck with this one. Shit. It's the only thing they talk about. It's the only thing they talk about is how unplayable the character is. Fuck. She's not good. She's not good. She's not good. She's not good right now. But it's the only thing they talk about. They're my people. They're my boys. But it's the only thing they talk about. I never hear Ladivas talking about every now and then someone posts a clip of like, you know, Ladiva's J360U like catching a DP on startup, and everyone goes gap, and like we all have a good time. But like Ladivas don't talk about anything except for how worthless the character is, and that feels like a little much. It feels like a little much. Oh man. I think I have to be honest. By the way, again, the character is not strong, but they only ever talk like I have had. Like, for example, I've told Ladiva mains that, like, Ladiva's, before Popbuster got the damage buff, I told Ladiva mains that Ladiva's EX command grab into 360U was the highest damage command grab out of any of the fighting, like, the main fighting games right now. And they all told me there's no fucking way Ladiva's command grab does no damage. And I'm like, well, if you think about, like, the literal math of the percentage HP, she does more than Zangief, EX SPD, and more than Popbuster. And you know, I just, like, didn't get a response, basically, right? Like, the hatred for the spot this character is in right now, like, overshadows a lot of actual things they did right in the patch, I think. Can I kind of get her own tier above at this point? We'll put her at top left and we'll call it there. Alright, Siegfried is kind of in a similar spot to Seox, I think. Like, where the character is still very good, but he did get nerfs in the patch, and I feel like a lot of his players just, like, either, like, reactionarily, like, jumped and played someone else, like, but, like, I think it's still, like, I think the prevailing sentiment I hear about him is that he is still good. I think for the same reasons as Seox, right? Seagar upplaying? I think it's hard to upplay Seox. I see Brick hasn't seen all the dooming about UL that's been going on since the patch came out. I've seen a little bit. I think primarily I still mostly see, you know, Steel's URL Yule, right? Only the carry people dropped? Yeah, I still feel like Siegfried, like, I think it's hard to upplay Siegfried. He's very good still. Honestly, I'm gonna put him in, again, for similar reasons as Seox, right? I think, the reason he's going in minor downplay is because the reaction his player base had insofar as, like, it feels like a lot of people are playing Belial or Lucilius or some other character now, right? That feels like too much to me. Like, he didn't get nerfed that hard for the exact same reason that Seox is here too. Sieg isn't downplayed? I feel like, honest at max? I don't think so. I mean, Sieg is still very strong, and the patch was not that big of a deal, and I feel like the player base treated it like more than it actually was. You know, he could go in honest. He could go in honest. If you were saying upplay earlier, though, I think that's insane. How the fuck is Sieg being upplayed by anyone, right? And again, I'm not talking about the community at large, I'm talking about his players, but I feel like I don't see anyone upplaying. The mains are still saying he's good? Yeah, the ones who are still there, right? Again, I think the fact that a lot of people, like, I guess maybe if you want to count those people as not Siegfried mains, right? But so in which case, sure. All the Sieg players I know just didn't care and kept playing him, maybe. I don't hear Sieg players saying he's the, okay, I guess that's, so here's the thing. This is where, you know, it's just like a creative difference. If you think that the people who just dropped him, the people like on patch day, if they just don't count as Siegfried players, then fair, right? Then in which case he goes in honest. Because yes, the people still playing the character are not really, they're like, yeah, he's strong still, right? However, if you think that like Siegfried Exodus is any kind of, it matters at all, then I think he goes here. And by that logic, I think Seox goes down here too. Like, these two are tied at the hip, because the exact same thing happened to both of these characters. Where, like, they got nerfed, they're still quite good, and then, like, you know, just like a lot of people drop them, right? So I feel like these guys are, like, the exact same thing. So if either they're both here, or they're both here. Interesting precedent, because it's going to affect what we do for Nier. I got a whole other thing for Nier, I'll tell you what. Actually, I haven't talked to the Niers enough, but I'll be honest. I have a whole different thing for Nier. Both honest? I still don't believe the patch was even a nerf for Sieg, just a change to his routes, if not a buff to his mid-screen. I don't know about all that. I think the fireball getting sped up, like, I think it's definitely a nerf. And also, it's not just neutral, it also makes some of his pressure, like his like trickier pressure strings a little bit more easy to autopilot spot dodge too. So it's definitely a nerf, but it's not that big. I agree with both honest. I generally feel bad for Nier players, yeah. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with both of these guys going here, because again, the people who still play the character are not really saying that the character's broke, like, you know, completely dead or anything. The only reason, again, if you want to put them in minor downplay, it'd be because of all the people who dropped them, like, on the patch day, right? Nier's a mixed bag, yeah. So Nier's an interesting one, right? Nier is an interesting one because, so Nier is the most nerfed character
very good
in the game by a lot, right? Say no to ads, kids. Thank you, Lakatu. Thank you for the 3 months. Yeah, so Nier it got horribly nerfed, and I think a lot of the Nier players ignore the community at large, because the community at large just like, honestly, I just don't care to hear the opinions of people who don't play Nier on Nier anymore, because it's just annoying at this point, right? People just, I get it, like, she was strong, I get it. I still think what they did was dumb, and she could have gotten nerfed a little bit less, I get it. But weirdly enough, a lot of the, I don't know if this is still the case, but a lot of the Niers, like a lot of the good Niers that stayed on Nier, feel to me like they actually like are like upplaying the character a lot. Right? Is what it feels to me. What's going on? I saw you in both chats, Steeler. What do you yell my name out for? Is this something about Abel? What do you mean we upplay Abel? Yeah. I think Abel got a lot better, but I feel like Abel players talk about him like he's better than he is. Give her back her Raging Strike, though? Yeah, like, the really, like, you know, like Eno and Elsa and people like this are, like, the main people that I see who, like, disagree when I say that Nier's really bad now. Right? I know Elsa was saying for a little bit when the patch first dropped that they still thought Nier was, like, top 10. Right? So, like, again, I could be wrong about this, but insofar as the size between the gap of how good I think the character is and how good it seems like the, like, dedicated Nier players think she is, they kind of feel hopium to me, right? Like, they feel like Nier players, the dedicated Nier mains who are still there, feel like they are stronger, like they think the character is way stronger than I do. They could be right, by the way, but from my perspective, it kind of feels a little bit hopium, right? They're kind of talking about her like... even Elsa isn't a dedicated Nier main anymore? Yes. So, with the caveat of, I haven't heard Elsa's opinions on Nier for like a couple of months. Like, it was only a couple of weeks into the patch that I heard Elsa say, like, I think Nier is still top 10. I don't know anymore. I don't know what Inochi's thinking. I don't know what Elsa's thinking, right? I don't think, is Koji Coco still, I think I saw Zippy's on Lucilius now or something, right? Maybe minor upplay. Just because I think as time went on, they got a little bit more sad, right? Maybe they got a little bit more sad, I think. Koji Coco's on Belial, yeah. else in contention to win tournaments, they kind of have to pick a real character. Yeah. So, but again, that kind of shows that they don't think that Nier is necessarily as crazy as they want, right? Eno doesn't like where Nier's at? Oh, okay. Maybe, again, I might have the main time that I talked to a lot of, like, I heard, or even just like heard a lot of Nier discourse from the Niers on how strong she was pretty soon after the patch. So it's possible they were smoking some hopium, and like they later realized, like, oh no, the character's actually like they maybe went a little bit too hard on her, right? Oh, you want to say hi to Gief? We can do that. Before we get into Grim Nier, that'll be a fun one. I'll put Nier in minor up, because I still feel like, compared to my, I think this is more so coming from like my opinion on Nier is very negative towards her current strength, right? So I think I'm gonna, the Nier still feel a little bit more optimistic than I do, so I'll put them in minor. We'll put them in minor up. All right. Hello. Here we go. Let's get Zangief on screen for a second here before we talk about Grim Nier. Let's get Zangief on screen. He says hello, hi. Here he is, my actual human son. There we go. Here he is. The boy, indeed, yep. He says hi. He says that don't listen to Cagliostro players. They will lie right straight to your face. He's a good boy. My tiny Eevee plushie says hi to Gief. He says hello, tiny Eevee plushie. All right. Back to work. Back to business. Enough of my human son. That's a huge plushie. He's so large, no? He's like the size of my torso. All right. Listen to me. Man, Leaf. Okay, thanks for the call. Thanks for the snitch, Besu. Necessary. Leaf, come on. I'm not gonna ban you. Let me tell you something. See you in an hour, though. Get the fuck out of here. We talked about the squishing of the little guy. We've talked about this. All right. Can I be real with you? So Grim is really strong, and I feel like Grim players are I will say I have not kept my finger on the pulse with the Grims as much, but the general sentiment that I get, the general sentiment I get is all right. Can I be real with you? So Zane, for example, I think Zane to Grimnir was top 7. Okay, yeah, like Zane, I think says that like the character's strong, but he's better than he otherwise could be because people like don't understand some of the knowledge checks, right? And I think that's true. Right? I think Grim is very good, even if you understood everything about him, right? And yeah, I do think he probably still is even better than he otherwise would be, because a lot of people just like don't bother to learn. Like the amount of people who just don't even know like the frame data on the seal dashes and shit like that is very funny, right? With that in mind, right? It feels like they definitely are a little bit. And it's not just Zane. Like when I hear like general. When I hear Grimnir is talking about Grimnir, there's some memeing, by the way. Like he's a relatively memey community, but I feel like there's a lot of defensiveness about their boy, right? I think Grimnirs have some Grimnirs have a bit of a parasocial relationship with Grimnir, which, you know what, fair enough. That's big. He's a cute guy. I like him, and like it feels like they get a little bit defensive when you talk about like they're like, oh, but look at all these other look at all these other characters. They're also good. Why we talk about Grimnir so much? I'm gonna start him here. I feel like overall Grim players agree that he's really good. Is the general sentiment that I hear, right? They downplay how good he is a little bit. They're like, oh, he's pretty good, but like, look at that guy over there, right? But like, I feel like they usually agree that the character is top tier. It's just more so that they don't want to hear it. Like they're like, yeah, he's top tier, but like, can we talk about nerfing that Belial guy or that Lucilius guy or something else instead, right? So it feels like some minor deflection and defensiveness, but I think Grims are honest-ish about the character, right? Now, please nerf Grimnir. There you go. Yeah, like again, I think most Grimnirs that I hear, like they agree he's top tier. They just like don't want you to talk about it too much. Like they kind of want to go like, hey, okay, let's talk about Lucilius. Or let's talk about Belial. Let's talk about X or Y or Z, right? All right. Speaking of which, by the way, let's talk about Lucilius. Who the fuck plays like who's like a main of this guy, right? Generally, when I feel like the only times that I hear people talk about the character, yeah, it feels like Catalina to me, where they just go like, you know, Blade level 5, GG, shake my hands, right? Like I feel like the character is very good, and I feel like I don't really hear people talking about any, like no one even. It's because Tav. People are saying Tav. I have not seen what Tav says about Lucilius, right? But like the, so I almost. I almost want to feel like a lot of people who play Lucilius right now are almost like not Lucilius mains. Like they're like refugees from other characters, right? Like people who like picked up other characters after the patch, right? Yeah, if it feels like, yeah, but I feel like more Belial mains were Belial mains before the patch, because Lucy got like Giga buffed, right? Paradise Lost is all I hear. Yeah, shit like, you know, oh, like give praise for he has no equal. Like I feel like Lucilius is very good, and the Lucilius players by and large tell you to go fuck yourself, right? Like they say like, yep, hold that shit. All the Lucy mains I've talked to say it was more interesting before he did 10k damage off any poke. I say they're pretty honest about it. Yeah, I will say though, I will say. On, remember when I said that any, out of any community, the people who were the most optimistic about like that Versusia trailer video, right, were the Bubses, right? Like they saw that thing and they went, yo, the if I can count patch day, the Lucille, it is very funny in hindsight now how sad the Lucys were about the buffs, right? Like cast your mind back to about 4 months ago, right? The Lucys were like, I can't believe we didn't get anything. They buffed moves we don't even use. This character's still gonna be mid. Like, I think they very quickly realized they were wrong, right? But like, it is funny in hindsight to just think like the Lucy, yeah, like I almost want to put them in the trailer sucks for Silius. Sure, yeah, like they didn't show like the blade level stuff, which is the most important stuff, right? But I mean, even then, you know, you could just be like, well, let's fucking wait for the patch notes. 4 months ago, there was a seppuku line for Narm players, yeah. So I don't think it really is gonna factor into it, right? I don't think it's really gonna factor into it because again, it's very like right now I think, and for the last little bit, for several months, it's been very honest, right? But it is just funny to think about. Tweet about 214M and blade level 5 damage, and I knew top 5 was ours. Okay, yeah. The Dooming got to us all, yeah. Dude, okay, can I be honest with you? This is the character. Remember when I talked earlier about how like I feel like Narm Flip gets like such a crazy disproportionate amount of hate for being a good move, like it's so crazy. The 2B, I don't know what 2B players are drowned in the largest wave of negativity from the greater community that exists in Granblue, right? Like, I have no idea what the fuck 2B players say about 2B, because none of you motherfuckers who don't play the character will shut up about how much you hate this character, right? I have no idea what 2B mains think about the character. I don't hear anything from them. It's all just, like, people who just don't like the fact that they can't play Granblue the same way against her, like, consistent. When Nier was top 1, 2B got more hate than Nier did, it feels like, right? So I genuinely, I don't know. Like, I actually don't know what 2B players think about 2B. Because, again, I don't hear anything except motherfuckers who don't play 2B telling me about just how much she fucking sucks to fight. So I don't know. I couldn't tell you, right? Like, genuinely, I have not heard anything. It's like, they're so drowned. Morphin later the biggest 2B down players? Yeah, maybe. But so much of, like, this is the character, more than any other character, I don't know what the 2B mains say. 2B mains downplay incredibly hard except for that one player. I honestly don't know. Like, you guys could be right. I personally feel like I have not heard anything about 2B that doesn't come from some motherfucker who doesn't play 2B. Right? The only sort of sentiment I heard is people talking about, people said the patch, 2Bs seemingly could not agree on whether the patch was a good thing or a bad thing, right? But like, I couldn't tell you. I genuinely do not know. So much of, like, every time I try to cast my mind back and think about something I've heard from 2B, there's just such a fucking wall of whining. Yeah, Vermilion said she's very good, for example. Yeah, Vermilion, like, I mean, got top 8 at Evo, thinks she's very good, right? So, like, but every time I try to cast my mind back to, like, what a 2B has said about the character, my memory banks run into a wall of whining from motherfuckers who don't play 2B. So I don't know. You know what? The meter buff plus the run slide is huge. True. I think, though, to be fair, I think, like, once that run slide stuff was figured out, I don't think I've heard too many people talking about... I say people. I don't know what the 2Bs say, man. I honestly can't tell you. You know what? I'm going to tell you. Just because this one, I kind of want people to take out of context. I'm going to put her in honest, right? You know, I'm going to put her in minor upplay. I'm going to put her in minor upplay because you motherfuckers piss me off. That's it, right? Because the sheer amount of hate I hear about 2B is, like, genuinely annoying. To the point that I'm gonna put her in minor upplay. You can take a screenshot and go for it, man. Fuck you, right? Like, for real, right? Like, yes, like, this is, everything else here is my honest opinion. This is a hater take. I think she's probably, like, honest Abe or minor downplay or something, but fuck you. Because, like, I'm just so upset at the community at large for just how much they complain about this character. Last thing I heard about 2B, she got worse but more fun at 1.5? Yeah. Morph gonna be gooning to the VOD? Yeah. That's it. Also, Snoop, thanks for the bits, man. I got you is honest because I'm the only 2B I know. Yeah. Even Lade, who won Dream Hacks, and she's like top 20 half the time. Listen, man, you can put her right there, right? Agreed. Spitting, yeah. Like, I just don't like 2B is honestly more than any character. I do not care to hear your opinion on 2B anymore. I've heard so it's just this constant. If you're ever playing Granblue Fantasy vs Rising and 2B is even like within remotely like a whiff of the distance of the screen, there is just some background radiation the entire time that is just people just hate this character, and I fucking get it. So you know what? 2B mains are up playing. Maybe she's bottom 5. Okay, maybe she's bottom 5 and she needs buffs next patch. Honestly, fucking buff her in the season 2 patch because I'm sick of you motherfuckers. I want 2B to be undisputed top 1. Okay, let's go. All right. These Vayne players, man. The sheer quantity of Vayne players. It feels like upplay to me most of the time that I hear Vayne players talking about Vayne. However, yeah, I mean, like, they feel hopeful, right? Like I think Vayne Hopium or memes, like he got better. Like I was gonna say minor upplay too. He got better in the patch. And I think he got some like needed buffs. But I feel like it feels to me like the Vayne players talk about him like he got a little bit better than he actually did, right? Yeah, I'm gonna put him in like minor upplay. Right? Nahi meme. I hear Vayne's talking about the strength of the character every now and then, though, right? Most of them are like, but look at the damage. Yeah, exactly. I feel like you know, it feels like they're. Yeah, it feels like Vaynes are a little bit more hopeful about the character than I am, right? Oh yeah, there you go. Junior Jam talking about top 1 Lowain, bro. Junior Jam, I was gonna put this guy in Hopium, but I remembered Salt, okay? I was gonna put him Hopium. You guys, like, there's no community that is, like, happier about their character than you, but then I remembered about Salt Prophet, and I was like, nah, he's minor upplay. That's my bad. He's minor upplay. It's either they generally talk about, it or Broken Ass Vayne, yeah. Alright, Beatrix. I feel like the Beatrix players... I feel like everyone... This is another one of those characters where I feel like everyone talks about the Beatrix players... talk about their character for them enough, right? Like... I feel like B players don't need to, like, give their opinion because it's obvious and, like, Again, this is not quite as bad anymore. This is a character people did not shut the fuck... It is so funny, the switch from, like... God, like, I love this character. I love B. I can't wait for B in the game. Whatever, right? Into just like this character is a blight on the earth and shit like that. I feel like Beatrix players don't talk about this character because everyone else talks for them. I'm gonna put her here. I think I'm gonna put her here just because like genuinely Beatrix players like don't talk about her. Everyone else talks for them and they just kind of go like, yeah, maybe honest. Because maybe honest. I don't feel like I see that much memeing. They talk about like them not thinking a bunch, but. It feels honest to me. Again, she's like, yeah, she's good. She's very good. I'm probably the only Vayne player that doesn't complain about him to some extent. I mean, I think there's valid things to complain about. B, I hate because she has a lot of tools and I can't guess right 75% of the time. Yeah, but again, it's not like how strong she actually is. It's how honest her community feels about it to me, right? Never heard a Beatrix main talk. They're busy playing the game. Incredibly based of them. Incredibly based. I feel like I've never heard any sort of discourse saying that Beatrix is anything but like pretty good, right? So like very good. So I'm just gonna put her in honest and we'll move on. Versuja. I feel like most of the Versujas I hear talk about the character kind of say that she's fine, right? I haven't. I'm gonna be so honest. Minor downplay, maybe. Oh, you know what it is? Okay, I'll tell you what it is. I'll tell you why you're right, Azur. I'm trying to think back into like what have I heard Versuja players talking about? And I think one thing that Versuja players talk about a lot is like I think they talk about some matchups of hers like they're a little bit worse than they are, right? It's not horrible. Like this is nothing crazy, right? But I feel like Versuja mains sometimes talk about like the like fairy matchup is like literally unplayable or something. But all this character playing her is agony. I don't know about all that. I think minor. These guys are not like the Versuja players are not in anyone's crossroads, right? I don't think they're in anyone's sights. I think minor downplay maybe. Not our matchups are so bad, I'm lying to your face. Yeah, I feel like I hear a little bit of dooming about certain matchups with this character where like I think she actually probably has like a decent amount of tools to handle most things, right? So we'll put her in minor downplay and move on. Just because I feel like I have heard some takes from Versujas about Versuja that I don't disagree with, or sorry, that I do disagree with, right? All right. Can I be honest with you? This is a problem because I still have not fully figured out in my head how strong Vakala is, how strong I think she is, right? Because again, the whole point of this tier list is how good do I think the character is versus how good do the mains of the character project that she is. The problem is I don't know what I think about Vakala just yet, right? Vakala is bad? That's a sentiment I hear. Yeah, I hear that she's horrible. I don't know that that's quite true. I'm not sure. I also don't know who mains Vakala. Yeah, like this is... Vicky goes down, goes in downplays and try to get her buffed on God. So true. It's me, Vakala's strongest soldier. This is like the only one, honestly, that I just don't know. Like I couldn't tell you because like one, I have not really a lot of discourse on Vakala. I'm not sure who's a Vakala main and who's just like talking about Vakala, right? And then I also personally don't actually have a very solid opinion of how good Vakala is yet. She's not great, but I don't know exactly like how bad is she, right? Is the question I have to answer for myself. I guess it depends on how good you do against zoning. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, most of the time that I hear Vakala players talking about Vakala, they are going, Lucky Cookie Vicky. Can I be real with you? Like they're just talking about Lucky Cookie Vicky over and over, and like they're just like chanting it in a crowd over and over. Like when I hear Vakala's, when I hear everyone else talk about Vakala, they talk about how shit she is. When I hear Vakala's talk about Vakala, it's usually some kind of memeing. I might cop out and put her in only memes just because... Yeah, I might cop out and put her in only memes just because it's the only thing that I'm like certain to say. The memes are dancing rot, yeah, like, you know, rat barrage, domain expansion, etc., etc. Vic players are on the brain rot? Yeah. It seems like most are just memeing half the time, yeah. Like, the chat right now, Lucky Cookie Vicky, exactly. No one's in Hopium, huh? Is no one in Hopium? Yeah, Shin Kiko. Is no one in Hopium? Is that real? You know what? Just because I think it sends a nice statement about the Lowain players. Salt Prophet, it's fine. You know what, Salt? It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. You can go over here. It's fine. Salt doesn't like Lowain. I think it looks funny this way, right? I think the tier list looks funnier with Lowain being the only character in Hopium. No, I think it looks great. I think it just fits. Like it just personality wise, it just fits really well. So we're gonna do that. Let's go Lowain. Yeah, Lowain top 1, right? I feel like Lowains are outside of Salt Prophet, Lowains are super enthusiastic about Lowain in almost every way. But like, where they're kind of similar to all these guys down here who are just memeing, like, the enthusiasm, like, carries into the strength of the character. I screen cap this, it's funny, yeah. I mean, listen, this is never not gonna be a divisive video, we'll see. Not the best case scenario is that I upload this shit and it gets like 50 views and we go from there. Otherwise, this video, you know what this is? This is a fucking mousetrap. This video is exactly, you can do something on YouTube where you can like hide people from the channel, where like it's a shadow ban. Like they don't realize that no one else can see their comments, but no one else can see only they can see them. I can't see them and no one else watching the video can see them, right? This video is gonna be a mousetrap to catch motherfuckers who like I need to hide, who have somehow like gotten under the radar so far. I'm gonna shoot some motherfuckers for sure, I think. Rick being placed in Ladiva's Trader wanted posters right now. Listen, Ladivas, I talked about it at length, okay? I'm sorry. But like I feel like if I'm gonna put Fairy up here, I have to put us up here too, I think. These characters are not good, and yet all their communities talk about is how unplayable they are, and I feel like that's a little bit too much. Right? Interaction bait, world's greatest bait is going crazy. No, but this is not intended to be bait. Like these, outside of this is the only thing that is not my honest opinion, right? If you wanted, like, she's probably somewhere here, to be real with you, right? But, like, this is bait. Like, this is because I'm mad at everyone who doesn't, like, I'm sick of you motherfuckers, right? The rest of this is my honest opinion, for real. It's just going to end up being bait, right? Like, it's gonna end up, people are not gonna be happy about this, I'm sure. Revert to L Perry, daily posts are rampant. Interesting. Can't wait for Brick to play too. Oh, that's gonna be so, I almost don't want to. It's gonna be so fucking annoying. Okay. Can't even blame you if you voice my opinions. If I voice my opinions on that character, I'd probably be banned from the channel. yeah, exactly. All right, that is gonna do it for the tier list, I think, or I guess more so for the I guess it is a tier list, yeah. Fun times. Let me one last scan. Right, so when people insult me about this, and people, I already saw people in quotes talking about Vaseraga, you know, talking about Narn, talking about Vera, talking about Fairy, talking about, like, you know, let me just see, can I stand behind this? I think I can stand behind this. And the 2B one, I'm just gonna pretend it's my opinion. I'm gonna go, yup, skill issue. If you lose the 2B, you're bad. I'm sorry, and we'll go from there. Co-pilot, get the fuck out of my face. Want to say again why Jita is there? I think Gran and Jita both, I think they get to, because they're not the craziest Shotos in the game, I think their players get away with being like, my character just plays honest footsies when there's a lot of stupid shit with them still, right? Brick gonna have to add new rules to the chat when he plays 2B? I probably might not. I might. Maybe we just don't have to get her to master. You know, maybe we can just do almost the entire cast. Every character with a 6XL to master. I love honest footsies. Yeah, let's all be thankful Brick doesn't have a Twitter. Oh baby, maybe I should make one. Oh bro, could you imagine? I make a Twitter. This is my first post. That would be crazy. No, that would be fun. Is 2B on the ban list? He fucking might be now. Who knows? All right. That's gonna do it for the video. Vegeta players have always thought they're all about honest footsies. Yeah, and she's not. Like she kind of is in some ways, but like she's not. Let's not be crazy. All right, that is gonna do it. We're gonna play. Oh, actually, we're gonna do some Guilty Gear next. I think again, this Saturday will be the last day that we have like all 3 games in one day like this. Tomorrow is all Granblue. Monday is gonna be all Guilty Gear, and Tuesday is gonna be all Street Fighter. And we're going to switch. We're gonna keep that up forever moving forward. But today is kind of like a transitionary period. It's gonna be the last one where you have all 3 like this. So we are gonna move over to Strive in a second here. We're probably not gonna play POTS actually. I have an interesting idea for Strive for December since I am new. I think it could be something we could do that's fun, but we'll see. Real quick, VOD watchers, hello, hi. If you like the video, then be sure to like the video. And, you know, comment, subscribes, comments, you know, listen, you can disagree with me, that's fine. Obviously, this is very subjective, right? But, like, you know, I guess do your best. If you've gotten this far, at least, do your best to be civil about it, right? If you don't, it's fine. I'll just shadow ban your ass, and you'll never, you know, it's fine. It's okay. If you need a place to vent, that's fine. I also stream every day from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Eastern, except for Friday. So we combine hangout on Twitch or YouTube for the streams there. I also have a Discord, great place to hang out, make some friends, get some matches. But if you do join, be nice, or I'll shoot you in the head in Minecraft. Most importantly, I hope you had a great time hanging out today. I know I sure did. This is a fun tier list, man. This is a very divisive tier list, I'm sure. I mean, let me think. Like, you know, like this. I feel like people aren't going to be happy about this one. I feel like people are probably not going to be happy about this one. I mean, this one, I did that on purpose. People might disagree about this. Maybe people don't think that, like, some of these top tiers are honest. Who knows? Regardless, though, I stand behind it. Having a lot of fun with Granblue. Going to be a lot more coming your way. And until then, I will see you in the next one. Peace. I just arrived late on the funniest tier list stream. This was fun to make, for sure. People probably won't be happy about the Narmaya one. I mean, yeah, people are going to be like, Narmaya needs to go to hell immediately, or I don't know. But yeah, so the game's getting split, probably. Well, I mean, that's the plan for sure. So yeah, Saturdays are probably going to moving forward. It's gonna be the last Saturday stream that looks like this, right? I came up for the thumbnail for this. I'm gonna have to cook something up for sure. Saturday is gonna be probably sub-only stuff from now on. Playing some stuff that maybe isn't fighting games, just hanging out, maybe doing some stuff with viewers and shit like that, right? Like a smaller, sort of like more chill stream. And then, so Saturdays will be sub-only stuff. On both Twitch and YouTube, and then Sunday will be Granblue, Monday will be Guilty Gear, Tuesday will be Street Fighter, and then Wednesdays and Thursdays are still Wall Brawl, of course. So that's gonna be at three Granblue days a week still. It's still the primary game on the channel, for sure. Okay. I think the new layout is good, because Granblue slot isn't taken up by all the replay reviews, useful as they are. Yeah, exactly. Like we get to do, we'll play like, 4 hours of Granblue in a day, so we can do replay reviews and still play some ranked and do all that, right? All right, let's go do some Strive. I have an interesting idea for Guilty Gear. If you guys, would the uploads to the channel remain the same schedule, or how does that work? Yeah, they would, because the backlog is gonna be like the reason we're doing this. Why is Granblue the main? If you don't mind me asking, it's the first game I played. It's the game that like primarily my audience is Granblue players, right? Like it's the first game I played. It was the only game I played consistently for a long time. You know, most of my audience right now, I think, is primarily here for Granblue, and it shows, right? Like the Granblue streams get much more viewers than like the Street Fighter or the Guilty Gear streams. That's fine, that's expected. Over time, we'll branch out and hopefully I can, find communities in lots of different places, but for now, Granblue is definitely the main game. Sometimes there's a screenshot cropped so Honest Abe Belial is showing and minor upplay on 2B is visible. Yeah. I don't want to rage bait that hard, though. The rage bait can come, you have to at least click on the video and skip to the end to get the rage bait, Alright, but yeah, so hear me out. What if you put Narmaya in the Hopium tier to bait out the Flip Regalia haters? I'm not trying to just be a fucking interaction bait guy, though. I feel so strongly about just how annoyed I am hearing all these motherfuckers not shut up about 2B. Like, even if some of what they're saying is true, like, just get the fuck over it, right? Then I'm gonna rage bait this, but, like, it's fine. It's fine. Aim for the Granblue, save for the funny yapper Brickman. Thank you. I mean, that's hopefully the hope there, is that I can, branch out into more fighting games, more stuff like that. You guys would still be entertained. It's fine. I mean, I don't mind playing Granblue at all. It's just always good to get be able to try out some stuff and see how that works. So, I'm an A1 instigator. You can do that. You can crop it. You can move it. Basically, if you want to move it and say Brick made this list, that's fine. But you'll play some Liars Bar with friends for the rest of the stream. Yep. See you tomorrow for the all Granblue day. We love Regalia over here. True. The Flip Merchant. All right, so I think what we're gonna do for Strive, because I want to do not just, we're gonna try and do like fun sort of content for December here as like a celebration of the 1 year for the channel, but I don't want it to just be Granblue. But the problem for Street Fighter, I can make videos like this. Like at this point, we've been playing enough SF6. I think I understand the game well enough that I can talk about it like relatively educatedly, not as much as Granblue, but relatively. For Guilty Gear, I'm so new that I can't really speak on the game with any sort of intelligence. So I think what we're gonna do right now to start with, we're gonna do kind of like a 29 days of Christmas, I guess. I think we're gonna try and just almost like first-hand trying to learn like the fundamentals of the different characters in the game, right? When is the relink stream? See, that's the kind of thing that we could do on Saturdays, for example, Snoop, right? Like, with the reason I want to do the sub-only streams, besides, I mean, obviously, let's not like it incentivizes subbing. I'd like to one day be able to do this as a job, and I could make even more content for you guys and stuff like that. But like, besides that, it's like so that we can do things like that. We can play relink, we can play, I don't know, Monster Hunter, we can do stuff that isn't necessarily just like fighting games, and stuff that isn't necessarily algorithmically gonna work out. Like the stuff from the sub-only streams probably doesn't make it onto the channel, right? Go get food, I'll be back later, hope you have fun in the meantime. Yeah. See you, Juju. But yeah, so let's play, so what I'm gonna try to do for Strive, we'll see. Monster Hunter, you say? Maybe, I don't know, I'll put out a poll maybe at some point, and try to figure out how to get only subs to answer it, and maybe we can try and figure out what you guys would be interested in seeing for next Saturday. But this is gonna be our last regular sort of Saturday stream. Let's boot up some Autumn Sale. Let's boot up some Guilty Gear. Ignore the clicker heroes. The idle game brain rot has got me in a chokehold. Her lying? I would never. Although Fairy is the worst character ever made. So true. Literally unplayable. Can't do anything. Bottom 0 character. Bum bum. Strive I'm not nearly as up to date on anymore. And I think we're gonna be getting on like Kai to start with. I think I'm gonna do like the idea, and I'll explain it in a bit more detail in a second here, rather. But I think the idea, I have 30 days, right? 31, I guess, of December. But like, you know, there's well, actually, let's count real quick just to make sure. You know, let me grab something. I guess I should save this, huh? There you go. But yeah, let me check the dust loop for Slayer. Yeah, sure. Let's just get to the Guilty Gear one. So the idea is that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Oh, it's 4. So what am I doing? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 29 characters, right? 4 by 7. I could have done that way quicker. 4 by 7 and then go. Yeah, so there's 29 characters. We have 31 days to fill for December. I think I'm going to try, and excluding pots, I think one of the big things I feel like I've noticed with Guilty Gear is that, like, understanding the basics of some of the other characters is very important to be able to fight them at all. So I think we're going to try and just, like, do a little bit of a series over the course of December. Just, like, 30, 40-minute videos on each character where, like, maybe, like, you know, if you're unfamiliar with Guilty Gear and I'm unfamiliar with Guilty Gear, we can try and learn together. Like, just, what the fuck does Soul Badguy do exactly? Like, just a quick 40-minute overview of, like, the barest fundamentals, and I don't know them either, right? So then, like, I would be learning them at the same time, essentially. As Arxis games in general, they really like that? Yeah, true. They are very okay with just, like, letting you completely dunk on someone if they don't know some specific about your character, right? Which I think is cool, but I think this is both a good, I think it's interesting content. I think it's stuff people might be interested in, but also it's good for me as, like, a guy who's trying to learn some Guilty Gear, right? I got half the roster to heaven? Okay, maybe you could help me out on some things if I have some questions. Sounds like fire content, not gonna lie. I'm glad. Because, yeah, the problem is, so, like, again, for some context, Granblue and Street Fighter, especially Granblue, but even to this point, at this point, Street Fighter 2, I can talk about them somewhat intelligently. Like, well, Granblue, I feel pretty confident, like, I understand that game pretty well. Street Fighter, it's been long enough now that, like, I can talk about that game. I can make, like, videos like the one that I just made, or, like, tier lists, or stuff like that, or discussion videos about best at worst moves and all that. But, like, Guilty Gear, I'm so new that I can't really make any kind of interesting content that isn't just learning the game. And I think this is one of the more interesting ways to learn the game, is the plan, basically. Let's call learning the basics. So we'll do Soul and Kai today, I think. Not as in Guilty Gear, most characters are playing their own games, knowing what they can do can definitely help. Yeah, exactly. So I think it gets like 3 birds stoned at once, you know? Let me just switch categories and all that on both sides of the stream here, and then we'll go. Open if you want help with Bedman. I'm not the best, but I consider myself a good Bedman. Oh god, I didn't even think. So there are some characters, like right now, we're gonna do Soul and Kai today. I think it's a good, like, easier start for some of this. But, like, I don't even, some of these characters, I'm gonna have to like do some research beforehand before I record the video, I think. Like I just can't, like if I do it like fully blind, we might get nowhere in like 40 minutes. Okay, let's switch it up on YouTube too. Bandit. Bandit. Sorry, give me 1 sec. We'll have Strive open here. Bandit. Hold on, I need to come with me, chat. I need a nice like let's see. I need a nice like, what's a nice like thumbnail image I can use for the YouTube stream that's either Soul or Kai. Let's just give me some Soul. Give me some Soul. What do like the overdrives look like on this fella? You know. Let's see. Let's grab. Oh, you know what? He's grabbing Kai. It's perfect. Give me the ground throw. Boop. Don't mind me. There you go. And then I can use this as the thumbnail for the stream. It's amazing. It's a little bit more basic than the one we just had for Granblue, but it works. That works? Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's Soul and Kai, and it's Soul grabbing Kai. It actually works out kind of perfectly. I'll take it. Oh, let me switch the category real quick, too. All right. So, yes, let's hop into it here. It's going to be fun. I had fun. I had fun recording that downplay tier list. I hope you guys enjoyed that, too. All right. So I guess we're gonna spend probably most of it, almost maybe all of it in training mode, unless I really want to test something out in a match. So let's just go to actual training, since the quick start is gonna kill me. That was good content. I liked it even though I joined halfway through. I'm glad. I got a lot of fun plans for Granblue, because Granblue is the game that I can talk, like I understand the most. I can talk about in the most varied ways. I think we're gonna have a lot of fun stuff in that Granblue time slot. Don't worry too much about Bedman for now, just letting it on open for hopefully giving bed advice. Yeah, I mean, I will take, if it just so happens that while I'm doing this during chat, I will take any advice I can. Bedman is the character, I'm gonna have to buy the DLC for this eventually too. That's right. It's a good point. I'd probably do that for both Guilty Gear and Street Fighter at this point. Let's just like, stop being so lazy about it. Soul Bad Guy. You can have Soul Bad Guy as well. Let's see, what's a cool Soul color? Actually, I guess let's start the video from here, I suppose. Strive and Granblue are great places to start Arxis games, since they follow the basic everyone does their own thing, but there's more standardization than in the most recent. Oh, there's more standardization in the most recent titles. Yeah. The system mechanics are strengthened, as they are in a lot of new games, to make like it a little bit easier to pick up the game generally, right? If I'm buying DLC in SF6 annoying unless they're on Steam page and I'm just blind, I don't know. I've never bought DLC for SF6. We will see at some point. All right, cool. Let us get going here on this. I'll put myself in the middle for this too, since we will actually be doing some gaming. I don't want to like block the corner off or anything. Come with me, chat. Okay, perfect. All right, folks, we are back with more Guilty Gear Strive here, and I have an idea. Okay, so December is the I'm gonna say this probably once for each of these categories here, but December is the 1 year anniversary of me doing this whole YouTube thing. It's fun times. December 20th is when my first Granblue video went up. And yeah, I thought for December we could do some more different kinds of content besides this like Simon ranked matches and stuff. Don't get me wrong, I like that. But you know, we could do some more varied stuff for Granblue, Guilty Gear, and Street Fighter. Now, of course, problem with Guilty Gear is I have no idea. I can't really make like a lot of discussion content on this game because I don't understand it at all. So I thought something that we could do that would be both good for me and also still maybe a little bit interesting is I want to kind of go through. And there are 29 characters on the Guilty Gear roster. There are 31 days in December, so close enough. We'll fill those 2 days with something. But I kind of want to go through and just like, I guess 28, because pot we don't need this for. I want to go through and just try and understand the basics of characters on like a super fundamental level, just like video by video. So we're doing Soul today, because why not? It's like, I think an easy place to start as I kind of try to learn how to learn Strive characters. And yeah, the idea is going to be to just sort of get sort of a feel for what his basic offense looks like, what are his good buttons, like what would he probably want to be hitting, you know, what pressure tools does he have, what's minus and what isn't, like what's fake, what could you do that could be fake, it's got a gap in it, etc, etc. Just like not going super in depth, not like really optimizing anything at all. Obviously, I don't know how to do that. I barely know how to do that on pots. I really don't know how to do that on pot, actually. But like, yeah, I think it's very important in Guilty Gear to understand what everyone's playing their own game, And if you don't understand what they're doing, you just can't fight them. You can do your best to like hit them before they hit you, but as you get, if I'm trying to get to Celestial or something, that's going to be a little bit tough, I think. That's going to be a little bit tough to sustain for a very long time. So yeah, that's kind of the plan here. With that being said, before we hop into it with Soul, we're gonna, real quick, if you like the video, if you like this kind of stuff, if you want to see more of this, this is something new that we're trying here, so any kind of likes, comments, any feedback is going to be very appreciated. Also, if you want to come here live, and if you play like Kai or Chip or Bedman or Anji or something, I'm going to buy the DLC for this too, certainly. And you want to like help me out, trying to figure stuff out, you can certainly come by and hang out on the stream as well, every day from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Eastern, though Guilty Gear will probably be on Mondays, moving forward there. Anyways, without further ado, let's hop in. I got Jacko, Chip, Soul, Kai, Mei, Elfelt, Abasin, Baiken, Anji, Leo, Ram, Gino. Well, crazy. That's very helpful for sure. All right, so let's start with Soul here. Regular old Soul skin. Let's have 2 Souls on the screen. Why not? Sure. But yeah, just gonna try and understand sort of the basics of this guy. And I don't know. This is not like me necessarily teaching you, because I don't know either. Most of you people watching this probably know more about this guy than I do. But if you don't know what he does, we can hopefully we can hopefully try to learn together, but you know what? This is very important. I'm gonna pause the video real quick. If that frame meter mod is updated, this will be a huge help to this. Otherwise, it's gonna be a lot of dust looping. Let me just go check for a second. It's not? Okay. You're sure, huh? You checked? In which case, let's open up Soul's dust loop. It's gonna be very necessary for this. It'd be nice if we didn't need it. We do still have like a recourse, but I do just have to get Soul's dust loop up here instead. There's no frame there in Guilty Gear. You can get a mod. Yeah, but the mod is not updated. The mod broke with the update that added 3v3, I think. And I don't believe Maintainer's busy with school. Okay. Unfortunate. Yeah, the mod is not updated right now. Okay, well it's fine. All right, well, the mod is unfortunately not updated. I mean, I understand. The person who maintains that is doing that shit. Like, they're doing it for free. They're busy with school, apparently. Shout out to them, though. Huge thing. Very sad that, unfortunately, Guilty Gear doesn't have that baked in. But on the bright side, we always have our Lord and Savior Dust Loop to help us out here. So, well, for like stuff like frame data, startup, stuff like that, it's going to be very important, right? So, like, I mean, real quick, I guess, as far as what are Souls, so close slash, far slash are both plus. I'm aware of this, right? Does he have anything else that's plus on block? Because, like, even Fafnir isn't anymore, right? 2P isn't, 2K, oh, his 5P was -2, right? Yeah, -2, okay. So yeah, it's close slash and far slash. Is that it? Obviously Gatlings and stuff, but just like, as a layer 1 idea. Yeah, aerials don't matter for this case. He's got red Wild Assault, orange Wild Assault, but yeah, that is red, I believe. Yeah, Gunflame, all of this is going to be, obviously that's a DP. Bandit's like punishable, but he can do just the 1 hit, right? Yeah, but either way, it's like that's definitely an RC kind of thing. Jumping Banditbringer can be spaced to be plus. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna go through probably move by move here and just kind of try and figure out what they do, right? Fafnir's a safe ender now in combos? Yeah, gotcha. It's like, I guess real quick for the normals, right? Are there any like kind of just going through Soul's normals, are there any like big standouts, right? I mean that. Yeah, so far slash is plus, but it gets pushed out a lot baseline, and I'm sure if you FD this, it's even worse, right? So this is definitely like the kind of thing, like a lot like Soul can probably just like go like do this like over and over almost if you don't just like FD his ass, right? 5K, yeah, 5K. This used to be a 3-frame move, and it's not anymore, right? Like this like knee hit, to my understanding, used to be like it used to be 3 frames. Now they made it 4 or 5 or what exactly? Hold on, let's check real quick. 5 now, yeah. So yeah, so that move is I guess not as good as it used to be, but probably still. I mean, it's still decent for like a combo tool probably. Because again, keep in mind this is not from the perspective of like learning Soul. It's from the perspective of learning how to fight Soul, and primarily, because this is where I find myself most lost very often, it's from the perspective of learning how to try to like defend against Soul offense. And that'll be sort of the idea with all of these, right? So trying to figure out like, what like important frame trap Gatlings there are or something like that is going to be kind of a big deal, right? 2S is a good button for beating 6Ps, also 5K comes with 6S again. Okay. Yeah, 2S. Nice. This is a nice little low poke, right? Because of course, a lot of those like mid pokes, like even like really big ones, like pot 5H or something, can just like 6P them, as long as they're not like giga disjointed, and then it works out well. So let's kind of go like 1 by 1 here and try to kind of think of it. So I mean, it's a jab. It's minus on block. Yeah, 5K. Combo tools I'm not really quite as concerned about. Like even things that could be like burst safe or something. We'll figure that out later. I just kind of want to more so like block pressure and things like this are more so what I'm concerned about right now, right? Yeah, so I mean, close slash obviously +3 on block. Gatling's into fucking everything too, so you can frame trap from it very easily, right? The 2P doesn't seem great. This thing, it doesn't hit low either, right? Yeah, like his low is 2K, his fastest low, right? Oh no, it's 5 frames though, so it's the same kind of idea. Yeah, you can get 2K 2D, sure. 2S is not a low. That's good to know, for example. For reference, every 5K and close slash are burst safe since can jump cancel them. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, 2H, sure. None of the normals I think are like really standing out to me as like a really big problem. Obviously, though, I think Soul, the general, it feels like Soul is the kind of guy you're supposed to FD a lot, right? It's kind of like looking at the buttons he might be using for pressure and like how much pushback they have on them. Normal block string that beats new players doing far slash over and over, doing far slash into 2K 2D. So like far slash into far slash or far slash into 2K 2D, right? Because I guess like this will frame trap if you mash after the far slash, but then this, if you respect it, you can do this forever and ever and ever and just crank up risk, right? So it seems like for a lot of the more basic offense with the normals, it feels like with how much pushback he has on this baseline, were I to let me 50% amount of range for a lot of moves after far slash? Yep, so that's what I was gonna say. Let me quickly set up my button to record again. Honestly, get my... What is burst normally? Burst is like heavy slash and dust or something? Yeah, okay, so I don't even need a macro for that. Let's for now. Let's just get records on left trigger? Right trigger. I have it on right trigger. Let's get it on right trigger. And we can record with right trigger and... What? Oh. We can record with right trigger and we can play with left shift, that's fine, or left stick. 6P beats almost all of his options after a far slash? Well, yeah, except for 2K, but then I assume, okay, so let me list, so if I record Mr. Badguy here, right, if I record him doing, I don't know, let's do, like, far slash, just for now, right? And then if I am down back in this shit, and I do this, so he's gonna do this forever, right? But I assume if I FD this, oh wow, he gets put like he even with far slide, he gets pushed back really far, right? Wait, I'm too ass. I'm trying to like IB FD it, but my timing is just not there. Too ass. Yeah, I ain't got that in me. Point being though, still, yeah, that far slash seems good. And then so the point is, I assume far slash will push him even like from a pretty close. If he's pretty close, doing like far slash 2K 2D, right? I assume if I FD him, he's no longer in range for this, right? Let's see. Oh, I didn't record it. I'm a fool. Wait. Far slash 2K 2D. There you go. And now we should be able to play that. Yeah. Okay. So wait. Do far slash from a little bit further away though. How do I unrecord? How the fuck do I get out of here, man? Oh, it's switching slots. All right. Okay. You know what? I lied. My bad. Sorry, getting used to using the Guilty Gear training mode is also something that's going to teach me, which is good for me, certainly. Let's just push him manually, and then have him do it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, what's going on, Bones? That's very risky. He can do another far slash if he tries to frame trap most things with. Yeah. So yeah, so it seems like if I FD him on this, let's push him out a little bit. If I FD him from far slash distance, he can't 2K, which is good, right? You can set the bot to always FD, by the way. Oh, that's easier too. Is that a thing, really? Block settings. Hold on. Gauge settings? No. Where do you see this? Phone state. Auto blue Psycho Burst, auto yellow Roman cancel. In opponent status? Oh, is it block type? Ah, yes. Faultless defense. Oh, you can also set them to IB FD. That's cool. Okay, this it's gonna be easier to do this then, yeah. So yeah, there's like no range I think where I can far slash and then 2K, right? Even from like really up close. Yeah, okay. So yeah, far slash seems like the answer is FD, right? Probably what about close slash? Whoa! Oh, okay. Goddamn, close slash too. Even close slash, he gets pushed further away on this. He doesn't far slash. It feels like. Goddamn. Yeah, so for the basic normal pressure Soul does, it feels like FD's a big deal, right? That's like so far takeaway number one, I suppose. Again, it's gonna be basic. We're doing basic right now, right? I guess what about this is where I suppose probably special moves start to come in to play a little bit. Yeah, so let's kind of think about special by special here. It's just a DP, that's fine. It's a combo tool on a DP. It doesn't really matter for my current use case. I'm trying to figure them out. Wild throw, yeah, okay, because you can't. Yes, because I guess if Soul is so weak to FD, him having a command grab where, like, you know, you're not gonna be doing anything to that command grab if you're just like sitting there FDing. That's a big part of the mix, right? What exactly? Oh, okay, I guess bandit too, right? So like if bandit, if I'm like doing this, right, and like he expects that I can't like safely do any kind of follow up here, right? Specials, Wild Assault, and Roman cancel, yeah. Yeah, so I guess this is one of those things where like you get pushed out by FD and then you go bandit and you stick on them, right? But like this is only really safe if you have 50, right? Like you either have to have 50 to Roman cancel this, or you have to like hard call out them mashing. It's like an unsafe frame trap, correct? Bandit is only good for Roman cancels, yeah, because this is again it's minus minus 11 if you do the follow up, minus 13 on the first bit, right? You can probably space this out. It has 6 active frames, so you can space it out a bit. But yeah, this is gonna be unsafe like all the time. This is more so of like you can bait a mash. You can technically bait mash with a follow up. Okay, wait, can you like put a gap in this compared to like? Oh, okay, wait. Can I do it like if I do it right away? How fast does it look? Okay, yeah. So you can put a gap in here, right? Oh, you can put a big gap in there. Okay. So this is kind of like I see. This is kind of like this is sort of like, you know, like people classic in Rekka, like doing like going further and further into a Rekka, getting more and more minus, but like they're just expecting you to mash on the first one because they would never go that deep, and they hit you. The basic combo you can probably do. I'm not trying to learn combos. This is more so intended to try and learn how to defend against these characters. That's the thing that I found myself most confused about with Strive generally is like what does their offense look like? What are the basic building blocks, and what is the RPS? Right? I don't even know the RPS I'm playing against these guys a lot of the time. So like already I've learned something about Soul I didn't know, which is that Faultless Defense pushes him out very far on like his 2 primary plus on block like pressure normals, right? So like then he can't necessarily do like 2k 2d after, but if you like expect him to try and like do 2k and you try to mash, he can probably frame trap you with Bandit. But then that's unsafe unless he has 50, or he can try to go like really crazy and like really delay the follow up on this to catch you mashing after the first Bandit preemptively, right? Pretty niche to go into Bandit without meter, but it's good to keep in mind. Yeah, it seems most of the time like you want to have. Let's set the gauge for both of us to full real quick. Tension regeneration, auto regenerates. Yeah, okay. So most of the time it's gonna probably be like, you know, you FD this, he does this, and he like red RCs, and then he's just plus a billion, right? So it's a 50 meter away from continue pressure makes sense. I'm sure it's used for combos and stuff too, but again, I'm not trying to play Soul, I'm trying to play against Soul more so. That's gonna be kind of the major idea with a lot of this. Because we only have 30-40 minutes for these, so I don't wanna spend too much time. He gets 50-50 on Bandit. Oh, on FRC, because he's like, I guess because he could do. What's the low in this case? They just land into 2K or something? Oh, I'm bad at FRC. Give me a second. Wait. Oh god. Like he can either like instantly overhead. I get that, but like, how long does it take him to land? It's like, how is he landing with a low here out of the FRC? Like, how does he FRC into a low? Like, what do you? He whiffs JH into 2K? Oh, what? Okay, hold on. How does he whiff it? How does it whiff? Are you trying to learn Solar Kai? No, we're trying. Yeah, I'm a pot player. I'm trying to learn like the fundamentals, basically, of how to fight people. That's JS. Oh, you're right. Yeah. JH is yeah. So true. Oh, that's nasty. I see. Thank you for that. Okay, I see. Yeah, so he goes this into. Oh, yeah. Give me 1 second. I'm bad at fast RC. You gotta trust me. Yeah, and then okay, and then I'm mashing it a lot because I want a fast RC. But yeah, he can go that. I can see very easily how he can do that. Yeah, exactly. Ooh, that's nasty. Okay, gotcha. So true. So time to guess when he Roman cancels. I mean, yeah, I assume you're not plus enough. You can just like bash 6p up for the best, right? It seems good. All right, so then Fafnir, to my understanding, is basically no longer a pressure tool. It is safe on block. So I guess. I mean, is this like let's talk about it later. But yeah. So Bandit Bringer. This thing is an air stall mostly, right? Like that's what I currently understand it to be. Wait, can you not hold this? Did you used to be able to hold this, and they changed it in the patch or something? I feel like I remember being able to hold this to change the timing. They removed the hold? Oh, okay. I mean, I guess it is still an air stall, right? Compared to compared to just like landing like this, right? Versus this. Like it is still an air stall, but Yeah, it seems like mostly like maybe like an anti-6P tool or something. They remove the hold? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Yeah, I guess it's more so as like a way if someone like tries to preemptively 6P you or something, you can go. It's -4 now, apparently. Yeah. Sure, I'm sure this has uses in combos and stuff, but like I feel like yeah, this is not gonna be like the move that I'm looking out for a lot. Though yeah, if Soul jumps at me, be careful of the possibility of Bandit Bringer to like, you know, catch me as trying to swing him out of the air, I suppose. It's a good way to jump over mids. I guess, yeah, like if someone's just like swinging at you. It does have some decent horizontal range, I guess. Especially if you like jump into it, maybe? Yeah. I think that frame data on Bringer is right. I mean, I guess we can check real quick, right? If it's -4, then Soul should be able to 5P punish it, right? Wait, wrong place. Counterattack settings. Where is it again? Counterattack settings on block. Let's have Soul's 5P is 4 frames. If it's -4, it should be punishable. Yep, no, I don't think it's right. Oh, no, it's the grounded version is -4. Yeah, grounded's -4. Yeah, gotcha. That is right, yeah. It's punishable. -4. Grounded is -4, I see. Aerial is probably going to vary a lot based on where exactly you hit it. But yeah. Yeah, so grounded, I guess, is just a way to, like, hop over a button. Sure. Kind of seems a little, I don't know how. I mean, maybe it's just, like, pot buttons being really big. I don't think this hops over, like, a pot far slash or something. No, it just gets hit by pot, for the most part. It seems like the most I'd have to worry about this is just, like, as an air stall. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm sleeping on this in some way. Yeah, I mean, it seems like it doesn't hop him quite high enough in the air to actually go over a lot of stuff. Used to do block bringer into DP as a cheeky way to punish people trying to mash. True. I mean, pot can't punish this. 4 frames doesn't have anything like that. It's way harder to hit than it looks. Oh, is the hitbox? Maybe the hitbox is like shifted a lot. Maybe his legs don't count. Is that Beatrix from Granblue looking a bit weird? Yeah, Beatrix is in fact here. Speaking of Beatrix, next move. Again, Vortex seems. Oh no, I guess Wild Throw. Yeah, I mean, Wild Throw is just the command grab, right? Like, is there anything particularly odd with this, or is this just like I understand how command grab is mixed, right? Is there anything weird he can do with this? I'm not like, you know. I mean, I guess he can do that same thing from earlier, like the FRC into Whiff JH into Wild Throw too, right? Like whatever. Oh, JH. Hold on, I'm ass at FRC. Oh, God. What is the input for Wild Throw again? Is it slash or? 623K. Oh, I was doing Pop Buster inputs. Got that. Yes, I guess he can do that. Can't hurt the show, but I think you'll find why Bringer is a pretty tricky move over time. Yeah, you know, fair enough. Be aware of it as a neutral option, I suppose, generally. Actually, I need to get better at this FRC timing, man. I think I'm hitting the button I'm hitting the button like a little too early. There you go. Oh, that didn't whiff. Oh, I didn't do. Yeah, I don't know why sometimes I don't get FRC. I think it's a timing issue. I'm just not sure what the timing issue is. Yeah. Man, so you can probably do that fast Roman cancel into land, like Whiff JH land Wild Throw, but like otherwise, this is a command grab, right? And like if he spends 50 when he hits you, he can side swap again. Because like the problem with this is that it side swaps. Like if he has Roman cancel, he can like, I don't know. Oh, don't do it too early. But he can like side swap this again, I'm sure somehow. I've seen it's been done to me, so I know it's possible. I'm just not entirely sure how. Right? Roman cancel to get you back same side. Okay, that's not exactly right, but you get the idea. Do regular RC, not forward, and you can run under. Wait, really? Oh, I see. Excuse me, sir. Oh, yeah, I see. Wait, you can do PRC there too? How do you do PRC? I guess you delay it a bit, right? You just delay it a bit. Drift RC causes less knockup? I did not know. See, we're learning mechanics. Yeah, it seems like red RC for sure. Yeah, I don't think PRC does anything. I think you need the knockup from the red RC. You can go to town from there. I don't know soul combos, but I get the idea. But yeah, besides that, I think Wild Throw is a very important thing to remember that he has, but I don't think there's any funny shit with this, right? Like he has a command grab. Be aware, Soul has a command grab. Don't get too comfortable with just down backing and FDing, right? I mean, okay, I guess quick universal thing. You can't throw tech when you're FDing, but you can't throw tech command grabs anyway, right? You can jump out of FD. Command grabs, big grab, there's throw invuln, yes, yeah. So I guess you can jump out of FD even though you can't throw tech out of FD, right? To my understanding. So yeah, I guess it's not really, it's not really a matter of FD doesn't really matter here, I don't think. It's just more so be careful that he has a command grab, and if he FD too much, he can do regular throw, I suppose, too, to beat that, right? To not side swap as well. I guess on his... Yeah, then on his regular throw, he gets whatever is... we'll talk about Wake Up Oki. We want to do, like, block pressure, and then also, like, Oki on Wake Up. It's the same. I'm saying the same. It's like Chai Tea, but you get the idea. Oh, whoa, Soul gameplay? Yeah, more like Soul learning. Trying to figure out... Again, for December, I think I want to do, like, dedicate one, like, 30, 40-minute video to each character. And more so trying to figure out how to fight them. Like, not trying to learn how to play them, but more so just, like, what their offense and pressure looks like, and what decisions, what the RPS is, right? Vortex, I think mostly is just like it hops, like goes under your moves, under your fireball. I don't think this move is super core to Soul's like pressure and like Oki and shit, right? I don't think so. If I'm wrong, let me know. But okay, so Fafnir feels. Fafnir's weird. I mean, like also what was it? Was it half circle? Was it half circle backslash? Half circle back heavy. Okay, gotcha. Not really. No, yeah. For our purposes, I don't think it's something I have to worry about too. It is half circle back, no? What? Wait, what? Oh, it's half circle forward! I read the thing wrong. It's half circle forward. Gotcha. Okay, so... Yeah, so this... Yeah, so I mean, that seems like even in matching... I assume he gets, like, a lot of reward off that. I don't know what exactly to do, but... Not the pressure, but the RPS of his neutral? Yeah, it just hops under buttons, right? Is there anything more that I need to be, like, just be aware, like, doing, like, high mid pokes against Soul? Weird that doesn't seem to be... Oh, there you go. Yeah, so I assume you can get, like, a bit big damage off Frame Trap and do like this. I don't know what that damage looks like, but yeah. You can just, like, you know, does this work? Yeah, that goes into, yeah. Like, Heavy Slash gives him his wall bounce, then he goes into nonsense from there, right? But yeah, so, like, this is, like, a risky thing to match on for some reason, I'm sure. So, for Fafnir is, again, for pressure, it seems like it's mostly going to be... Yeah, it's a safe way for him to end his pressure, because it's -3. So true. But yeah, it's like, this is just, like, the... Okay, so I see. So this is why Bandit you don't use unless you have 50, right? Because if you get pushed out by Faultless, you can just Fafnir instead, right? Yeah. This is why you don't use Bandit as the frame trap. Gotcha. You only use Bandit for, like, you know, the fast RC nonsense. That makes sense. So that's the frame trap I have to worry about primarily, right? That makes sense. Okay, cool. Is there anything else that could be interesting with this? Has a clean hit. Interesting. Could be Kara canceled to have more range. Yeah. But I don't think this is too important to me. Oh, I guess Gunflame I didn't talk about at all, huh? I mean, is Gunflame really like a? I mean, is it a pressure tool? Really? I mean, I guess it's another. It's like it's another frame trap, I guess, right? Gunflame and Feint is good. I guess it is technically a frame trap, but it's -10 on block. Feels risky. Like in neutral, sure, but like in pressure, I'm not. Does this thing matter too much? Gunflame is used to punish normals in neutral. Yeah, okay, gotcha. That makes sense. I guess like if it's like a big heavy normal day whiff, this doesn't travel that fast though, right? Use it to end pressure when pushed out too far. Is there a space where you can't do that though? Further you get pushed out, the safer it is. That's fair. Like, why wouldn't you just always do this? Well, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I'm sure I am, but like Fafnir just kind of like stops the pushback and goes in, right? Is Fafnir like too slow to frame trap off certain things? Like, can I not frame trap with Fafnir? Yeah, okay. I guess like Fafnir is a little bit too slow to always frame trap. For example, Fafnir loses 6p. I see. Okay. That's something I have to remember all the time. Yeah, 6p is a very strong universal mechanic, I guess, right? Yes, yeah. 6p and throws as defensive options. Yes, thank you. That's something that that is like very universal in this game. I need to figure if something is not a low poke, right? Like if something is not hit, well, it's not like low, but like hitting low enough to like hit the hitbox, the hurtbox shift. Fafnir being usable in pressure is new, so I'm learning here too. Yeah, I mean, I'm mostly doing the learning, but if there might be something that you didn't know that you now know. But yeah, so if it's not like a low or something like that, like it can be 6 speed, right? So I have to remember that for sure. If it doesn't hit or it doesn't hit like super low, I guess. Where Fafnir obviously is like hitting that higher angle there, right? Yeah, so I guess Fafnir is a frame trap, but you can probably you have to hard call it out. I don't think you're reacting to. Well, I guess it is 20 frames, right? Fafnir was 20 frames. So you'd have to react. When does 6P hurt box shift exactly? Invuln 1 to 2 upper body, 3 to 13 above knee, so it's frame 1, huh? Yeah, so you have to react in like 20 frames for Fafnir. That is doable. That is doable. So I guess you can probably like even reaction 6P Fafnir, damn near. 20 frame startup, right? Gunflame used to be the go-to pressure ender, and it was pretty hard to deal with. Yeah, I mean, I guess that probably is still the case, right? Like, if you're FDing Soul, that's the it works. The fact that you want to be further away for Gunflame kind of works, right? So he gets pushed out so far. Yeah, like from there, you're probably not punishing him like -10 from over here. He might not even be -10 from this far away, right? 6H is negative 1 billion, but it's still really good. I assume this is like a very scary frame trap, right? Well, this is not cancelable either, huh? Yeah, I see. Kind of a meme button one you should keep in mind. If this counter hits you, you go to hell, I assume, right? This is like the god counter hit starter, probably. It's only for wish punishes. Ah, okay. Fair enough. But yeah, so Gunflame is like safe pressure ender from far away. I mean, how fast is the feint, by the way? Should I be looking out for this shit, or am I just like doomed to never check it? 25? Interesting. I mean, that is reactable, right? That is reactable. But I don't know. But the problem is, you can react to it, but you're not gonna, from the ranges he does it. None of your buttons are going to be hitting fast enough that it being like, if you have like a 9 frame button that hits from here or something, then you have to react in 16 frames, which you're probably just not gonna do, right? Because Gunflame and feint, you won't react to it. Yeah. Again, even if you could react in 24 frames, it doesn't matter because you have nothing to do that hits in 1 frame, right? You would need to be able to react, you know, in the time you have minus the time of the startup of your fastest move that hits from there, right? Yeah, so I guess this is just like anti-air dash RPS. Doesn't really matter for Potemkin, but still good to know like for how to fight the character, right? I'll take it. Okay. What else for like block string pressure? I think we're mostly covered for block string pressure. Supers obviously don't matter for this. So I guess the next question is like, you know, Soul, like say Soul just got like 2K 2D or something. Like what exactly is he trying to do normally on Wake Up, right? Like what if he gets this or something? Like what exactly is this guy doing? Right? Like is he right like obviously he has command grab as a mix, right? But like genuinely, what exactly is he doing? Soul's supposed to be lost without their 5K? Yeah. I guess he's just like, you know, is it just like air, like, you know, IAD like nonsense? Right? Like empty like high or empty low or something like that into like, or like run up low or run up command grab or something? I don't think Soul has any like particularly spooky Oki, like weird Oki stuff. Close slash into grab or close slash multiple frame traps? Yeah. It feels like I should be FDing this guy like literally all the time, huh? Like so I guess that's where he might like run up and throw or something. Right? Like if he expects me to like FD him on Wake Up, then I just can't throw tech and I die to this, right? How late is the startup on Wild Throw, by the way? How slow is this command grab? 6? Okay, so there's no... I was gonna say, like, can I, like, fuzzy FD this and beat everything that isn't regular throw? But I don't think so, right? He can make it hit meaty, too. Well, I know there is throw protection. There is throw protection. Getting raw momentum to fight against FD? I guess... Right? Because you do carry momentum out of your dashes, right? Okay. Hello, Leaf. Welcome back. Sorry about the time out there, but you know the rules, and so do I. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like he has anything particularly insane to do on Okizeme that isn't just looping back into the pressure we've been talking about so far, right? Doesn't really have any setups? Yeah, exactly. So the big takeaways for me, so I mean, I guess sort of at the end of this right now, is I guess kind of to quickly summarize everything for both myself and for you guys, right? Who, if you're not as familiar with Soul as some of the people in the chat, so FD is this guy's like worst nightmare, it feels, right? Like his entire kit seems built around the fact, and this I might come to learn this is everyone, but it feels very much so for Soul. It feels like his whole kit is built around FD, and the fact that he will be getting pushed out of his, like, if you don't FD, he just does this forever, or like frame traps you with this, right? But if you do FD, then suddenly like his whole kit becomes built around dealing with that, right? Like Fafnir keeping him in range, out of to follow up after FD, Bandit into 50-50, right? Gunflame is safer if he's pushed out, which is, you know, the assumed thing because he will be getting FD'd. Like it just seems like you FD this guy and then you play around all the options he has to try and get back in, right? On hard knockdown, he can do air dash, JH whiffs, fake out save jump, like doing that. Yeah, but that's classic stuff, right? Like empty jump ins, empty lows, like fake meaties, all that. That's every. That should happen to Granblue all the time too. There's nothing soul specific, I think, besides just like keep in mind he has a command grab, and he'll probably be more likely to want to throw you on wake up sometimes if all you've been doing is FDing him, since you can't throw tech when you FD, right? But yeah, so FD is a big deal. Right? FD pushes him out of range of any safe, like, normal follow-up after far slash or close slash, or even 5p, right? But then he might try to hop back in with Bandit if he has 50. If he fast RCs after Bandit, he has a 50-50 between high and low you gotta look out for. He can probably also land in command grab, right? And then, yeah, Gunflame is sort of like the safe pressure ender from far away. Might be used to whiff punish too, right? The Feint, doesn't matter for me because Pot can't air dash, so, like, probably the main use for this is just, like, not going to be used in that matchup very often, right? Bandit Bringer apparently is hard to hit. I got to be careful to hop. He hops over normals with it, right? Otherwise, can use it as an air stall possibly to beat like a preemptive 6p. This is a very important move, but there's nothing complicated about this. He has a command grab. He has an unblockable, untechable grab. You know, keep in mind. Vortex hops under normals. Fafnir is a safe frame trap. However, it loses 6p, right? Like it's a safe frame trap, but you can 6p him or throw him out of it. Yeah, okay. In the Pot matchup, you can bait Flick with Feint. Interesting. I feel like if the Pot just lets go of it, you'll get smacked, no? I feel like Flick doesn't... I think if the Pot is not holding it, he could just hit you with it. How fast is Flick again? Yeah, if you do it right away, it's 19 frames. So like it is... If you were doing Flick preemptively anyway, I guess, then you could do it. If you're doing Flick on reaction. If you're outside of Flick's range? Oh, dude, are you sure about that? Where is... I mean, when does he get pushed out of Flick's range? Hold on, let's get Potemkin in here, I guess, for the last thing here. Like, when does he get pushed out of Flick range, exactly? Right, like, that's still Flick range. Even, like... Hold on, I'm trying to hit, like, a far slash as well or something. Also, I'm IB FDing. There you go. Like, this might be out of Flick range? I'm honestly not sure, right? Like, this might be out of Flick range, but I generally, it might not be. Hold on, let's get Pot in here real quick. Yeah, in neutral I can see it, sure. But I mean, in neutral I feel like also you probably, I guess you can bait it and then instant air dash over it or something. Oh, you have to actually confirm it. Simple strike throw character gets big reward due to cranking risk gauge and plus frames from a forward moving far slash. Yep. It seems like, yeah, Souls, I mean, the reason I want to start with Souls is because he has the simplest, for sure. And I also am, like, somewhat familiar with him just for him being Soul Badguy, right? If I have pot sets to flick after this, I wonder if this reaches. It might not, actually. Like, when both the far slash and the heavy slash hit like that, he gets pretty far away. Yeah, that's still in range. So if I gunflame Feint. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, wait, the Feint pulls him back a bit, huh? Like, yeah, the Feint pulls him back a little bit. Interesting. Yeah, he goes back a little bit. Ah, what do you know? Okay, because, yeah, like, just like this, he's in range. But when he does Feint, it pulls him back a bit. I see. And then once it whiffs, you can try and kill him, I guess. Probably, like, I don't know, probably with, like... Yeah, like the far slash, like 6S here. Alright, this, oh. Like bonk into, oh, it's so slow, man. I'm not sure actually if I can whiff punish this with, I'm trying to do 6S and it's not quite working. Is he the sole bad guy or are there more? There are dozens of us? Yeah, it's actually kind of hard to like find the timing to 6S this if it exists. Yeah, I feel like I don't think I actually have the time for it necessarily. When he whiffs you can 6H? I don't think so. I feel like I have to like wait for Flick to be over, and then it's not gonna. I'm not sure. I mean, regardless though, it's good to know that he can like do this. It's kind of a micro interaction, but still interesting, certainly. Get down. I guess are there any like? I guess one thing to know that I probably should try to figure out: are there any gaps in this that are Potemkin busterable? And you know what I think probably is like, that I was thinking about just now. If I set Pot to do Pot Buster on block. Again, this is very focused. Me as a Potemkin, how do I fight this guy, right? If he does like, oh wait, hold on. If he does, no, okay. I wanted to know if it was if the gap was big enough that I could pot buster out of this, but not quite. Okay. Out of close slash, I can't pot. What about out of far slash? There's one less frame there. No, not quite. Okay. Yeah, there's not a big enough gap there. Gotcha. 5K 6S might still have the gap. K buttons into 6S is fake. Yeah. So I guess what is his safe Gatling here? Oh, nothing. It seems like out of K you can't. Maybe. Oh, I guess both hits. Both hits. Both hits is safe. One hit is not. Yeah, so he has to do both. If he cancels out of one hit, then it's fake. If he cancels out of one, then it's fine. Only on FD. Remove FD. Oh, I mean, I should be. I'm probably gonna be FDing most of the time, I guess. But yeah. No, still works. It shouldn't matter, right? Because I'm getting counter hit before the armor starts, so that shouldn't be it, right? I don't think, unless I'm misunderstanding you guys. That's why not. I'm just getting counter hit before the armor starts, right? The gap is smaller than 5 frames, is what it is. I don't think it matters. I guess you're right. Yeah, it wouldn't. The distance shouldn't matter. We would see pot armor something and then whiff if it was the distance. But yeah, I guess. Yeah, the 5K Gatling seems safe as long as he lets both hits rock, right? Yeah, I don't think off the top of my head, I don't think I see anything that is like. I mean, I guess it's like this. Yeah, I guess if it does far, I guess that's it. This far slash isn't real, huh? Can you back Mega Fist? They really like made back Mega Fist a lot worse as an evasive move, right? But yeah, far slash is fake, I suppose, huh? Yeah. What about like? Oh wait, any cancel out of far slash? It isn't a. Okay, no, 5K works. Yeah. No, out of close slash it does. Out of far slash? No, okay. I was too late the one time. Gotcha. It is a little bit tight, but yeah. Far slash. Temkin Buster fodder. Gotcha. Too big of a gap there. Yeah, okay. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Same place you would. They also like doing far slash 5A as a frame trap, like delaying it like that, which will kill you on mash. Yeah. I see. Get delayed Gatlings. So true. Oh god. But if you delay it too much, I guess that happens to you. So true. Okay. Relatively simple, I think. So, again, I'm sure there's like deeper micro interactions and stuff that I don't know, but again, that's not what I need to know. Right now, we're just trying to kind of learn the basics, get a foundation for understanding of what these characters are doing on offense. You can try to defend against them. And, you know, as I play more with this foundation, I can, when things don't fit into the puzzle that I currently have in my head, I can learn little itty-bitty individual things, right? This kind of gets us set up. Yeah, I think we'll do Kai real quick here before we... Good for groundwork? Yeah, it's groundwork. It's groundwork. We'll do Kai in a second here, but first, VOD watchers. Well, hi, VOD watchers. How's it going? Hope you had a good time with the video. If you did, any kind of like, subscribes, comments, bells, any of that good stuff. Helps out a lot. I also do stream every day from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Eastern, except for Fridays, so come by and hang out if you are so interested. Guilty Gear will be on Mondays moving forward, most days. And yeah, most importantly, I also have a Discord, I guess, if you want to come in there, get some matches, you know, share some tips, anything like that, then feel free to do so. But if you do, be nice or I'll shoot you in the head in Minecraft, most important. Hope you had a great time hanging out today, as always. I know I sure did. Yeah, so simple start, right? I'm sure it's gonna be a lot harder to figure out everything I think I need to know in 30 minutes on other characters. I guess 40, but we'll see. For now, having a lot of fun with Guilty Gear. Gonna be a lot more coming your way. And until then, I will see you in the next one. Peace. All right, let's do some Kai, fellas. Let's do some Kai. Then we'll probably hop on to SF6 after that. Stun Dipper Chan? Yeah. Slightly more complicated, possibly, but I think still overall relatively straightforward, right? Maybe I'm about to learn today, but I still don't think Kai is doing anything too like crazy or degenerate, right? I think I'm already somewhat familiar with these guys. Oh boy, I might be wrong. Maybe I'll learn today. Kyle Keyblade, yeah. Happiest man in the game right now. Let's just top right into it, I guess. All right, folks, we are back. More Guilty Gear, more trying to learn the fundamentals of how to fight every character in the game. And we are here with Kyle, Mr. Kiske himself. Again, starting off with some simpler characters. We did Soul last time, right? Still a little bit on the simpler end of things. Again, the goal here is, again, I'm a pot player. I'm trying to learn how to, let's do Soul Bad Kai right here. But yeah, like, we're just trying to learn the basics of, like, counterplay against these guys, I think. And, like, specifically, because where I feel the most lost often in Guilty Gear is on defense. So trying to learn the specifics of how to deal with their pressure strings, their Oki, their setup, stuff like that. And, like, maybe some neutral and all that, like, kind of sprinkled in there. But yeah, the primary idea is definitely trying to figure out what they're doing on offense. Or I guess for that reason, I was gonna have yeah, I guess for that reason, let's bring Pot in here instead. Let's have Pot be the guy that we're doing all this stuff on. We can, like, try different counterattack settings for Pot and stuff. We didn't really do that until the end for Soul, but I do like the idea. What the fuck is... Change character. There you go. Mr. Temkin. He's a mid-range character that can either focus on zoning with stun edge or rush in with overhead or low options or mix them up. Fair enough. Fair enough. Alright, so let's see. So, real quick, as always, unfortunately the frame meter mod is not updated. That's, I mean, again, it's not... we don't... The human being who did it for us is very nice, obviously, and we shouldn't expect him to just, like, be at our beck and call. I'm just saying, because the game can't do it themselves, he's doing a great service, and the fact that it's not updated yet is unfortunate. But yeah, so let's, real quick, as always, just kind of going over the normals at first, trying to figure out what's special or interesting about them, right? We didn't go over it, but Red Wild Assault is kind of wild. I guess we can do that for any character that has it. That's a good point. Which Kai does as well. Is this like I guess this could be a frame trap as well, right? Red Wild Assault. It's mostly, I thought it was more of a combo tool, which is why I didn't really talk about it too much in the Soul video. If I'm wrong, though, maybe I'm wrong. I thought it was more of a combo extender, not like a pressure tool. Also, Kai theme going in the background. We do love that. All right, so real quick, his 5K is a low. It's a good 7 frame low. Gotcha. Good to know. -1 for 5P. I'm trying to, like, what plus buttons does he have first off, I guess, right? Low slash is only +1. Interesting. It's got a lot of active frames, though, right? His 5K has a lot of active frame. Everyone has, like a bespoke backdash catching button, right? It's not plus, I believe, but it's cancelable into everything. 5K meaty is very common. Yeah, it has like 10 active frames, so I can see that for sure. So you can probably make it incredibly up to +5 on block. Yeah, incredibly plus if you do it right. Stun Edge makes a shock state and is a huge in his game plan. Yeah. +1 is standard for close slash. Pumpkin and Soul are privileged. Really? Okay. Okay. Obviously minus far slash there is pretty normal. I'm gonna go over things in, like, really quick overview and then try to kind of drill deeper into more stuff, right? His 2S is a low. Soul's was not. Interesting. It's also unsafe, but of course a lot of stuff is unsafe. We're just meant to cancel it into stuff, right? Yeah, nice 2H, sure. Sweep, 6P, of course, yep. 6K, this is interesting. This is a... Yeah, this is a 25 frame plus on block move. I want to take a look at this one real quick. Right. Yeah, it's slow as hell, but it's plus on block. Wait, what? Oh, there you go. I was gonna say, why are my buttons not coming out? Yeah, you can cancel it earlier than it looks, is why. Yeah. So +4 on block, but 25 startup. And he does step forward a good amount too. It has, like, almost no active frames. It's kind of a... Yeah, you say it's an odd move? That seems right. Yeah, it seems a little bit weird. I mean, I guess... Like, if someone is, like, pushing you... I guess the point of this is, like, if you're getting pushed out on your offense, what can Gatling into this? Can anything Gatling into this? Wait, no? Close slash, maybe? Yeah, okay, so yeah, close slash can do it. Doesn't seem that far slash can. Yeah. You go, like, 2D 6K? Yeah. I don't think so. Yeah, so it looks like only... kick buttons? Oh, I guess, yeah. Kicks and punches and close slash. Gotcha. Okay. It's like, I guess the point of this, yeah, is just like, it's just a way to steal back a turn if someone is respecting you too much. Sure. Maybe crank some risk. Not sure if that's, I don't think that's a big thing that Kai does. We have to, obviously shock state is the big thing. We'll talk about that in a second. Okay, yeah. 6H is the big poke. Jumping buttons, whatever. JD I see used a lot. And I'm not sure... I see this used on Oki, I feel like, a lot too, right? Close slash punches and kicks always go into command normals? Kai's an all-rounder, he's also a grappler as well, modders, so I've heard the meme, yes. Yeah, what's special about JD? I feel like I see this thing used often. Like almost like in pressure sometimes too. JD's a grab bait? I see. Gotcha. Yeah. So true. Okay. Yeah, so... Sure. So it doesn't feel like... Yeah, I guess it doesn't feel like Kai has, like, quite as strong, like, non-special move-based strike pressure as Soul might have, right? Obviously, he doesn't have, like, the plus-on-block forward-advancing Far Slash. Like, it feels like probably a lot of the pressure from this fella is going to come down to, his special moves and shock state and stuff, right? Does that seem accurate? It doesn't seem like his buttons are the scariest thing in the world on their own, right? But it's like using his normals, which to be fair, is the case for most people, but... So, okay, I guess with that in mind, as we go on, we might go back to some of these normals and realize they were better than I thought. His 2S is very good. It is a low, yeah. I didn't notice Souls was not, for example. And this, yeah, this is a big fucking low, right? Wow, that is a big, yeah, it's a big low. And then, yeah, this is like the gigantic poke, right? It's 6H. This is like probably a great whiff punish button, right? Like if you try to swing on him when he gets pushed out. Yeah, and then if he on counter hit. Why was the counter different? Why is the counter on that different depending on like, why did it not launch there, but like it did launch there? Is there a clean hit on this? Maybe. His S buttons are very good and recover fast. Fair. His buttons are fine. His special moves are huge. Make his buttons better. Yeah. 6H very advancing, pretty slow, more of a preemptive counter poke, space control than whiff punish. Yeah, like a spacing trap. Those are two different buttons. What? One is 5H. The other is oh my bad. I didn't realize. Oh shit, you're right. Yeah, I just didn't notice. Yeah, you're right. My bad. He did 5H, he didn't launch? Yeah, my bad. You're right. I just didn't hold, I wasn't holding forward. I'm a silly boy. 6H launches, 5H doesn't. Yes, gotcha. So true. Okay, cool. So yeah, I guess let's talk about, let's talk about this. Is this shock state thing sort of gone over anywhere, or is it just every special move is going to have its own discussion about it, I suppose? Probably, right? So, what are the ways that he gets you into, I feel validated at the same confusion when I was first playing. There you go. So, is Stun Edge the only way to put you in shock state? Like, does he... Oh, is it 236K? What the fuck is the input for Stun Edge? Oh, H. Or S. Oh, I thought it was P. I was doing like, you know, Ryu, like, Fireball stuff. Dire Eclat, shocks on hit. Okay, so Fireballs and... okay, gotcha. So yeah, these two, Dire Eclat and Stun Edge, both put you in shock state. Gotcha. And they're gonna differ based on if you have shock state on you or not. I guess, is there... So I guess the first part of this, 214S Direct Lat? Yeah. So I guess the first part of this is, how do I keep these moves from hitting me? Because I don't know exactly how yet, but I assume that Kai's pressure gets much, much spookier once he actually hits me with something that has shock state on it, right? So if I don't want to get Direct Latted, or I don't want to get Stun Edged, what am I supposed to do about that, right? And I don't know. Like, I'm not entirely sure. You can IB Direct Lat and Punish, fair. I don't think I'm gonna be doing that, but it's good to know that's an idea. His super applies shock state. If you hit him, you get out. Oh. If you hit him, it removes shock state. Really? So like, hold on. If I set pots to like counter and just do like a 5P or something, right? And I Direct Lat. Oh, I guess yeah, hit. I see. Yeah. So it goes away on hits. Gotcha. So finding gaps in Kai pressure to mash on feels important. I think that's probably important for a lot of characters, but the fact that it removes his win condition, right, feels doubly so. So far, right? Like, I'm trying. Keep in mind, I'm learning with you guys. I'm learning more than you guys. A lot of you guys in the chat at least know more than I do. But maybe someone else who's watching this video is learning along with me. But yeah, like, both of his shock state entrances are minus. Oh, okay, I see. So yeah, so let's talk about. So I'm trying to just like form a picture of the general Kai offensive game plan and go from there. Yeah, so the slash version is -4. Oh no, wait, what's oh, Dragon Install. Okay, so it's minus 14 or minus 7. Minus 7 being in shock state. So if he just does this and I block it, it's minus 14, huh? Yeah, interesting. So hold on, if I want to record him. I'm absorbing all this info like a sponge. I'm trying to. So yeah, he's minus 14 here. He'll go into Dire because that's minus 8. Ah, I see. People are not, so they're not gonna do Stun Edge as their enter. They're gonna do Direct Lat, right? Gotcha. So that's minus 8, and it pushes back pretty far. Does Pot have a button that can? Yeah, Pot's buttons, like his big buttons are too slow. So there's no way that I'm punishing him for hitting Direct Lats unless I ID it or IB it, right? But I suppose. Yeah. So weirdly enough, funny enough, it almost feels like I don't really want to be like. So we were talking about Soul. How, like, you know, Soul's worst nightmare seems like it's FD, and his whole kit is built around, like, the assumption you will FD in. It almost feels like I don't want to FD Kai that much. Like, I'm sure that there's still times, but, like, Yeah, it almost feels like I want Kai closer to me so he can't use his bigger buttons to, like, poke me out in the corner here, right? Like, if I push him too far away, you know, Pot maybe not, but, like, it's more so speed than size at that point. He probably has, like, some button he can hit me with from here that I can't hit him with, right? Like, it almost feels like I want this guy closer to me. At least maybe when I'm not in shock state yet. It's like when he direct lats, I can't punish him for this, but I can at least... I can at least, like, try to take my turn back with a far slash or something, right? Direct lat being -8 is a big deal. Since throw is a very important tool for him, you should FD things like close slash. I see. Same principle with Geo Wolf Kick. Okay. Yeah, so but it seems like where with Soul, it seemed like you FD literally everything and just look out for throws. It seems like FD is much more of a yeah, I guess like an RPS tool here. Like I use it against certain moves, but I actually probably don't want to push him back on certain other moves, right? Okay, so do you get in? So if I don't want to be dire eclated, what can I guess there's probably not very much I can do if I block something in the corner, right? Like if I just like, you know, if I just block a close slash or a far slash in the corner, I probably can't do very much to avoid this, right? Like it's just gonna happen. Like if I don't want to get this, I shouldn't have gone to the corner. As Pot, you definitely want Kai closer or farther. Challenging him in the mid-range is tough. Yeah, because my buttons are bigger than his, but they're slower. And then up close, you can do funny stuff, right? Like, I have, like, you know, he doesn't have anything the size of Pot 5H, but if I'm swinging that from, like, this distance, I just get murdered by, like, what, 2S or whatever, right? Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to just wrap my head around this. So, I guess, yeah, if I'm in the corner, I probably don't have any choice but to get stun edge most of the time, right? Like, I'm probably playing in stun edge, in shock, or sorry, not get direct clatted most of the time. Like, I probably am playing in shock state. Oh, doesn't, oh, wait, why that last so little? Okay, never, that lasts longer than I thought. Okay, in terms of avoiding blocking direct, there's not much law you can do other than IBing for punishes. Yeah, gotcha. So the answer is probably not, at least in the corner, it's not gonna be, hey, how do I not get direct clatted? Or how do I not get put in shock state? It's gonna be about, yeah, like, these things being minus, right? So, like, that's -8. I can take my turn back on it, right? Or then sometimes, maybe, like, yeah, on a knockdown, he goes heavy stun edge or something for Oki, then I'm in shock state. Now we have to talk about, you know, what to do against shock state, I guess. But yeah, a very important thing already is I did not realize direct clat was -8, right? Like, I did not realize that basically any time I ever block direct clat, I can take my turn back with, especially Pot having, like, such big buttons, I can take my turn back with probably almost anything, right? Like, what? Pot's 5H even. I think it's like a 16 frame startup. I don't think, does Kai have an 8 frame button that's gonna be beating my ass from that spacing? I don't think so, right? Yeah, 16, like even that, I feel like, probably far slash though is your guy most of the time, right? 12 frames, Kai is not hitting a 4 framer from here, right? It's just not worth it. It's like probably most of the time that I block direct clat, I want to far slash into nonsense, right? Yeah, so on block, if he goes into direct clat, honest, I mean, it might even be like far slash into. I probably go like as Pots. You can 6P. Ooh, so true. Gotcha. Then I guess I probably want to do this then, huh? 2D. I probably want a 2D instead because it's like even bigger, honestly, and it's still like decent. Like this should still be fine. Like Kai does not have a 5 frame. I think he can do from there. Kai doesn't have a 4 framer. Gotcha. But yeah, so I probably like 2D into blue wild assault, probably. Like if I want to like just completely get out of the situation. Nothing guaranteed. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'm just saying, like, you know, probably mixing up the two options. I mean, as an answer to because 6P, like as an answer if he's just 6Ping all my shit. But yeah, just like try to get him to block something into like blue wild assault. You can jump out of his HS stun on wake up on some setups. Okay. Yeah, so. Get hit by direct clat and then try to take your turn back, right? He has his own RPS to play there, of course. But yeah, direct clat being -8, big deal. All right. However, now we're in shock state. You know, we couldn't avoid it. We're in shock state. What now, right? So let's talk about his other special moves, I guess. So first off, I mean, stun edge becomes -4. Wow, that's a big difference. All right, well, not sorry, that's dragon install. No, it's -7. That's dragon install. Yeah. It's -7. Gotcha. So I mean, still probably not going to be used in offense that often. If you would like use a shock state move, does it like eats the shock state? I guess these are bad examples because they reapply it. I don't know, man. Like, yeah, it eats up the shock state, right? In shock state, Foudra is always plus. Yeah, Foudra arc I'm aware of. You just have to mash on it, right? I came back and I'm not understanding any of this. Yeah, I mean, if you have no Guilty Gear context at all, you might have wanted to be here for the first bit of the video. Yeah. Okay, so Yeah, so Stun Dipper is still, like, really bad on block, even in shock state. But, of course, he never, like, either Stun Dipper hits or he does Stun Dipper RC, I suppose, right? It's more of just, like a call-out for me trying to, like, mash from too far away or not blocking my toes or something, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, aerial stun edge until landing plus, yeah, okay, sure. Seems more like, again, a zoning tool. Yeah, so, I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, this thing is +5 to +12. So I know it's pretty important to want to react to like 5p to this, right? Even. Or 6p, I guess. 5p or 6p, depending. Only -14, thanks, Shockstay. Yeah. Flutter Arc is less plus if you block it standing, by the way? Interesting. Okay. If you can't match in time, stand block plus FD, so he has to micro walk for the strike throw. On Flutter Arc, you can close slash it if you're fast. True. Yeah, if we're trying to be consistent with it. 6p is like, since it's frame 1, it shifts the hurt box. It probably is the safest option. But yeah, 5p or 6p, right? Counter hit 6p gets us good stuff as pop to get Garuda into Oki, right? Like if he, like if I'm not entirely sure how to do this. Like if I record pop going like 6, like it's actually hold on. If I record him going like 6p Garuda or into Hammerfall or something, right? And then I try to Flutter Arc at him and I hit the thing at the right time. Hold on. Oh god, he's too slow. I'm too slow, IRL. Oh yeah, it also does hit. It hits low enough to trade with the 6p. I see. Yeah, maybe 5p is better if it's a little bit, if it's faster. Yeah, 5p might be better than 6p, unironically. I'd say almost always do 5p. I didn't realize it hit low enough to trade with the 6p too. Gotcha. I guess he does kick that leg pretty low. Yes, I guess we'd actually want to be doing. And then on 5p, I'm actually not sure what to do. I want to switch the. I want to switch it a second here. I can't record things for Kai to do, right? Yeah, because Kai's player 1 right here. Let me switch this real quick to make Kai Potemkin. Like if Kai does Flutter Arc and I mash on it, like what happens? Like what am I supposed to get off? I guess I go 5p into the heat tackle, like into the DP, right? Stun Dipper is better in neutral because it has some spacing shenanigans. Yeah, and I guess it's like Stun Dipper into Stun Dipper RC for like a neutral skip, right? Yeah, so if I just record Kai doing like Flutter Arc, I know I'm not in shock state, but you know, just give it a second. And we push him out or whatever, right? And if I have 5p, it's heat tackle, I guess, right? Probably do like multiple of these into heat tackle too. Flick, I suppose, works. 6k. It seems like probably it's just heat tackle, I think. Oh, I am acid to cancel it. Oh god, help. Oh my god, he sucks. What? Holy shit! He can't do it. Oh! It's 623k, right? God damn, yeah, it is. I'm just really ass. It's insane. One sec. Technical difficulties. Oh, and that gets us a meaty Garuda. Okay, point is, yeah, that gets us a meaty Garuda is the reason I think we should do it, right? It puts us like the timing on it. We can go this in. Oh my god, somebody help! Holy shit! Forward quarter circle. Just do forward quarter circle forward. Don't try to do 623. You're too ass at 623. There you go. That's not bad. Yeah, they got some meaty Garuda, and yeah, we can if they back dash, we can go from there. Gotcha. Maybe try 5p close slash 2h heat knuckle. Oh really? Huh? What about from like further spacing stuff? If I 5p a little bit earlier into the Flutter Arc. I mean that's not even that bad, I guess. But yeah, from right up close, I guess we can do something like that, right? Even then, we probably still, unless it's gonna kill him, we probably still want to do heat tackle there. It's because oh, actually the spacing on that's not a great. Yeah. Maybe we would want to do heat knuckle at that point. It's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage. But yeah, 2F should work from any range. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Sure, yeah. And then you can probably that pulls him in a little bit closer too. We go. Oh, it doesn't really vacuum, but like it doesn't push him out as far, so probably that. Oh no, still not. Okay. Yeah, so I mean we could just do 5p heat tackle. Probably can do 3 of these too. Yeah, so I get a lot of time to like buffer the input and not fuck it up. I can do 5p, 6p heat tackle apparently. Sure. But yeah, I mean I think I like that better just for the Oki, right? You can also route into Hammerfall. Probably like, what, this, that, this, or probably even just like that into. 1, 2, oh. 1, 2, 3. Maybe just this into Hammerfall? Actually, oh, probably, can I go like, can I actually just do this into Hammerfall? No, I don't think that's okay necessarily. You can do that, I suppose, right? That's pretty good. That should be pretty consistent too. Gives you the hard knockdown in front of you there. That seems fine. 5p, boom, boom. right, into Hammerfall. Well, that probably might not work from all spacing, since 2H kind of is a little bit unreliable sometimes. If I'm a bit further away, 2S will hit him, but 2H won't, right? I want to look at heavy stun edge as well for pressure. We're going to look at a lot of stuff. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. But yeah, I mean, yeah, match 5P until there's lots of different combos. That's, you know, as a basic idea, the most consistent one, because you got to be using it from further away, right? It feels like it might be, honestly, like, I'm going to be later most of the time. It's probably not a big deal. But if I am early, I don't even know. Maybe, like, does 5P, like, 2S Hammerfall work right away? It does, yeah. So the most consistent thing is probably 5P 2S into try 2H Hammerfall break 2K heat tackle. I think that's a little bit more than I'd like to do right now. I think the simplest, most consistent thing I can do is probably just going to be from distance, right? 5P 2S into Hammerfall. And let me just get some Oki off it. Yeah, that seems to work pretty well. Right out of Gief Bottle, who feels the best for you to play, not counting who you played the most? Who feels the best? Like, who feels the strongest? Or do I just have the most fun playing? I think I still have the most fun playing Ladiva. Who feels the strongest probably is still Gief, though. Maybe that'll change in 2 days, but maybe it'll be Pot. Alright, so yeah, so Fooder Arc we match on it, we can get punishes into Oki, sure. Yeah, Direct Let is still minus in Shock State, but would it reapply it? Probably. Like if he so I guess if he just goes bonk into bonk into bonk. Yeah, it just keeps it on, right? So yeah, it's just I guess it's fine. -6, does that change anything? Can I note, like, if he direct clats me when I'm in Shock State, can I not, like, 2D or Far Slash? I think it should still be fine. 6P will still be Far Slash, Jump will still be 2D, but I think it doesn't change anything about the interaction, I don't think. Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about, like, heavy stun edge are kind of just, like, scrolled by, right? So what is this thing? So it's really plus, but it's super slow. So yeah, I guess this is mostly, like, this is just always you do this after a knockdown, right? Like if Pot's not blocking here. Oh, sir. He just goes bonk, bonk into, oh, heavy. 1, 2, into this. Oh, you have to delay it a bit, I suppose, but sure. There you go, bonk. It's plus like 1 billion or something. And then it also puts you into Shock State. Is there anything that I mean, I guess you can probably try to do some, like, fake stuff into that too, right? Like just doing like fake, like if they respect the frame trap too much, just doing like fake shit into like this on, oh, you think that's heavy, it's not heavy, it's dust. Keep doing like this in pressure, right? But that feels risky. That feels like more so like just like a way to steal back a turn and be like +30 if your opponent respects you way too much. Where like it actually feels like trying to find the correct times to match on Kai feels very important, right? So I don't think people are not gonna be sitting still for 39 frames necessarily. It can be kind of okay, but it's better to do it further away and follow after it. More of like just like a neutral tool and like run in after it. I keep thinking that's heavy. I keep hitting dust where I should be hitting heavy. Yeah, just like, you know, far away and then like do this and just run behind it. I suppose so. I mean, that seems pretty good, right? I guess it's one of those things where like people could air dash over it, but since you're just dashing anyways, you could like try 6P or anti-air, right? I mean, I guess as Pot, it's still 39 frames, right? I guess as Pot, if I see Kai doing that, I slide head him. How fast does the startup on slide head exactly? Like how fast do I have to react to this to slide head him guaranteed when he's still in startup? Slide head is 29, yeah. So no, I don't think I'm gonna be doing that on reaction, right? I don't think that's happening on reaction. You don't have quite enough time for that, I don't think. Yeah, so what do I do about Kai just doing that? Like if he just does, I guess let's do it, right? Let's record it. Oh, I keep thinking that dust is heavy. Don't talk to him. Record this and just him running after it, right? Like what is the idea there? Because like obviously, I mean, we could just try to jump over it, but of course he could also try an anti-air. So yeah, Pot doesn't have an air dash or anything, so it can be kind of difficult, right? Oh, I guess it's flick, huh? Yeah. Every time I have a projectile in mind, it's always flick. It's always flick. Gotcha. And then if he's running behind it, I mean, he could try to air dash over it or something, but yeah, it is. Flick should always be the answer for projectiles. That's right. Okay, cool. But I mean, otherwise, heavy stun edge just kind of seems like if he gets like a certain knockdown, he might just be. It's a plus on block way for him to get into shock state, right? Yeah. So what is? I guess I'm a little bit. What is Kai doing on offense? Right? Like, what is Kai's goal when I'm in the corner, right? Like, even once I'm in shock state, right? Like, it's food, sure, food to arc reaction check, cool. But like, how is, so far, my sort of everything is pointing at, you know, mash on Kai. Yes, exactly. So everything is pointing towards you need to mash on Kai and pressure. So like, how is he stopping me from doing that, I guess, right? And that's where I kind of don't fully understand it yet. Because in a lot of cases, it seems like he's minus enough that like, alright, in this particular matchup, like, is he, like, are his buttons gonna be hitting before mine? I'm not entirely sure, right? Like, so, for example, like, I don't know, like, say that he pushes himself out to the mid-range and hits, like 2S or something, right? 11 frame startup, I mean, 10 frames, like, if he's -4 even, right? Like, far slash is beating all these buttons. He can just not cancel to direct clap? Well, I think this is reactable though, right? Like this whole thing, like, oh shit, I blocked direct clap, time to mash, right? Like you don't have to mash preemptively to take your turn back on this. You like see that you block direct clap and then mash. R slash is -5. I see. I mean, even so you can they can outrange you and beat your buttons with 6p. Yeah, so I guess it's 6ping on the big mashes. The thing I'm trying to get at, and I apologize if I'm not getting this across clearly, is like, there's got to be like, it feels a little like I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying it's how I feel right now with my missing info. It feels like I has a hard time like enforcing a game plan here, right? If all he has to do is be reactive to my predict my own mashing, I'm not sure how good that is for him, right? But there's got to be like a main tool that he uses that makes you really scared to hit buttons, right? He hit neutral, he's to wall break and wild assault hard knockdown. I see. He doesn't enforce a very direct mix. Yeah, I guess his goal is like, he's not like a corner offense demon. He probably just gets high reward off his hits and has good neutral and gets high reward in neutral, right? He holds down space, that's far slash. Yeah, so far slash is the button that's supposed to make you scared to mash on him, I suppose, huh? Like, where does Kai use, like, Roman... Okay, obviously, I was gonna say, where does Kai use Roman cancel on his pressure? Right, it's like, one thing, I guess, is Stun Dipper, obviously, right? So, sure. But that seems more like it's a neutral tool. It's a neutral skip, right? His neutral is quite good, and he converts into wall break quite easily. He's not so much for long pressure. Yeah, okay, I guess that's it. So, I mean, I guess my read is correct in that, like, Kai is not necessarily, like, a corner offense demon, but he still has things to look out for. Like, we talked about his offense a little bit here. He's still got stuff to look out for. He can get some nice, guaranteed plus on block shock state with the heavy stun edge there on the right knockdown, right? He can like frame trap you, 6p you, like beat your buttons. But yeah, it seems like mostly his big thing is just he's gonna like, out neutral your ass and then kill you, right? In terms of pressure, Kai only uses RC on Dipper or BRC mix. Okay, yeah, got it. Yeah, I guess in which case then, what is Kai doing if neutral is his main thing? Like, what is he doing exactly? Is Kai's goal to play like a more defensive neutral game and like whiff punish me trying to hit out pokes with his big ass buttons, right? Like, is his idea to like sit here and like, I whiff a far S and he sends me to hell or something like that, right? With 6H or whatever, or 2S or far slash or something. But his far slash is very big, right? Like his far slash is a big ass poke, right? It depends on who's playing. Sure, yeah, fair enough. Like, like the general, you can play any character offensive or defensive, but like, if he's playing defensive, I suppose he's just sitting there and like waiting for counter pokes. If he's playing offensive, is he just like, if someone's trying to play like a rush down Kai, I mean, are they just like throwing like, like stun edge, air stun edge, air stun edge, heavy stun edge, run behind it and jump and do all this nonsense or something, right? In general, I feel like most people in Tower are just rabid. True, but like, ignoring the person, because people will play any character aggressive even if they don't have good tools for it, right? What are Kai's tools to play aggressively? And I guess, I mean, it definitely feels like the big one is just this is a neutral skip, right? Like if you hit it, it's a combo, and if you block it, he's plus on block in your face, right? So like Stun Dipper RC seems like a big one. Yeah, Hail Mary Stun Dipper. Yeah, I mean, I guess so, right? You can switch between both quite easily. It seems like a basic idea possibly, right? Could be he has real good dash. I guess he's fast. That's a good point. He can't just like run at your ass like decently, He strikes me, though, overall, like, as far as the tools of his character, he strikes me more as a defensive character. Like, no one is going to play defense all the time, right? But I feel like he's gonna be like mostly looking out for like getting these big, like he's got good like counter poke buttons and shit. And then, you know, yeah, he can always like try and go in and do some nonsense, or he like plays that neutral till he gets 50 meter, and then once he has 50, then, you know, most people can do dumb shit with 50, but of course he has got that, right? So it's not that big of a deal. Probably cancel if it actually hits. You probably cancel this after 2 hits, right? We have to, is there a follow up to this? Oh, there is. Weird. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know the combo, but you get the idea. Sure. There's a defensive full screen, yeah, full screen CSH and air fireballs. What's CSH? Oh, charge stun edge, right? Charge stun edge. Yeah. Charge stun edge. The heavy fireball. Gotcha. You just Catalina with electric instead of ice. Yeah. That seems right. Different characters you might have to handle different. He's more defensive, but can stay screwed as well. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so for example, how does that interact? If I'm gonna be, I'm trying to play Potemkin a lot of times these days. I'm trying to play as more of like a poke boy, right? Like play Potemkin more so in the way of like trying to like, you know, just fuck around until I have 50, and then once I have 50, we can go in and Hammerfall RC, or, you know, Hammerfall on block RC for like a neutral skip or something, or, you know, just in general, like find a poke into like counter hit this into slide head, or like 2D into slide heads, or anything like that, right? Or even like, you know, something I want to try doing more is like this random blocked poke into blue wild assault. Like I'm trying to play a more pokey pot myself. How would Kai probably interact with this? And I guess I have to be careful if he gets really high reward off just hitting me. I have to be a little bit careful about throwing out my pokes too willy-nilly, I guess. Since he does have some very strong counter pokes. You know, flick his fireballs, sure. Yeah, this doesn't seem horrible. Like we're really simplifying it. I'm sure Kai has some really nasty shit he can do, right? Like this doesn't seem horrible. Like I think I can understand sort of what I'm supposed to do against this film, right? Of course, again, yeah. So we start with Soul, we did Kai after. These guys are relatively simple, but the big takeaways for me that I didn't know about or didn't have like top of mind before I did this, like, you know, the top like 5 things that I learned, I think. Probably won't go for close charge stun edge full screen as much because of slide head and flick, but air fireballs far away is quite annoying. Although heat tackle may beat. This thing, I don't actually know what this thing does. Like I don't know if it has like any special properties like anti-air, like invuln or anything. Actually not sure. Heat tackle. 1 hit of armor from 12 to 19 frames. Interesting. Weird. 1 hit of armor. Are the air air stun edges 1 hit? Yes. I think it's the angle it covers. Yeah, these things are 1 hits too. So yeah, if he's doing this, it would just beat it, huh? Yeah. Gotcha. Okay, cool. Yeah, so the main things, that's one of them that's going on the list. But yeah, the main things I think that I've learned today about Kai, him being a counter poke character, that's not necessarily new to me, but yeah, is that overall, his pressure in the corner revolves primarily, I believe, if I have to a book report, right? It's my Kai Kiske book report, right? His pressure in the corner revolves mostly around, like, spacing traps and then, like, shock state nonsense, reaction checks with Foudre Arc, or, like, maybe 6k, but I don't know, maybe, sometimes, right? Like, stealing back turns with reaction checks like that. But it is important to try and mash on Kai, just make sure you're in a space, like, understand the space where your buttons are actually gonna hit. The big one that I just, like, didn't know when I held this shit all the time is that direct lat is minus, like, 8. I did not know this, right? Like, I don't know why, I just kind of assumed it was still Kai's turn after direct lat every time. So, like, the only ways he can get you into shock state are direct lat and stun edge. Direct lat is the safest one, and that thing is, we can take our turn back after that. He can otherwise get you into shock state like Meaty's, right, or like, you know, Meaty stun edge, charge stun edge, on a knockdown or something. But yeah, taking your turn back after direct lat, big one, right? And then it's this RPS of like him trying to beat the thing you're gonna try and take your turn back with. So if you're gonna do a big horizontal poke, you know, he might 6p. If you're gonna try and like do a sweep or something, because you're gonna need a sweep because he's gonna be really far away from you. He gets pushed back very far. He might have to try and jump it or something. And then besides that, right? Foudre Arc, you know, we knew we have to 5p this. We labbed some combos to try and beat it, right? I don't think I really have, like, I don't know, like, if there's anything I can do against Stun Dipper besides just, like, respect, like, keep in mind that my toes could get blocked, right? Or sorry, I'd have to block low so my toes could get clipped, right? Aerial Stun Edge gets beaten by Heat Tackle. Charge Stun Edge is a flick. I mean, this is probably also a flick, but it's going to be harder to react to, for sure, right? Yeah, like really the big thing that I should have known, like flicking charge stun edge is something I just like should have known but I didn't think about. It's like this is a big one for sure if you use that in neutral. Heat tackling the aerial stun edges and better ways to mash on Foudre Arc, and also just taking your turn back on Kai in general. Kai does not have really a lot of plus on block anything even in shock states, that isn't a reaction check, right? His only, like, close slash is really, like, when you're in close slash, sure. Like, he can close slash into tick throw or close slash into frame trap. That's a scary place to be. But, like, his only plus shit, basically, is reaction checks, right? It's just Fudra Arc or 6K. So just, like, make sure you mash on those things, right? Yeah, I don't know. Again, groundwork, right? There's gonna be, do you know about Kai's JD pressure reset? No, I do not. If he makes you block JH, you can do JD air dash into a kind of meh high-low. JS versus MT2K, interesting. So he does JS, if you block JS and then he does, or JH, and he does GG like that. So he goes like bonk, bonk into air dash? On block, I guess, only. Maybe. Makes you block JH, you can do JD into air dash and a kind of... Oh, okay. Yeah, sure, that's not... Is that even... So, I guess real quick, I suppose, yeah, is that even... Like, if he does this... Alright, let's go into the corner. If he does this, how like, real is that? Can I just... I assume I can't just, like, 6p this, because JD is 2+. Oh, that's too low to the ground. One sec. Oh, I have to probably jump for the dummy, too. Or, like, if he just does something like that, I don't know. Is that, like, 2+ for me to do anything about? Yes, it is. Okay, gotcha. 2+ on the air dash? Yeah, so I guess... Yeah, so that's good to know. But you see, that's not like you can fuzzy this for sure, right? Pretty sure if he goes empty, it's smashable. I mean, there's no way he can't make the overhead and the low hit at the same time here. I have to imagine too, right? You can probably just like fuzzy this, like fuzzy high low. After JS can do close slash a frame trap, yeah. I don't think you have to match on that. Just fuzzy it, probably. This extends his plus frames. That's fair. It gives him another turn. I mean, I guess you want to probably then instead like when he jumps for the JH, that's when you want to fuck with him, right? Like when he goes for, hold on. Like when he does like this, right? Instead of even like fucking with him at all, just like, you know, when he goes up in the air, 6p, right? Because it's good to know that JH is a thing that leads to this though, so that, you know, I do prioritize, so I can prioritize like 6ping him more often when he goes up in the air like that, right? That's a good tip. Thank you. I did not think of that. Okay, cool. Yeah. Groundwork done on Kai, I think. Again, I'm sure, just like, I'm going to say this at the end of all of these probably, but just like with Soul, right? There's going to be lots of little things that I didn't know about, or lots of little interactions. We didn't really talk about RC that much, or like, I don't know, man, like how his Wild Assault works into his pressure, though I think Orange, again, Red Wild Assault, I don't think is, like, really for that. Maybe I'm wrong. But, yeah, like, there'll be things we learn, but I think I have the basic game plan of what, like, a floor 9 or 10, like, what the basic idea that Kai does, and we can learn from there. I think the problem is more so, when I have no idea what the character even does, then it becomes hard to even understand the RPS. Once we know what the RPS is, we can learn how to play it better, and how the Kai can, like, fuck with it a little bit. How he can, you know, the normal RPS is this, but what if I did this instead, because to throw you off? That only works if I know what the normal RPS is to begin with. And I think now I kind of do. So I'll take that. This is a dub. This is a dub. I think I'm actually very happy that I'm doing this series of videos here. Of course, Soul and Kai, simple. I'm also somewhat familiar with them already. As we get into things like Bedman and shit, we'll see if we can do that in 40 minutes. But who knows? Who knows? Yeah, that's gonna do it though. It's gonna do it for our first little learning the basics, I suppose, block here with Soul and Kai. We're gonna play some SF6 probably in a second here. But yeah. First, real quick before we go, I guess let me send the VOD watchers on their way. So hello, VOD watchers. Hi, how's it going? Hope you had a good time with the video. If you did, any kind of like, subscribes, comments, bells help out a lot, especially because it's like a new thing we're doing for Guilty Gear here. So if you like this, let me know. If you don't like this, let me know. Maybe we'll do something else, right? Batman gets away with a lot of fake shit. Learning the basics with him will be good. Yeah, I mean, again, there's gonna be like the characters where learning the basics will be harder. It's gonna be harder, but it's gonna be more important because like those characters probably knowledge check you. I don't think Soul and Kai are like running around like doing too much knowledge checking you outside of like the very basic level, which I still have to learn some stuff. But yeah, like, you know, figuring out what the fuck Bedman does is going to be important, I think, even though he doesn't show up at all, but like, yeah, still. But yeah, I also stream every day, VOD watchers, from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Eastern, except for Fridays. Guilty Gear is going to be on Monday, moving forward, primarily, so if you're interested in that only, go over there. Otherwise, Granblue, Street Fighter, lots of good stuff, tournaments, come by and hang out, man. Except Fridays. I also have a Discord if you want to go by there and get some matches, make some friends, etc. But if you do join, be nice, or I'll shoot you in the head in Minecraft, most importantly. Hope you had a great time hanging out today, as always. I know I sure did. Fun time. And again, it's gonna be very. I don't know who we'll do next. Maybe I just like go out on like the character select screen here. Who knows? Maybe I'll just go in like Dust Loop order. Maybe I'll just pick people that I'm more interested in learning in the short term, right? But yeah, having a lot of fun with Guilty Gear. Gonna be a lot more coming your way. And until then, I will see you in the next one. Peace. Let's play some SF6. We're not gonna. I have some interesting ideas for SF6 for today too, I think. Especially, I mean, SF6 is an interesting one because we've got the patch looming. The patch notes are out tomorrow, I think, right? Tomorrow at like 7 p.m. PT or something. So, or was it? No, no, sorry, it's the first. November. Oh yeah, November is 30 days, right? Yeah. So the patch notes, I believe, are out on tomorrow night. So probably not gonna talk about them until a little bit later, but it's fine. When is the next time for the Guilty Gear knowledge gonna be? Monday. It'll be Monday. So like again, moving. So Saturday, this is the last like normal Saturday stream. After this, it'll be sub only stuff. But then yeah, so moving forward, we'll have like Saturday sub only. I don't stream on Fridays, and Wednesday and Thursday are wall brawl. So we have 3 regular stream days left, and they'll be like given entirely to one game, right? So like Sunday is Granblue, Monday is Guilty Gear, Tuesday is Street Fighter, and then Wednesday, Thursday are wall brawl, Friday I don't stream, Saturday sub only, and the loop repeats, right? So if you want to be if you want to come by for the next bit of Guilty Gearing, that'll be Monday. Tomorrow is gonna be all Granblue all the time. All right. Oh, why did I? Oh, I was like, why did I launch Granblue? I thought I did. I launched Street Fighter 6. Perfect. We get there. We get there. All right. Let's switch up stream titles and categories real quick, just so I'm not falsely advertising. It was funny seeing Guilty Gear and Granblue talks that I won my college local in both of those last week. Yo, you kind of clean with it. It's a very cute email that's punching me, by the way. Who is this? Bezos 4 Punchy. It's very cute. All right, Street Fighter 6. What's also, I don't like the little intro it plays here, so let's just go. Street Fighter. College locals can be kind of serious sometimes. The only like sort of college tournaments that I ever went to were for Smash. But, like there are some people who are like pretty good, right? There's people like definitely like pretty strong. Not like top players by any stretch of the imagination, but like like definitely in that like that high level play bracket for sure. Do. Street Fighter 6. Switch this up real quick. Yes, there's topical stuff to talk about here with SF6, I think. All right. I've been on that Skullgirls grind now, yo. So true. I've not played Skullgirls ever. I didn't realize it was still kind of like vibing. I thought I was a little bit older. I guess fighting games tend to have communities for a long time. Tropical, if you put DJ on screen, he's got jokes. Pog. He is kind of so true with it though. He's not wrong. All right. Let's go into training mode here. I think I'm going to talk about one of the things I want to talk about is just there's a patch coming up on December 2nd, and the general sentiment is that Gief is probably going to get nerfed. Maybe talk about sort of some of the sort of good worst case scenarios. Nerfs that maybe like he doesn't have to get gutted. It's a small patch. Kind of talking about what could be reasonable, what nerfs I think he maybe deserves to receive, and then what might be a little bit worse that I hope doesn't happen. Right? It's probably a good place to start for today. There's my little lists of things I want to make videos on for the month. Hope Gief doesn't get nerfed. Just hear people keep crying like they do with 2B. It's not as bad. It's not as bad with Gief for sure, right? Like it definitely is in some places, right? But like Gief does not get as much hate, I don't think. Grapplers will always make people mad to some extent, though. It's unfortunate. It's the yoke that we must live with. All right. Do. Let us talk about some potential Gief nerfs here. Do. Let me just... Let's pull up the super combo, I guess, maybe, too. Why do guys hate 2B anyway? I don't understand why, right? It's because she forces you to play the game in a way that's different. She forces you, like, the optimal way to play against 2B is, like, much slower than people usually want to play their Granblue, I think. So I get why. I just don't, I think it's, like, you know, at a certain point, man, it's like, it's the character is who, like, she is who she is, man. It's not like she's, like, horribly common anyway, right? So it's fine. Like, just chill out a bit. Chill out. Let me just consult something real quick here. Do. All right, cool. Let's do the thing. All right, folks, we are back with more Street Fighter 6, doing something again a little bit interesting, a little bit different. Gonna be trying to do some more varied Street Fighter 6 content over the course of December here, and I mean, it's easy to start off with right now. I think this video is gonna come out probably pretty soon. If you're a VOD watcher, it'll come out pretty soon. Pretty close to when the actual patch notes come out. I believe the patch is meant to drop December 2nd, and I believe the patch notes are supposed to come out like December 1st, like tomorrow night, December 1st at like 10 p.m. my time or something. Regardless, with that being said, there's been a lot of talk about Gief is... Listen, no one knows for sure. No one knows for sure, but, you know, the general sentiment is that Gief is probably going to get nerfed. And listen, maybe he won't. That's great. We're here to talk today about possibly what might be, what in my opinion, are, if Gief is going to get nerfed, you know, what might be like reasonable things to nerf on him, what things might be a little bit harsh, and what I think is just, you know, the whiners one. The people just like, you know, no matter, even when Gief was not very good in Season 1, they would still complain about him. People just like hate fighting grapplers. Maybe their voice got too loud and Capcom listened, and they did things that I think are just unreasonable nerfs, right? So that's kind of the general. We're gonna kind of split things into three categories, going in like increasingly horrific order. If you know, as you're a Gief man, you're reading the patch notes that might be coming out tomorrow there. So yeah, that's kind of the general conceit of this. And you know, if I missed anything, if there's something that you think that that you know would be a reasonable nerf, or something you're scared of happening, or something like that, feel free to mention it in the comments. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit, it's kind of talking about, you know, it's kind of like begging for my life a little bit. It's like, you know, mentioning here, okay, if you have to nerf him, could you do it this way, please? Like, only hurt him a little bit. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Yeah, real quick, I guess before we get started, if you like this kind of stuff, be sure to like the video. All that helps out a lot, especially again over December. We're gonna be trying out a lot of different SF6 contents. So you know, any feedback is gonna steer it in the direction of things you want to watch more. It's what I want to make. I want to make things you guys want to watch at the end of the day. But yeah, also I do stream if you want to be live for all this. Now, with all that being said, link in the description to Twitch. To start off with things that I think actually are like reasonable nerfs that Gief probably should get, right? Like the Gief probably, to give you an example of like nerfs that Gief's already gotten this season, I guess, to sort of give you some context. I think the knee nerf, right? Making knee go back to being unsafe on block if you space it out poorly, right? That's a great nerf. That needs to happen, right? I think that button was they made it a little bit too ham in the patch. Like if they didn't already do that, that would have been in the list on like reasonable nerfs, things you probably should change about Gief, things you made a little bit too ham. As far as like things that I think were a little bit harsh and unnecessary, but like I can see it. This isn't like gutting the character or like doing anything that's like this was so unfair, but I think it was a little bit harsh. Is the headbutt nerfs, right? The headbutt scaling nerfs. I don't think that needed to happen, right? I think it was a little too harsh. It's okay. The character is still strong. It's not like anything horrible happened. But I think it was a little harsh. I've been on record saying this about the patch many times. The knee change, wonderful, beautiful, chef's kiss, had to happen. That move was stupid, and it was making me use it too much, honestly, because it was too good. The hurt box change even is a little bit more, but that's fine. Makes sense. They'll make knee less abusable. Great. The headbutt change, not so much. So with that context, as far as like other reasonable things that Gief can get, sort of the perspective that I come from this is that Gief is a grappler, right? Gief is the grappler, in fact. Like, he sort of is, like, across the fighting game genre, Gief is that guy, right? So with that in mind, when I think of grappler, I usually think of character who, you know, kind of slow, maybe bad defense. Well, bad defense depends. Sometimes command grabs are very good defensive options. But, like, beside, you know, relatively bad defense, but, like, when they get in, they kill you. They send you straight to hell, right? Like, the idea with the grappler is usually either overwhelm them, grapplers are characters. I guess the idea is grapplers are characters that are built with very defined inbuilt strengths and weaknesses, right? There are lots of archetypes like this. Ryu is like a Shoto, right? He's designed to be like, he's kind of all around. So like actually tuning him power level wise is a little bit more confusing sometimes, right? Because like he doesn't have like obvious bits where he's designed to be weak or designed to be strong, right? Gief is not that. Gief is designed to be very strong and scary in terms of he has like a true 50-50 like all the time when he's running his pressure. He's got infinite plus frames, especially in season 2, right? In season 2, his offense is super synergistic because, you know, he does like so much drive gauge damage, it makes you want to parry him. Then if you parry him, the throws do more damage, right? And the throws do so much damage you want to jump, but if you jump, his strike pressure is actually quite scary now. Like he's horrifying up close. That's kind of the idea. But he's not. So the idea is with Gief, usually depending on what kind of character you're playing, are you either keep him away from you and he can't really do too much, ideally, or you overwhelm him instead, and before he can kill you, you kill him, and you kind of use like his lack of a reversal and his general bad defense against him, right? And I mean, obviously, like, you know, that kind of changes when he has this, but again, it's its own edge case. So things that like strengths of Gief that kind of don't fit into those buckets are ones I think would be reasonable to nerf, right? And with that, I'm sorry, there's a lot of preamble, but I just want to, because we're just so like once I say things, will make a lot more sense, I think. And with that, I think this is one that I already mentioned a couple of times in some videos. But I think, hey, if Gief's gonna get nerfed, something I can understand that I think makes a lot of sense, right? I think this button's a little too ham. It's not the best jumping button in the entire game or anything, right? Jumping medium kick, but like this thing gets like real deep. It's not, yeah, it's not, you know, there's like Juri's got like a pretty crazy like her little kick thing, right? Luke jump heavy punch, Ken jump heavy punch. There's lots of really crazy. It's not really a jump in button, but like Ed's like fucking sword that he swings out. I think it's like his jumping medium kick or something. It's like a huge horizontal aerial, right? This is a very good button, and specifically, it's a very good button on a character who, at least by my conception, probably should not be super duper good at like neutral skipping, right? And this is like actually like pretty. If I have a problem where I jump way too much on Gief, even still, like people like they have the anti-air super high on their mental stack. This thing will just beat you sometimes, right? Like he can hit you from so high up with this. Like a lot of, if you don't have like a really good anti-air, like Ed, for example, struggles with this a lot, right? Like if you have a slower anti-air, or if you have a smaller anti-air that you have to like do a little bit later or something like that, right? Like this thing can be a real pain in the ass. I don't think it's like a huge problem as it is, but I think if something needs to be tuned down about Gief, that seems reasonable, right? That button seems a little ham. That might just be a guy like a 1500 MR take, like at higher level, that button might not be very good. But I think I see Gief's jumping like not as much as I do. Like when they jump, they use that button. Right? It's a very nice button for just like, and also, or alternatively, maybe what you can do is lower the reward on hit for that button, because you might notice that even like no matter how high I hit this thing up, at worst it's +7. Right? Which +7, of course, means you can go into Hellstab, right? From Hellstab, you get like pretty decent damage, right? And Lariat gives you some decent Oki depending on where you are and stuff like that. If you're in the corner, it gives some very good Oki. So like, I don't know about lowering reward though. I think like Gief's kind of entire thing is that he should be like, you know, the reward when he gets in should be high, right? That's kind of why I disagree with the headbutt nerfs. I think making it harder for Gief to get in makes more sense to me than making him worse once he gets in. That's kind of his identity, right? So that's one. In a similar vein, but I'm a little bit more concerned about these. But like they tuned down his stand medium kick already a little bit, a teeny bit, right? I guess you could do that a little for some of his other buttons. Again, it's a minor patch. They said like it's not going to be, okay, it's not minor. It's not going to be as big as the season 2 patch, but every character will have changes. And Gief, just like the Terry patch, maybe Gief will have the most changes and they'll all be nerfs and it'll be sad. But like, I'm kind of coming at this from the point of view of like reasonable things feel like, you know, slight adjustments in the power of Gief. And then you kind of like keep thinking about it as it goes. It's like, what that, like, you know, slight range nerfs to like the crouch medium kick, the stand medium kick, the stand leg kick, something like that. Might not be a bad idea. I mean, this is like on the borderline. Gief has a special thing with his stand leg kick where like this is the only gapless light block string in the game, right? So if you don't know, like a lot of light, like there's no other lights to my understanding. You can go like light, drive rush, light, and there's no gap here. And the reason this matters is because, you know, once people are a little bit higher level, everyone is doing like the EXDP option select, right? Where it's like if you do a drive rush cancel, they will just let the DP rip. And it's going on Exalt. They let the DP rip, and if there's no gap, then they block it, and the DP doesn't come out, right? So they're fine. And if there is a gap, they EXDP you, and they hit you, and they get a little bit of advantage. And you spent 3 bars on this drive rush cancel, and they spent 2 bars on the EXDP, right? Very common OS once you get into like, you know, like high mid level or like low high level play. Even it's not exactly like tournament player stuff at all. So with that in mind, Gief having a light block string like this as gapless is quite nice. maybe you could consider this as like a bit of a this is like a bit of a neutral skip or something, since he is +1 now, which means, to be fair, +1 for Gief. I mean, if he tries to SPD, your 4-framer will beat him depending on the spacing, right? Got Guilty Gear his first time playing Faust. Oh, nice. Yeah, Faust is a goofy boy. You should enjoy him. But yeah, so maybe you can consider this as like since it is a big button, maybe this makes it like a little too easy for Gief to get in on people. You could put a gap here, I guess, like make this slightly more disadvantageous on block. But I think the problem is that, again, if you make this 2-, it becomes like, you make this like -6, it becomes like punishable by most people from most spacings, right? So I don't know if like -5 probably makes this have a gap in it. If not, then, we can do the math right now, I guess. Actually, no, I'm not gonna do that right now. We have other things to get to. But yeah, like if adding like 1 extra frame of recovery to this would make it have a gap there, then like that might be a reasonable thing to do as well, right? It takes away like one of Gief's ways to kind of cheat his way in. It's not really, it's a big button. It's not like he's doing like, burn knuckle or something, but like it's a big button and he can drive rush into a gapless block string. Maybe you can take that away. Again, the reasonable nerfs are all sort of centered around playing to Gief's, like making Gief's weaknesses worse or making like strengths he shouldn't have worse, right? I don't think, I would not really consider it to be a reasonable nerf if you take away one of the strengths that makes him a character, right? Again, that's why I think Knee's a great idea. Knee's a neutral skip. It's a stupid neutral skip. The fact that Gief could do this and always be safe is kind of stupid. And the fact that the hurt box on it was so small is kind of stupid. It's a good nerf. It's a good nerf. Is there anything else that I want to put in the reasonable category, right? I mean, I'll steal playing into the entirety of the character. Yeah. I did watch a Broski video where he mentioned just making like this thing more minus on block. Sure, yeah, I mean, why not? This is a bad habit anyway. You shouldn't be doing this. Like all these chop, like this chop follow up, for example, is -17, right? Yeah, like this follow up's probably a little bit too safe. Like it's not. It's -6. People, it's like a lot of people just don't know they can punish this. But like, if you want to make this a little bit more negative, sure. That's not really a big deal. Again, like whenever I do this, it's a mistake. Like, you shouldn't be doing this as Gief very often anyway. The risk reward is just not good. Because what you're hoping on is that they mash after the first one and you frame trap them. Then you get 2 chops. It's not that much damage. It's not that good of Oki in the mid screen, right? And if they do punish you, you eat like a full punish counter combo with like a medium usually. It's like, it's not a good idea. But I'm gonna steal that one from Broski because I saw that video. But like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, otherwise, I feel like this is the problem. I feel like Gief is not like in dire need of nerfs, honestly. So I feel like I can't like off the top of my head here. I mean, I had some written down already. I'm trying to think, is there anything else that might be like sort of reasonable as far as like little touches to Gief? And it's not super coming to mind. Maybe it's like just Gief bias, Gief main doesn't want Gief nerfed. But I kind of feel like, he kind of does, outside of like getting in a little bit too easily, I feel like he kind of does what he's supposed to do, right? He's just like, they made his strengths quite strong, but I don't think they're incredibly so, right? As far as like as far as like touching his defense a bit, I guess, okay, here's the one big thing, right? Is like, if you want to have Gief have bad defense, which is, if that is their vision for what a grappler should be, which is a reasonable thing, right? It's a reasonable thing to want a grappler to have bad defense. I mean, Gief sort of does, but one thing that I could see them touching, I'm not sure if this is a good idea, but I could see them touching, is jump cancel SPD, right? Gief, it's a very important thing in this game. Throw loops and just like throw pressure and Oki on throws is very important in general in this video game. And Gief does actually have like a pretty, it's not like the world's greatest one. Probably like Cammy has a pretty good one. There's some better, Chun can kind of do like instant air EX legs in a similar way too. Blanca has his ball. But like there are lots of different like anti-throw options, and usually like characters having that is a big sort of notch in their belt, right? Because throw pressure, again, very important. So having a way to actually counter that isn't just like teching the throw, hoping for the best, is a good thing. And Gief has that. Gief has jump cancel SPD, and it's quite good. I'm not very good at it, but it exists. And at the times that I have done it in training mode, I can see the strength for sure. I don't know if I don't know even how they would go about like removing that. I don't know if they could. Maybe if they made it, I don't know, like tighter or harder to do or something, or I'm not sure, right? But if they want to touch that in some way, shape, or form, I can kind of see it. That'll be like pretty significant, right? Because I think right now, especially at a higher level, like Gief kind of being scary to throw loop is one of the biggest, like one of the strongest things about him on defense. But like if they wanted to touch that, that's like as far as I'll go and call it reasonable. I think that actually would be, if they made it like, if they removed it somehow, that'd be a huge nerf. That'd be a pretty big nerf, right? But like, if your conception is we don't want the grappler to have like good defensive answers against the universal offensive mechanics, then I get it. I think that's a big nerf. I think it could be reasonable. This kind of takes us out of the realm of reasonability now, right? So things that I would consider to be like harsh, things I would consider to be too harsh, not absurd, but like nerfs I could see happening that I don't think need to happen, right? And again, these are mostly going to fall into the category of tuning down Gief's strengths in a way that I think is unnecessary, right? I would rather them give him more weaknesses and make him more of like a counter-playable character than making his win condition less exciting, right? So, one of the big things they did in Season 2.
Nerd.
Also, Bandit, thanks for the follow, man. Hope you're enjoying the video and the stream and all that. One of the big things they changed in Season 2 about Gief that made him much better, right, is just they made it so he just gets so much drive. Like, every single jump cancel SPD is a consequence of jump squat being cancelable. Any changes to that would change the character significantly. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how they would like touch it at all, but like if they found some weird workaround, like hard code way to remove jump cancel SPD, I think it would be not great. But I from the point of view of trying to make the grappler's defense worse, I kind of get it, right? So one of the things, every move in Gief's kit, if you look at the Season 2 patch notes, he has so many changes, but so many of them are the same thing. It's like drive gauge increase on block or on hit increase to, you know, from 6,000 to 8,000 or from 2,000 to 4,000 or whatever, right? Gief just gains so much more drive gauge back now than he used to in Season 1, right? So if I put him on like, you know, if I go into like this, right? Just like, even just like blocking his shit, right? Like he just gets so much drive gauge back just for playing the video game and running his pressure. And I think this is good because it makes it so that, again, Gief getting in on you is like a real lose condition. Because he's always done a shit ton of drive gauge damage with his moves, especially headbutt, right? Headbutt. Like, headbutt does like almost a full bar of drive gauge, and if you respect it too much, it can loop back into itself. And in some cases, off like Oki situations, like off of, like you can do like, you know, headbutt, hell stab, this, and then I set Ryu to, oh, I fucked it up, hold on. I was trying to go back to the training mode settings. If I set Ryu to block now, and I go, this is a true block string. This is 2 headbutts you have to eat. Well, it's not a true block string, sorry. It's a frame trap. You can DP this or super it, but you can't mash or you'll die, right? So like, that's 2 headbutts you have to eat or take a very big risk to get out of. Gief has always done a lot of drive gauge damage, and that was not really buffed in the patch. What they did buff was his drive gauge regain. Now he also just gets a shit ton back as he's doing this to you. If they wanted to like tune that down, again, like reverting some of those Season 2 changes, I'm not a fan of that. Because again, the point is, I think that, please explain a frame trap. Oh, and basically there is a gap here. So for example, this is a good one too, right? Let me real quick tangent. If I set Ryu to on block, if I set him to light punch, right? Bonk, bonk. Oh, I have to turn it on. Yeah. You headbutt, you hell stab. You see how we got counter hits? There is a gap. It's not a true block string. It's not like a gap, right? Or sorry, there is a gap. You can't hit a button in between the headbutt hitting and the hell stab hitting, but the gap is small enough that if you hit a button, no button you have will not get counter hit. That's what a frame trap is the idea. So yeah, like, if they wanted to revert the drive gauge or like tune down the drive gauge gain on some of his normals, or like even go the other way and make it so he does less drive gauge damage on his normals, I think that's like, if they did it like a little bit, I think that'll be harsh. If they did it a lot, I think it'll be egregious, right? Because again, I think this is, now you're starting to like chip away at the fundamental strengths of the character and like the identity of the character. Because Gief right now is set up in a very cool way with his offense. Cool for the Gief player, not cool for the other guy. But like, you know, no one's offense should be fun for the other guy, otherwise the character's probably not very good. But he's set up in such a way, like I mentioned earlier, that like he does so much drive as you're blocking him, and he gets so much drive back as you're blocking him. It looks like if you try to mash, you die. Yes, exactly. He does so much drive gauge damage as you block him. He gets so much back as you block him that you don't want to block him. You want to either you want to mash, which might get you killed, or mostly you want to parry to get your drive gauge back. But then that makes the SPDs do more damage, and the SPDs do a lot of damage, so you want to jump. So his offense structure right now is very synergistic, and the thing that made it such was the changes in Season 2. Because headbutt hell stab being a big one too. Oh, but they're not going to remove this, right? Headbutt hell stab, they have made it better. So like, they're obviously not going the other way on that. But like, in Season 1, his strike game was just not that scary. So he didn't feel like a full, complete character in your face, right? He didn't get headbutt hell stab, and he didn't play around with drive gauge as well, right? So reverting this with, yeah, 1, reversions are not cool. I agree, Razzle. I think it's like, you know, eh. But 2, I think it was a good change, and reverting it just to make the guy weaker, I would not be a fan of, right? On a similar note, lowering any kind of damage on Gief, they've already done this with headbutt. If they double dip and like add scaling or lower damage on other things too, like I'm like, again, we're right now we're in the harsh cat. We'll get to stuff that I think would just be like, okay, you just listen to the guys bitching on Twitter too much, and this is like an absurd change in a second. But this I think is still a change I'm not a fan of at all. If they lower damage on Gief even more somewhere else, I don't say even more. Gief still hits really hard, but again, that's his point. The point is he gets in, he's scary, and when you guess wrong, he kills you. Either don't let him get in or bully him before he can get his offense started, right? So if they like, I don't know, they add like, God forbid, if they add scaling to like Hell Stab, if like Hell Stab gets like 10% combo scaling, like additional or something, poof, right? Or like they just like lower damage on some moves, or you know, etc. It's like that. Any sort of damage reduction on Gief, I think, would just not be a good idea. Come on, right? Like I already disagreed with headbutt, but now you've already done headbutt, it compounds. If they do the headbutt scaling change and they also add like scaling to health stab, or they make like lariat do less damage, or I don't know, they make like the lights do less damage, something like that. It's too much. At a certain point, he just becomes, we go back to season 1 Gief, where his strike game is just not scary, and the optimal thing is to hold up on him most of the time and shit like that, right? So like that's kind of that's a lot of different possible changes in one, but like any kind of damage reduction to Gief, I just wouldn't fuck with, I don't think. I guess, especially actually, if they're not gonna do this. I would be so surprised if they did this. But like this is like the craziest thing I could actually see them doing, I think. If any of the SPDs do less damage, we're gonna have worries, right? This is not like that. You can't do this, right? Like you can't. There's no way. But I'm saying this is a fictional scenario, right? If I listen, maybe I eat my words. I read those patch notes tomorrow and I'm like, what? But like, there's simply no way they're going to lower the damage on SPD, right? I mean, that makes a perfect clip if I then have to. But like that would be. Actually, no, sorry, that's not harsh. That's an insane. We'll talk about that later, I guess. But yeah, any kind of damage change to Gief, I think would be a bad idea. Any kind of change to his offense would be a bad idea. And then something else I think that would be pretty bad is in general, I'm gonna put this into harsh but not insane yet. Gief level 3 is broken, right? This is one of the best supers in the game. However, I think it needs to stay this way. I think it is a very important part of the character that like. Even on defense, you know, we talk about him having bad defense. Once he gets to 3 bars, suddenly it's a whole other ballgame, right? I think any kind of like damage lowering on level 3 is stupid. Its identity is that it's the hardest hitting super in the game, right? But any kind of damage lowering, or even like anything that makes it like, you know, worse as like a defensive option. You know, like maybe it has lower range, maybe it's slower startup, maybe whatever. I think it's a bad idea, right? Keep level 3 powerful. It's also I mean, my loyal fans, it's also one of the funnest things about the character. Like this is one of those things where even if it was like a reasonable balance decision within reason, I think this is just like, you keep this guy's fun, right? This is why people play the character. This is the kind of thing that would like make people not have as much fun with the guy. If you want to lower his power level, do it somewhere else, right? No, don't touch level 3 in any way, shape, or form, I think. Yeah, I mean, I think that about covers it for like stuff that I think is feasible to happen, but like I don't think will be a good idea, right? I think it's the wrong, at least for what I think, it's the wrong sort of balanced philosophy for Gief, right? And again, it mostly, to summarize it, mostly comes down to just like taking away strengths that are core to his identity. It's like making it less scary to block him, making it less scary to get hit by him, making it less scary to get grabbed by him, right? Once he's in, he should be scary, right? Make him worse everywhere else. Once he's in, he should be scary. You did it right in season 2. Don't change that. The headbutt nerf, I already don't agree with. Don't go further down that road. Now, as far as stuff that like, I don't think it's gonna happen, but like the stuff that gets everyone making the videos like, is Zangief dead? They killed Zangief. Look how they massacred my boy. Like stuff is gonna be like the Japanese complaining about Gief got to them, you know, and they said fuck it, we just don't want this guy to be here anymore. We just don't want him here. And again, the reason these changes are not gonna happen is because one, it's the middle of a Capcom Cup season, and there's like people who are, you know, qualified for a Capcom Cup with Gief. And if you like really shoot him, I just feel like they wouldn't do that. Like they'd at least wait for season 3, right? If they really wanted to do that. And 2, like these are things that the thing I'm going to talk about are not reasonable. They're not like, they are fundamentally changing the character, right? And one that I saw, the first one I'm going to steal from like a YouTube comment actually, that apparently some dude was talking about, and I saw someone talk about changing the startup on SPD, right? Making SPD like, instead of 5 frames, right? Making it 6 frames or 7 frames or something like that. That just not happening, right? Like at this point, this is, by the way, the coherent part of the video is over. Like the part where I like discuss like character design and like, oh, like Gief's strengths and weaknesses. Like this is just me gonna be like talking about things that, like dooming that I've heard that I will be very surprised if it comes true. And you know what? Clip me if I'm wrong, but like, they're not going to make SPD not 5 frames, right? Like, and one of the reasons for this, I guess, is that the command grabs, the 3 grapplers are very kind of defined in how their command grabs work, right? In that Gief, all his versions are 5 frames, but he trades, he gets more range on lighter versions, but less damage, right? And then Lily and Manon, they scale in different ways too. They have different startups. It's damage, startup, and range, and then each grappler has one of them stationary, and the two others kind of inversely vary as you go through the specials, right? So like Gief SPD being 5 frames is kind of its point, right? And it is very clearly designed to be 5 frames to let him punish some things he otherwise could not, right? Like because Gief is like intentionally designed to not have a 6 frame medium. And as a sort of band-aid on that, is like, well, yeah, but you have a really, really good 5 frame punish, right, in SPD. Right? There's a lot of things that Gief has, you know, like on Jinrise or on like Scissor Kick. He has like one of the better 5 frame punishes in the game. And it feels like it would just be, there's so many matchups, so many things that are like built around the fact that Gief is clearly balanced around being able to punish some things with SPD. Or even something like, okay, let's talk even more fundamental than this, right? Let's talk about Gief. If you block this, oh, don't do anything on block, please, Mr. Ryu. Gief's +2. This isn't a 50-50 if it's not 5 frames, right? Like, if this is not 5 frames, SPD just isn't a 50-50 anymore, because if it's a 6 frame button, strikes have priority over throws in this game. So if he goes this into SPD, right, then suddenly it's like, you know, hidden jab beats that shit, right? There's a lot of things like that. Like, you know, this is +2 on drive rush. That, like, doesn't work anymore if SPD is not 5 frames. So, like, this will be truly outrageous. I don't see this happening. I saw someone talking about this, and like in my comments, they're like, oh yeah, like, I forget the name. They mentioned some, I believe, content creator who was like, you know, oh, I think they're gonna change the start off on SPD. I would be flabbergasted. It is such a core thing to the design of his character that it would kill the character, right? If SPD is suddenly 6 frames, and even 6, and they didn't change so much other stuff to compensate, he's like instantly just non-functional, right? His only mix-up becomes this headbutt, right? On a less absurd, but still, I don't think this will happen. And if they did, I think it will be way too harsh of a nerf for like a character that like is not exactly running the game by any means. Is SPD changes again, but in this case, making SPD smaller, right? Like if they like light SPD is a big one. No one is gonna lie to you and tell you that light SPD is not a fucking jump scare. It is so large in this game. Nerfing the range on that though, again, 1, it messes up a lot of his punishes, but 2, it's just like the range at which he can threaten SPD. Like it again fundamentally neuters the character across the board on defense, on pressure, in neutral even. Sometimes when you're close enough in neutral, you're just like, well, you're in grab range, right? Like, good job. Like, you can't play neutral from this distance, you're in SPD range. So, like, changing the range on SPD at all, like, fundamentally neuters the character in so many ways that it feels like it's an incredibly harsh change that I just don't think it's deserved at all, right? Like, I'll be, like, this category is, like, things, if I saw these in the patch notes, I go, what the fuck, Capcom? The harsh ones, I go, that's more than I would have done. I don't think that's right, but, like, I get it, I guess. These are, like, I would be a little bit flabbergasted, honestly. Like, I cannot imagine these happening, and if they did, I'd be like, okay, this wants to kill him. Just didn't want Gief to be active anymore. But yeah, so making SPD smaller on a similar note, horrible idea, right? A lot of these, by the way, a lot of these are going to be to SPD because this is if the previous category was like changing strengths that are fundamental to the character, right? Then this is just like literally removing things that are fundamental to the character, not tuning him down, and like making SPD like not 5 frames or making it not as big, like removes so many uses of SPD, and SPD is his core move, right? This next one you can put this in like maybe even the last category of harsh, right? But something interesting is that SPD, right? SPD is +30 on hit, right? This is not enough for Gief to get Oki off this like ever, basically. If you're too conservative, you're too like scared, you can like drive rush, delay knee or something and like get some Oki on you, but like it's not real. Mashing on wake up will beat any attempt for Gief to do any sort of Oki, but he can at least like get close enough to threaten buttons with his drive rush off SPD. You can like, you know, you can SPD you and then he can drive rush and like get close enough that you are once again immediately like in the, you know, you're in the range that you don't want to be in with Gief, right? Like you're in that range where Gief can, you know, you're closer than you'd like to be, right? If they lowered the frame advantage on SPD, right? Like this, yeah, I'm +1 here. I can't do anything. I can do this maybe, right? But that's not really anything. But if they lowered the frame advantage to like +25 or something like that, doesn't sound like a lot, but it means it makes going for SPD a lot less attractive, right? Because then, like as it is right now, SPD does not really reset to neutral. It definitely does reset to like, well, I guess it resets to like slightly Zangief advantage neutral, but that makes it still worthwhile to use to cash out, right? It puts you in a spot where Gief can still sort of like try and spook you a bit. And at the very least, yeah, poke you out. If it's like round start, if you just like wake up jump, he can like poke you with this for like some extra tack-on damage to the SPD, right? If they made it plus 25 even, suddenly it's like, you know, going for SPD kind of sucks. Because like, it doesn't actually. But like, suddenly it's like I have to be like out here, right? Or something, right? Like plus 4, that wouldn't be enough. You have to plus 5, so like, I have to be over here, right? Like suddenly it's like, oh, like it actually fully resets to neutral when you hit someone with SPD, and that's like, it's a little bit shitty. Things that are gonna make Zangief not want to use his command grab are changes I think are horrible, right? And again, that's sort of the general gist of this category here, right? So that's why it's been 3 different SPD changes so far, right? I mean, okay. This is like I was gonna be like, oh, that's it. I think that's most of like the reasonable changes Gief could get that I can think of, right? Or like even some unreasonable ones. I think that's mostly it. Otherwise, it would just be like general, like if they want to make like frame data like worse or better on some things, like take away some combos, right? I mean, a lot of those I guess would go into this category too of like if you're just gonna like make things that used to be like frame trap buttons or like 50/50s into SPD not work anymore. So like if this is like +1 now, or like this is less plus or something. All right, boys, I'm out of here. Have a good night. Yep, see ya, Snoop. Yeah, if like this is less plus or something, then like I just don't think I think that's just silly, right? But there's like a 4th tier here, I think, of just like simply I just can't imagine this will happen, right? Because they have leaned into this, they've doubled down on this on 2 patches. But I guess just to cover my bases, to just, you know, be on record, right? If we live in the literal darkest timeline, and nothing else that I've mentioned so far, I think, well, maybe some of the SPD changes, but like nothing else would be this bad. If they just like remove headbutt health stab, like if they just like take headbutt back to like +6 on hit for some reason, okay, cool, gotcha. They just like, but that's like, of all the fucking things that didn't happen today, that didn't happen the most. Like that is, if I open up those patch notes and it says headbutt is +6, even your reasonable changes are kind of harsh for me. The reasonable changes to me are like make him worse at things he shouldn't be good at, in my opinion, right? The jump cancel SPD you could put in harsh, I think. But if I open up those patch notes and it says headbutt is +6 on hit now, I don't know what I'm gonna say. Like, I'm gonna have to fucking hold that shit, but like I would not believe my eyes. Like I would think like, wait, are these leaks? Like is this like some fake shit? Did someone inspect element this? Like what's the real patch notes, guys? It's not gonna happen because it's the biggest buff they gave him in season 2, and also they doubled down and made it +8 in the Terry patch. So like there's no way. But I guess just to mention, yes, this will be the single stupidest thing they could do to Gief, right? This goes in line. This is like the only non-SPD change that will be like just truly like a ridiculous idea, right? Yeah. I think that about covers it for potential changes to Gief and what I think about them, right? We'll see, right? The patch, but if you're watching this video when the day it comes out, right? When do they release the patch notes? Yeah, so the patch notes, I believe I saw they were coming out 10 p.m. My time, 7 p.m. PST. I thought tomorrow. So about 24 hours from now, I think it was I read somewhere that it was the 1st of December on 7 p.m. PST, and then it'll be, you know, the actual patch goes live the day after that, right? So we'll see. Maybe nothing even as bad as like the reasonable things I said happens. Maybe they do some of the absurd shit. I don't know. I'm certainly interested. I think there's probably a little too much pessimism from what I've heard, right? People talking a little too crazy about what could happen to Gief. Again, changing the start of SPD, like that's actually of all the things I mentioned, this is the stupidest one. They are not gonna make SPD not 5 frames. I will be truly, I don't have the words to describe how stunned I will be if that happens. That is, the headbutt health stab thing is crazy. This is the single most unlikely thing, is that SPD is not 5 frames on the second. I don't think so. So like, I think there's been a little bit too much worry. Is he gonna get nerfed? Probably. Is it gonna be crazy? I don't think so. We're all excited to see what the future holds. Yeah. Hope this is a bug fix they found somewhere I really don't like patches before tournaments. Yeah, they're not going to gut anyone in this patch. Minor changes maybe to across the board, but again, we're in the middle of the season, man. They're not going to take anyone, like, they're not, you know, no matter how good the character is, yeah, even outside of Gief, they're not going to nerf, like, they probably know that, like, Akuma is, maybe Akuma, they might not want to nerf him because he's Akuma, right? But, like, they might know that, like, Bison is probably a little too good, there's a little bit too much damage, but, like, I don't think they're gonna change Bison at all that much, because like motherfuckers are playing for $1 million with him. Like they learned him to win $1 million. If you like mid-season go, yeah, well actually we thought Bison was too crazy, we're gonna nerf the shit out of him. I think that's a bad idea. I think that's you know, Cammy dive kicks. Even like, yeah, Cammy has like, you know, she's the most represented character in Capcom Cup or whatever. I don't think they're gonna nerf her, maybe not at all, but even if they did, like shooting Cammy right now would be really stupid. Like people are learning that character, putting time into her to win $1 million. Like, this is not like a fun fighting game, right? So like, I would expect minor changes across the board. Gief might get nerfed. I think it'll be small. I do think it'll be small. Yeah, maybe Cammy gets buffed. Yeah, who knows? Maybe, right? But yeah, no one's gonna get like gutted in this patch. I'll be very surprised. And if anyone is gonna get gutted, judging by the Terry patch, it's probably most likely to be Gief. And I don't think he's gonna get gutted. I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be fine. It might just be like one of those things where it goes like, bummer. But we just move on. Right? He's still gonna be strong. He's still gonna be Gief. He's still gonna be fun. But yeah, that is gonna do it. Hope you had a good time with the video. We'll do just one more thing I want to talk about here. We'll do another video, I think, on stream, and then maybe tomorrow we might like cannibalize some of the Granblue time, talk about patch notes, depending on timing. We might like have the stream go longer. But yeah. First off, VOD watchers, hello before you go. Hope you had a good time with the video. If you did, any kind of like, subscribes, comments, bells, all that good stuff. Helps out a lot. You know how I'll be. I also do stream every day from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Eastern, except for Friday, so come by and hang out. If you're just if you're a Street Fighter guy, then probably Tuesday. Though tomorrow, the day you're watching this, if you're watching this right now, we might be looking at patch notes soon. Who knows? I'll have to double check the timings on things. But yeah, besides that, I also have a Discord if you want to come by and hang out, you know, get some matches, make some friends. Link in the description there, !Discord if you're in the stream. And yeah, most importantly, hope you had a great time hanging out today, as always. I know I sure did. Bit of like a negative toned video, just like, you know, ways they could nerf Gief. But overall, I think I probably trust Capcom to not do anything in the egregious tab. And I think like the harsh stuff, I would be surprised. I will be surprised. We'll see though. I know Japan is very not a fan of this guy. Maybe that's enough for them. For now though, having a lot of fun. Gief is going to be a lot more coming your way. And until then, I will see you in the next one. Peace. Okay, yeah. Actually, maybe we'll do 2 videos. Like a time capsule. If they do end up gutting Gief, maybe we'll do 2 videos here just for funsies, right? Because they're kind of like related at the hip. I think I want to talk about what I think are Gief's. We did this for Vaseraga too. I think I want to talk about what I think are Gief's best and worst moves, right? And we can maybe like have that as a time capsule. If like some of his best moves get hit, maybe they aren't anymore. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm gonna do best for sure. We'll see if I'll do worst today or if I'll do it on like Tuesday or something. Depends on. I guess I'll check real quick. Actually, yeah. Any potential weaker moves you want to see buffed? We can talk if we talk about weakest moves today. We'll talk about that for sure. Yeah, actually, I guess real quick, let me so I can decide what I'm gonna do here. Is there any info on when the patch notes drop tomorrow? Can anyone find something there? SF6 patch notes. Wait, I'm just kind of looking on the side here. Boom, 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 boom. We'll publish the battle change list when maintenance starts on December 1st at 8 p.m. PT. Okay. Let me yeah. Here's the Twitter post about it, right? We will publish the battle change list when maintenance starts on December 1st at 8 p.m. PT, which I believe is 11 p.m. my time. Might be a long stream tomorrow. Got that. 11 p.m. PT to ET. I'm Eastern time. Yeah, so it'll be 11 tomorrow. Oh, baby. Yep. Okay. What if Wheel Kick becomes unblockable? That'd be pretty sick. It's reactable. Maybe it's plus on block. You have to hit him out of it before he gets there. I trust Capcom more than Arxis when it comes to patches. I also fear for my grappler brethren. We'll see. But yeah, so am I gonna be streaming that? Maybe we'll start. Yeah, I guess the Granblue stuff's probably gonna take a while anyway. So maybe we will just have a long stream tomorrow. And even though like it's mostly Granblue, we'll talk about the SF6 patch notes at the end. That sounds fine to me. Yeah. Okay. So with that in mind. I guess we will we'll just do the best moves and we'll go from there. And I might end the stream after. And then, you know, worst moves, we can make one after the patch notes come out. Gief gets a new move, the cheeks. I mean, Wheel Kick is 22 frames. It's the same startup, funny enough. Right? It's just like, you know, it's high-low is a little bit more uncommon generally. Bonk. It is kind of the cheeks, I guess. It's very similar. It does like a similar amount of damage too. It's quite minus. Gief can space it out to be a lot more safe. Let me think about this real quick. I have a list on the left here, but is that right? Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a curious one. Because there's so like I think like the best moves Gief has are very obvious, but it's like those 4 and 5 spots and like the honorable mentions. You know, that's like where things get a little bit more interesting. I think, right? Like it's like what is Gief's like 5th best move? You know, I'm kind of just trying. I'm looking at what I have on the side here. I'm kind of like I'm not entirely certain what I want to do here. Let's say let me review the super combo real quick and just make sure I'm not missing anything. You know, nothing slipped my mind. I think I have an idea though. I think I know what I've got. I know what I've got. Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, I see you. I see all of you. I see all of you. Yep. So true. Yeah. Okay, I get the idea. There are a couple of honorable mentions for Gief. Gief has a lot of tools, and a lot of them are like, you know, some of them are Tundra Storm, but some of them are like actually quite useful, just like more situationally, you know. That's where things get a little bit interesting. Yeah, okay. Second guessing myself. Just a little. Don't worry about me. I'm just second guessing myself. Just a teensy weensy bit, I think. Yeah. Yeah, okay. This might reflect my MR a little bit too, but we'll see. Let's switch stages. We get some music in here, some different music. Oh no, don't open matchmaking. The training mode music was nice, but I kind of wanna go to the Dulcimer Temple or whatever. Kind of goes hard. Dulcim's theme as well. Yeah, that's the one. I'm a big fan. Behold this body of work. Just play Survivalist in the background the whole time. Smile. There you go. Yeah, I like this music. I don't know. I really like this stage thing. It's all good. Like, SF6 has a lot of good like background music, but some of it does go harder than others for sure. All right, folks, we are back with more Street Fighter 6, talking about the plan for this video, as you can probably tell, is to talk about Gief's 5 best moves. Now, am I recording this the day before the patch notes for December 2nd come out? Yes. Could his 5 best moves be significantly different? Maybe. Could some of his best moves get touched? I hope not, but it's possible. We'll see. You know, worst case, it's time capsule. Best case, it's all the same, and they don't really do too much to my boy on the 2nd. We've already talked a little bit about what could happen, right? But yeah, it's gonna be it. This is a nice little, nice easy breezy little top 5 here. So with maybe some honorable mentions thrown in, because Gief does have a lot of tools. He has a lot of tools. Some of them are like, you know, this guy who's not here, believe it or not. I know, crazy. Tundra is not one of Gief's best moves, I don't think. But like a lot of them are like situational, but like good situational. Like, you know, they do a job very well when they do it, right? So with that in mind, I guess starting off with like some honorable mentions. Like there's a couple. And by the way, some of these, this very well, this is coming from like a 1500 MR Gief, right? Maybe my like lack of skill with the character in some directions will show. It's like some of these honorable mentions, I can see that these might actually be like really good, and I'm just like, I don't use them enough because I'm bad. Who knows? With that in mind, though, I do think one that I think is probably maybe actually being overrated by me is Stand Heavy Punch right here. Right, this will be our first honorable mention. Oh, but I guess before we get into it, by the way, if you like this kind of stuff, if you want to see this for like other characters maybe that I can't talk about them as intellectually or stuff like that, we're gonna try a lot of different kinds of content for SF6 for December here. So give me your feedback. I'll take it. Likes, comments, all that. Also, I do stream every day from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Eastern, except for Fridays. So if you want to come by and hang out, have fun, you know, I'd love to have you here. Also, Street Fighter in particular will be Tuesdays usually, if that's what you're interested in. Okay, but with that in mind, no further ado. Heavy Punch is, I think, a really risky move, and it's a move that I use too much, and it's a move that I crutch on a little bit. But I think if I think about how I feel like the ideal, not belligerent, not guerrilla way to use Heavy Punch is, I think it is still a very good one, right? It's got armor on frame 4, which does mean that it's Gief's sort of like fastest, not invincible move, but like defensive option sometimes, right? In the sense of if he doesn't have like super on hand, this will like get him out of DIs that he can't normally get out of otherwise, right? Or like it's his fastest anti-air that doesn't cost drive gauge, right? Not in like startup, but like in defending him from the aerial, right? Like Lariat is invul on frame 7 there. EX is on frame 1, but it's 2 drive gauge. This is on frame 4. It also like beats cross-ups a little bit better than Lariat does, right? It can be, you can like use it for just like a bunch of plus frames, right? Like the Drive Rush non-charged is, +1, fully charged is +7, and it can bully through like fireballs, or it can catch people trying to like preemptively poke you out. It does a lot. It does a lot, right? It's not an amazing move, but it does do a lot for Gief, and I think one of the reasons that I can end up crushing on it a little bit too hard, using it too often, is kind of because of how much it can do and how high the reward can be. It is just obviously, if you use it too often, it's gonna get drive impacted, right? And it can also, it's got like the world's longest whiff recovery. So you have to be careful using it, but I do think it can do a lot for Gief. These next two, I think, are buttons that maybe I'm underrating, and they should be higher up on here, but just because I'm bad at neutral, I'm not putting them as high as they are, but it's going to be both of the medium kicks, I think. It's like an honorable mention. We're not in the top 5 just yet. But it's like, both of these are, I think, really nice. They're very nice mediums. They do like kind of carry Gief's like footsies a lot, right? Along with probably like, stand light kick, and depending on how belligerent you are, like heavy punch, but no, yeah. They're kind of like, they're his safe pokes, right? You can get like some pretty decent reward off Drive Rush this too, because you can go into stand light kick a lot of the time, right? Or like hell stab if you're even closer, right? So like they're good buttons. They help hold down neutral for him. The only reason they're not on the list, in my opinion, is that they aren't super duper high rewards, right? And they're also kind of slow, right? Like a lot of the things that you might expect mediums to be able to do for you, these mediums can't really do. For example, Ryu Donkey Kick is like -8 medium Donkey Kick. I think it's supposed to be, most characters can get like a crouching medium kick into nonsense there. Gief's crouching medium kick is 9 frames, right? So you actually can't, there are some things where like these don't really work as punishes in the way you might want them to. They're mostly just good pokes, is what they are. And you know what? In that department, they're very good. They're very good pokes. But yeah, they don't feel important enough to me to put them on. I guess, well, not just important, just like strong enough to me too. I guess something I should have mentioned at the beginning. When I talk about best moves a character has, I mentioned this in a video I made for Vaseraga a while ago too, but I'm not saying how important they are to the character's kit. I mean more so like how generally good are they in a vacuum, right? And for example, Lariat is, Zangief's primary anti-air. It's a 1-button anti-air, so that's good. But like Lariat is not that great of a move. It is very important for Zangief, right? It's a combo tool for him, and also it's obviously his primary anti-air. But like it loses to cross-ups, things like this. It's not an amazing anti-air, but it's his best one, so he uses it, right? That would not count as like, oh, well, it's his best anti-air, so it must be his best move. No. It's very important to him, but it's mostly because he doesn't have a better anti-air in other respects, right? So the medium kicks kind of fall into that for me, where like they're very important for Gief, but I think like they are a little bit underwhelming compared to like what medium kicks otherwise could be, just like in terms of their general reward and their speed and stuff like that, right? With that in mind, I think that's all the honorable mentions I want to. I think that's all the honorable mentions I want to talk about. I mean, I guess you could talk about like Chop. Like, Gief has a lot of like workhorse moves, right? Like Chop, like stand light punch, like things like that. There's a lot of like buttons Gief has. They're just like good, but they don't feel like they jump out that much, right? Again, Gief uses them for a lot, but Chop is not that like the litmus test here is, would another character want to have this move? I suppose it's a great way to say it, right? Like would other characters given this move be like real big problems, right? And Chop's good, but like it's plus like plus on block, medium on Drive Rush. It's only really good because of other better moves that are going to show up later on this list, which I'm sure you can one of them you can guess, obviously. I don't think the number 1 on this list, I don't think it's too surprising. It's gonna be too surprising to anyone. But yeah, real quick, in terms of getting into the actual top 5 now, with all the further ado out of the way, I think this move's pretty good. This move's pretty good. Jumping medium kick, it's kind of, I think it's kind of good. It's like particularly good for Zangief. It just feels weird for him to have like such a good jump in button, where theoretically he probably should struggle to get in a little bit, right? But jumping medium kicks are number 5 here, and maybe that's my my jumping habits showing. But even against like me, who jumps way too often, and people like end up putting anti-airing on their mental stack way higher than they should, this thing catches people all the time because it just hits. You can be like so early into your jump and still hit people with this, and it's like pretty much on Gief it can be +6 actually because he's so tall. But like pretty much all the time it's at least +7, right? And if it's +7, that means you can get hell stab off of it, right? On like most of the not really tall characters, the worst this can be is +7. On Gief, it just means you can hit him even earlier, so it's fine. And so the reward on it is quite good because you pretty much on regular hits you pretty much always get hell stab into nonsense, right? And then if you punish counter, you can get anything you want pretty much. You can get medium punch or like anything that's in your heavies essentially, right? And it also is just like a very nice, it is just a very belligerent air null. It's very hard to stop for a lot of people. I've noticed this primarily like when I'm fighting Eds, I feel like. They just have to hold this very often. It's because he does have that slower DP, and this hits from like so high up that, you know, it can be like, it can function as like a second neutral skip kind of for Gief, which is very valuable for a guy like him. But even outside of how useful it is to a grappler, I think it's just like one of the better jumping normals in the game. I don't think it's like, you know, it's not like, you know, what is it? It's like Zooey, for example, has that like foot stomp that like is very ambiguous shit like that, or like a Luke jump heavy punch or a Ken jump heavy punch, something like that. But it's very good. It's very good, and I think that's why it's kind of sitting there at number 5. It's just a very solid jumping button, and Gief's best jumping button, honestly, by my estimation. It feels like the best one that he's got for sure. Yeah, so quick little thing on medium kick there. Number 4, though, this is going to be a little bit more interesting. This is a move that I think I fully acknowledge the strength of, and yet I don't use this thing enough. I'm trying to use it more. I'm trying to teach myself to use it more. But number 4 is a throw, and it's not the throw you're thinking of. It's spine buster, right? Gief has, if you don't know, Gief has many different throws, right? That's his back throw, right? This is his like crouch throw, is the German right there, right? He's got a down back throw, right? He's got a neutral throw, like just like no direction and throw. He's got a forward throw, and this is down forward throw, his spine buster. This is, by and large, outside of damage, it's kind of his best throw, because as you can see, he's plus 33, right? So this means that Gief can like, even if I set the Gief to recover backwards here, can I do that somehow? I recover backwards, yeah, right? Even if Gief recovers backwards here, like if he wants to spend some drive gauge, like Gief gets like Oki mid screen, and like he can actually like he can throw loop in the mid screen with this too, right? I don't think without drive gauge, I don't think he can do it. Like if I just like dash, yeah, double dash is not gonna work, and I don't think I can like run after you enough. But like this gives him a ton of frame advantage, right? Plus 33 like this means that Gief can do some very nasty stuff in the mid screen, and also I mean in the corner too. It's the same kind of idea. It's better in the corner because then you do one dash off of this, and you are plus 11, or which means that, or plus 10, which means that headbutt is going to trade with any sort of 4 frames. I can be plus 11 here, I think, right? Yeah, plus 11. So yeah, headbutt is going to frame trap anything they do, and if you wait a bit, you can get SPD, right? So you can get your mix between SPD or like striker throw, basically, right? And also, one of the reasons you would use this, which I'm trying to learn more, is that if people jump on wake up, right, this thing is safe. Like throws in general have like, you know, SPD has 61 total frames, whereas regular throws have 30. So if you like do this meaty, people, if they jump, they probably are not going to punish you on this, right? Unless they have like some really crazy jumping button, or you were wrong on your meaty, right? So like it's a nice safe way to go for throw pressure on wake up, and then it just resets back into itself, right? Very nice sort of like looping pressure tool for Gief, and definitely his best regular throw, right? Off down forward throw, stomp, frame kill into plus 5. Oh really? I didn't even know that. There you go. Even more reason that this thing is gonna go to down forward throw, stomp. Oh yeah, because it's 28 frames. You're so true. Yeah, and I'm doing it a little bit too late, but yeah. So plus 5 then is like meaty SPD territory, right? I'm so like not used to doing the input for stomp. Give me a sec. The down. There you go. Yeah, so that's meaty SPD. You can immediately do SPD and you'll be fine. Or you can go probably like meaty with like a medium punch, I guess. Or yeah, headbutt's not gonna be real from here, but yeah, you can do like a jab or something like that, right? You just loop it, then go into strike if you think they'll tech. Yeah. So it's a very nice throw loop, and again, it's one of those throw loops that like is, to be fair, this is kind of cheating because this throw loop is made even scarier by the fact that Gief is Gief, right? But yeah, it's one of the better throw loop buttons or throw loop throws, I suppose, in the game, and for that reason, I'm putting it at number 4 here. I think this is just like in a vacuum, this is a very strong throw, right? It leaves you so close to them. Like if you give this like other characters that have like faster move speed or like better dashes or something than Gief, this will be pretty diabolical, right? For number 3, we have it's kind of a cop out, I guess, but like I mean, maybe this could even go higher, maybe it could go lower, maybe this doesn't count, but like you know, yeah, listen, man. This is like one of the best supers in the entire game. Zangief, level 3. It is the highest damage super in the entire game. It's invincible. It's huge. It is unblockable. Obviously, it's a command grab, right? CA is even bigger and does even more damage. This thing is like, it completely flips fighting Gief on his head, right? Like, Gief is the guy with the bad defense and all that until that bar says 3. And then suddenly, running offense on Gief is a mix-up for you. Now, to be fair, this does, you know, it is kind of like if Gief whiffs this, he does go straight to hell, right? He's minus 80, minus 123, right? And you just do literally whatever your largest punish you could imagine is, right? But still, this is a horrifying move. This is like it's a literal game changer once Gief has access to this. And yeah, CA is even bigger, even more damage. Like this doing 5,300 damage as well as CA. Like Gief, regular Gief level 3 does more than most CAs in the entire game, right? If you don't know, a CA is 4,500 damage baseline. Level 3 is 4,000. This is 4,800, whereas CA is normally 4,000, and then CA is 5,300. And it's unblockable, right? Like this, I don't think I have to sell you. If you've fought Gief or played Gief, you know why the super is insane. This thing is crazy. It is such a good super. And again, this actually does both. This is very important for Gief, and also in a vacuum, if you give this super to anyone who isn't Zangief, it like breaks the game, right? Like the only reason Zangief is allowed to have this thing is because he's otherwise Zangief, and like it's slower, has worse defense, things like this, right? Like worse ways to combo into it, stuff like that. I mean, he can also now do this in Season 2, which just like adds so much reach to all of his combos, because like it being so much more damage means its minimum scaling is also much higher. Where most supers do a minimum of 2,000, this does a minimum of 2,400. So, you can kill, and if you're ever in the yellow and Gief CAs you, you are dead, right? It's just, unless you are, no, even Gief, yeah. If you're ever in yellow and Gief CAs you, then you're dead. I think it recovers more drive than any other super on it too. I thought he was the average of like 1.5 drive, 1.5, let's see, so if I do it like right away, so we're at like 1.1. True, I didn't think so, but maybe? So we were at 1.1-ish. We should be at around, yeah, like 2.6. Oh no, I think you're right, actually. Yeah, actually, oh. Yeah, I got like 2 full bars of drive gauge off that, and that wasn't even CA. Maybe, am I misremembering? I thought level 3 is supposed to be, oh no, I think that's drive gauge damage. I think they're all 2 full bars of drive gauge, right? I thought level 3s are supposed to be 1.5 damage to the opponent's drive, and then CAs do 2, but you always get 2 back, I think it's normal. Anyway, still, very, very crazy button. Damage all the same, recovery differs? Ah, okay. Yeah. I thought it was the other way around. Regardless, yeah, great super. Very, very good for Gief. No, don't need to talk too long about why level 3 is such a good move. Again, if you fought Gief, you probably think it's even better than if you play Gief. Alright, now on to the top 2. I think the top 1. I think the best move Gief has is like really obvious, right? I guess I won't say it till we get there, but like if you couldn't like go into this video and guess, then I don't know, I'll tell you. Number 2 though, I think you can probably put some different moves in this spot. I'm gonna put Headbutt here, just because I think Headbutt sort of is the other half of Zangief's win condition, right? Okay, I feel stupid even pretending this isn't obvious. Obviously, number 1 is SPD, right? Number 1 is SPD, number 2 is Headbutt, right? So let's kind of talk about them in tandem, I guess, and why I think they're Zangief's 2 best moves, right? And the big thing really is that they're just his win condition, right? Like Headbutt is, especially with the buffs now where it goes into Hell Stab, right? Headbutt is like the strike win con. Getting Headbutt Hell Stab lariated by Gief does 2,500, which is the same as light SPD, right? So there is no benefit to just holding up on Gief. And if he wants, it can do way more damage, because like he can go bonk into whatever, into drive rush cancels, into super, into all this stuff, right? Of course, they made that a little bit less scary. Headbutt got less scary in the Terry patch, but it's still quite the scary move. It's +4 on block as well. There are lots of times where if you drive rush into it on Oki, you can do 2 headbutts in a row to frame trap. And also, the big thing with Headbutt, besides it just like setting up the win con, the 50-50, is obviously this too. Look at the other Gief. Don't mash on me, please. Of course, that works. Like, if you block enough Headbutts, like this thing really does just send your drive gauge to hell, right? And like one of the biggest strengths that Zangief has in Season 2 is that he just does so much drive and gets so much back. And Headbutt is really sort of the star of this show, right? Like Headbutt builds him about half of our drive gauge and takes about 80-90% of one from you. It's a drive gauge, like about a drive gauge and a half sweep, or I guess swing, every time you block one of these, right? And again, there are setups where Gief can like drive rush into this on Oki and get 2 guaranteed unless you want a DP or a super. So it does a ton of drive gauge damage. It leads into a good amount of strike damage on hits, less than it used to, but still damaging for sure. It can combo into level 3 as well now, right? So it's even scarier. And obviously it sets up the win con. It's +4 on block, and getting headbutted by Gief is a very, very scary situation, right? This is, and to talk about like other people having this move, this is where you can maybe say that I'm breaking my own rules a little bit here, because like if you don't have a command grab, is headbutt really that good? And the answer is that it is still very strong, I think. It's just not as good if you don't have a command grab, right? Like if you don't have, like, because most characters are just like, they're gonna go into strike throw off this, but you can still do, it's +4. It's definitely enough for you to like micro walk throw, right? So like it can still get you throws, get you, in the corner, it can set up like throw loop situations and stuff. But also at that point, that's where it's like, the damage that it does and the conversion ability it has being +8 on hit, right? And the drive gauge damage it has, even if you didn't have a command grab, I think it's still a very, very strong tool, right? Yes, it's not just good because Gief has it. I just got here, where do you put Gief stand light kick move so good? I was thinking of putting that in honorable mentions. I didn't, but the reason I didn't is because I don't use this thing enough to really talk about, like, I can tell you stuff that I know about it, but like, we can put that in honorable mentions. I think that's fair, right? It is a good button. I don't use it like at all, and that's a me problem, right? Move is so strong. It's true. I talked about this a while ago too, where like this to this being like the only gapless light drive rush cancel in the game, right? It's a big boy, right? You can cancel into lariat and stuff to get combos off of it. It's good. I'll put it in honorable mentions retroactively, just because the reason I didn't talk about this is because I don't use this button enough to like really speak on how good it is, right? But I do know it's good. I do know it's good for sure. I'm trying to use more of it actually recently, but I don't know enough about it to talk about it intelligently, I suppose. And then obviously are you serious? Like, it's obviously number one is SPD, right? Like on every metric you can possibly imagine, SPD. I guess maybe even particularly light SPD. Hard to say, but like it's Zangief's most important move. So if we're going by that logic, right, where it's just like the more important the move is to a character's kit, the better it is on this list. Then it's obviously number one. Even more so on the actual criteria I'm talking about here, where just like how good is this move in a vacuum. For having this move, Gief loses a lot. Like, if you give this move to someone who doesn't have Gief's mobility and his bad defense, right? And they are instantly top one. Like, it's almost like it almost doesn't bear talking about, right? Like, imagine any other character in the game besides, like, I guess Lily or Manon, or even then their grabs aren't as good as SPD, right? But like, I don't know, like, give like Ryu SPD. Yeah, give Cammy SPD. The instant, obviously, it sounds stupid to even discuss. Obviously, instantly top one with a bullet, right? Like, the move is so strong that to make it reasonable, they nerf Gief to make it make sense, right? Hooligan level 3 is kind of like SPD, I guess, except it's reactable, right? Like, it's reactable and it costs 3 bars, right? Like, imagine you just got that shit. Imagine you just got to do, like, you know, a shit ton of damage for, like, it was unreactable. But yeah, so like 3 bar SPD, yeah. So I like, it sounds silly. Like, obviously, SPD is Zangief's best move on every single metric. Light SPD it's gigantic. It's a jump scare. How big this? Oh, apparently I can SPD. There you go. It's huge. It's insane, right? It makes it terrifying to block him. It does even light does like so much damage. 2500 is 25% health on most of the cast. Everyone who isn't Honda, Marissa, or Zangief dies in 4 light SPDs. Heavy is also crazy. Medium is also crazy. EX SPD is like an actual problem. It costs 2 drive gauge, which Gief doesn't want a lot of. But like, goddamn, does that thing do 3400 damage and 3910 on punish counter, right? Like we were talking about you know how Gief's level 3 does more damage than most CAs, right? This right here, punish counter EX SPD, is a level 3. Level 3s do 4000 damage, right? Like, this thing is like getting hit by punish counter EX SPD is getting hit by a raw level 3 controller. I play on an Xbox 360 controller, right? It's the thing that I've been playing on it for a long time, and it's what I'm more used to, right? But I definitely do screw things up every now and then. But like this is if you get punish counter by this, you literally just got hit by level 3. Right? It's the amount of damage that SPD does is truly absurd, and the fact that it doesn't get any Oki, who gives a fuck, man? What's going on, John? But yeah, so SPD obviously Zangief's best move there. Yeah, I guess, yeah, to reiterate a couple of things that I probably could have put in honorable mentions that I didn't, right? Stand light kick for sure, right? It's hard, right? Like, for example, crouching light punch is an example of a move that I was thinking about, just because on if you don't block this, drive rush into this is +10, right? You're saying Gief's getting nerfed for this patch coming up? I don't know. It seems, judging by how much Japan doesn't seem to like the guy, and like the fact that in the Terry patch they nerfed him the most out of every character. Standard punch is his best normal by far. I put it in the honorable mention. It's real good. I think it's maybe it's a me thing. I use it too much and I got killed doing it, right? But like, this thing's very good. This thing is definitely one of the better. This is Capcom. They always nerf Gief. Yeah, so like, I think it could happen. I don't think it's gonna be horrendous, but like, it could happen. It could happen. I expect to see something. I don't think they're gonna shoot the guy, but like, we'll see. We'll see, I guess. That's not the point right now. Yeah. So stand light kick, go on there for sure. I think that's like, I wanted to put it on there. I just didn't know really how much to talk about it, but it's a good ass button, certainly. Right. Besides that, I mean, again, crouching light punch I wanted to talk about just because it is like on drive rush, it is +10. But again, this is one of those moves I think that's only good because we're talking about Gief, right? Like it being plus 10 on drive rush like this is, I guess that's nice. Probably other characters get like good combos off that. But like realistically, the reason this thing is nice is because it's, you know, this is where the criteria gets weird, right? Because, okay. This is where the criteria gets a little bit strange. Because Gief has a lot of like special lights. Like he has a lot of plus on block lights, which is not super common in this game. This one and this one, they are slower, right, to pay for it. Like this is a 7-frame jab and a 6-frame jab. But yeah, I don't know if these are like if other characters would love to have these or anything, right? I scroll through YouTube channels sometimes, just use the charge version too much. Uncharged is godlike for covering approaches. Well, Uncharged has no armor, right? Or like slightly charged, I see what you mean. Yeah, like this going like, whoop, like this? Yeah, for sure. It's a good button. It's a good button, certainly. But yeah, so you can put same light kick on there for honorable mentions too. I think you could put like these jabs in here. Being plus 10 on drive rush hit is probably nice for a lot of characters, combos and stuff like that. But I don't think they're anything special necessarily, right? I think that's mostly it, right? So to recap real quick, right? It's we have stand light kick. I'll put that in there as an honorable mention. It probably could go higher too. Heavy punch, right? And then crouching and standing medium kick as well. I think are all like pretty good normals for Gief that like are both good for him, and also a lot of characters will be happy to have those normals, right? Stand light kick, counter hit, drive rush cancel, crouching medium kick, hell stab, EX alert level 3 is my go-to round ender. Interesting. I need to use more stand light kick for sure. Yeah. Counter hit into because on drive rush medium kick you get hell stab, right? It's plus 7, so true. But yeah, so those for the honorable mentions. For number 5, right, we had, let me quickly make sure I didn't miss it. Oh yeah, so jumping medium kick, I think is just, it's a very good jumping button, right? Number 4 is Spine Buster, just because like it's a really nice throw. It can be a nice safe way to do throw on wake up and that doesn't die to people jumping on you, unlike SPD. It makes you plus 33, so it loops into itself very easily, and you can dash up and do either, throw again or SPD again or headbutt. Gives you like headbutt Oki. Very, like a lot of plus frames on that throw. Very nice. Can do like even, some throw loop stuff in the mid screen with it too. Very, very good, right? Number 3 is level 3, just because it's level 3, right? Like, what else do you want me to say? This thing is insane, and it does so much damage, and it's so scary for Gief to have this for anyone in the whole game. Number 2 is headbutt, number 1 is SPD, right? Again, maybe the one thing that I'm, like, not super sure about is, like, is headbutt as good as I think it is, right? And, like, I can see a world where I'm maybe overrating headbutt a little bit. Like, maybe headbutt doesn't deserve to be this high, but it just feels so much to me like this. Like, it is the scariest button to get hit by for Gief, right? Like, on block, on hit, anything. The only thing it doesn't have is, like, it's not a good poke. It doesn't have a lot of range. But, like, even then, like, surprisingly, this thing is bigger than you think it was, right? Like, he does, like, he lurches forward a decent amount, right? This move is pretty, it does most of Gief's taxes, I think. Knee gotta be honorable mention, bro. That shit is Gief's Jinrai. I definitely would have agreed with you, but I feel like now it's, like, you can definitely just, like, fuck it, we knee sometimes. Like, yeah, plus 6, little neutral skip. But I feel like, it's not even just the reversion of it being always safe on block. It's actually the extended hurt box they gave it. Because they made 2 changes to knee in the Terry patch, right? They made it so point blank, it's -4 again. And they made it so it has, like, a big extended hurt box when it's starting up. And this move is 14 frames, right? So, like, people can just, like, people will be, like, just randomly mashing on shit, and, like, if you throw out knee, it'll hit it all of the time now, right? So, like, I would have put knee on here. Now I feel like knee is more... He's situational. He's situational. He's good. But I'm not quite so sure I want him on here. Knee is the Shoto killer. True. It does hop lows, right? It hops over crouch medium kicks and stuff. Like, a lot of that is, you're doing that, a lot of that, you're doing it on a hard read. You're not, like, going to react to the crouch medium kick and jump over it. It's good. If you want to put knee honorable mention, I see it. I think the move is more reasonable now. Pre-patch for sure. I think right now it's just like it's fine. It's fine. Never much of a problem for me. 1700 remarks. People are insanely scared of pressing after 3 lights. True. I guess if you're using it like sparingly, right? Then like maybe. Like yeah, if you're just going like lights into knee a lot and people are like belligerent, they will mash on your ass. But yeah. Anyway, with that being said, that is I think gonna do it. I think it's about what I have here for Mr. Zangief. We'll see. Again, this is going out the day before the patch notes for the December 2nd patch drop. Maybe after this, headbutt and stand leg kick and crouch medium kick and heavy punch and SPD, they all get nerfed. I don't think so, but maybe. In which case, then this will be a nice little time capsule. But we'll see. Well, hopefully things remain mostly the way they currently are. But yeah. real quick, VOD watchers, if you are watching this not in real time, then I hope you had a good time with the video. If you did, any kind of like, subscribes, comments, bells, all that good stuff helps out a lot. I also do stream every day from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Eastern, except for Fridays. Come by and hang out. I also, Street Fighter 2 is going to be Tuesday. So I also have a Discord, great place to hang out, get some friends, make some matches, all that. But if you do join, be nice or I'll shoot you in the head in Minecraft. Make some friends, get some matches. There you go. Most importantly, hope you had a great time hanging out today, as always. I know I sure did. Yeah. Gief has a lot of moves that are like pretty good in some situations, but I think overall I feel pretty good about this. Right? The one move again, headbutt maybe is too high, and stand light kick could be too low. I could see that for sure. Stand light kick is the one that like I just don't use it often enough to really understand and like experience firsthand how good it is. I should start more though, for sure. That being said though, having a lot of fun with Gief. Gonna be a lot more coming your way, and then I will see you in the next one. Peace. All right, fellas. Yeah, and I think that's gonna do it for me today as well. So tomorrow's gonna be all Granblue, but I think except for the patch notes are coming out at like the 11th my time. So tomorrow might just be a fuck ass long stream, and yeah, we might just do some shit. We might just read the patch notes tomorrow and try and figure out what's going on. It's like at 11 p.m. or something. We'll be reading those SF6 patch notes. But yeah, for now, on the YouTube side of things, hope you guys had a good time, and I'll see you tomorrow, perhaps, for the patch notes there. And on Twitch, you'll find someone to raid in a second here. Who's live right now? Who's doing some